from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Thanks for joining us from Road America as we kick off another weekend of racing on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. My name's Nick Yeoman. Happy to be joined by Mark Janes here in the booth, high above the start-finish line here at Road America. Dave First and Rob Howden joining us on pit lane as we kick off the weekend with Indy Lights action presented by Cooper Tires. Here we are at the 4-mile, 14-turn road course. It has been a while since we've seen the Indy Lights series in action. Actually, almost a full month, as the last race on the schedule was the Freedom 100 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Carb Day at May 26th. So, Mark, it's been a while since we've seen the Indy Lights series, but I know all of these drivers, 14 of them this weekend, excited to come here to Road America, just like us, as this has become really a special racetrack on the IndyCar schedule.
Yeah, you're number two in terms of the return of open-wheel racing here to Road America. A 4-mile course, and the fans clamored for it for a number of years, and all the principals involved in IndyCar and the folks here at Road America able to put quite a weekend together. And I think the appeal, not only the picturesque setting of Road America, but the history and tradition here. Winners over the years like Mario Andretti, Danny Sullivan, Michael Andretti, Paul Tracy, Jacques Villeneuve, Dario Franchitti, and others. But the variety of cars and classes that we have here this weekend, something to see and do all throughout the course of this weekend. Very popular spot for camping, as it should be. The hospitality here is virtually second to none. And not to mention the fact, a darn fine challenge to these up-and-coming race car drivers. And I'm sure they are as anxious as their fans are to see them race competitively again, because as you suggest, it's been a while.
This is a cool racetrack, as we mentioned. It is a massive, massive facility, 14 turns, over 4 miles in length, this road course here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And it is going to be a challenge, not just for the Indy Lights series, but the entire Mazda Road to Indy ladder system, which is here this weekend competing at Road America. This is a doubleheader weekend for the Indy Lights series presented by Cooper Tires. This is rounds 8 and 9 in the championship. Kyle Kaiser enters the weekend as the points leader with 151 points as the leader. Nico Jamin, the rookie, is second with 137 points. Colton Herta is third. All three of those drivers looking to bounce back after rough races at the Freedom 100. All three of those drivers finished outside the top 8. Let's hear from some of our pit reporters. We'll start with Rob Howden, who has an update on Colton Herta, who enters this weekend. Rob, third in points. Good morning.
Yeah, Nick, a little bit of an issue here early on, and a good morning to you as well. Colton Herta, that car has already been pulled back to the paddock area. An issue with a fuel leak on the number 98 for Colton Herta. So, guys, when we look at these short weekends here, not a lot of track time. He's going to lose an entire session. It's been a rough one here for Colton Herta. He's had some rough runs at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, the issues with the electrical. He had a tire puncture at the GP weekend. He had the incident, of course, in the Freedom 100. Not a great way to kick things back off here for Colton Herta. A fuel leak in the number 98.
How about Dave First, who joins us as well on pit lane? Dave, good morning from Road America here on a nice, clear morning in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
Yeah, it is great to be back at Road America, one of the classic road courses throughout the United States. IndyCar came back here last year. The fans showed up in droves, and we expect the same thing to happen this weekend here. Real quickly, nice little rain storm that blew through overnight. The track, though, is dried up nicely. Air temperature around 67 degrees. Track temperature slowly going up at 71 degrees. Should be a spectacular weekend back here in Wisconsin.
In terms of those track conditions, Rob Howden, we were talking off air before we joined the folks on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network about how these track conditions are changing. You've already seen some of the Mazda Road to Indy ladder drivers on the racetrack already, and based on the times, things changing quite a bit from yesterday.
Yeah, Nick, we started off the day with USF 2000 and then rolled through Pro Mazda, so it's a full run through the Mazda Road to Indy here this morning for those here who are camping overnight. And those who did camp last night got hit pretty hard with rain. We had a lot of water come in here, and the track was significantly damp when things got underway for USF 2000. Damp enough that we started around 2-minute and 23-second lap times. Through their 20-minute session, they were able to drop 10 seconds off their lap times. In fact, 11 seconds for the pole sitter David Malukas as the track continued to get dry. That dry racing line came in. Same happened with Pro Mazda. They kept getting quicker and quicker. The track's the best it's been all morning for the drivers in Indy Lights, but the guys in the Mazda Road to Indy who started the day off, definitely different conditions for them when they arrived here this morning.
14 drivers, the usual 14 that we've seen all season. 7 rookies, 7 veterans make up the field of drivers here at Road America in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. As we talked about, Kyle Kaiser is the points leader. Nico Jimenez second. Colton Herta is third. Neil Alberico and Aaron Telitz round out the top 5. Both of those drivers within striking distance. And then how about Matthias Leist, who enters this weekend 6th in the championship, just 30 points back of the points leader Kyle Kaiser. Leist, of course, the winner of the Freedom 100. And Mark James, that, of course, was a month ago for the Indy Lights Series. It's been a while since we've seen these drivers in competition. That Freedom 100 race, we've been spoiled over the recent years. So we had side-by-side 3-4 wide finishes. Matthias Leist, though, with a dominant performance leading flag to flag. And that's sometimes you forget in motorsports. Sometimes driver and car, they show up to a racetrack, they've got it figured out, and they're ready to go. What an impressive win for that young Brazilian.
You can't help but like him. I mean, here's the thing. The demeanor didn't change much. I interviewed him in the pre-race show. And just, happy-go-lucky, very happy to be there, felt good about his race car, was thrilled to be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I would say that enthusiasm was ramped up a bit when he got to victory lane, understanding, of course, the significance of being there. But Carlin's gotten themselves a good one here. And this kid, a British Formula 3 champion, had 4 wins and 7 podium finishes. Nick, that season, he finished 21 of the 24 races in the top 5. So this is a kid with a lot of talent. And what's frightening is the fact that I think most significant accomplishment, he's officially a high school graduate. I mean, so that tells you that the future could be very, very bright for this likable young Brazilian.
And a Brazilian in victory lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's something we've seen over the years and very well could be a sign of things to come. Rob Howden, an impressive young man, a dominant victory at Indianapolis. And as I mentioned, all of a sudden now that Carlin Racing driver has himself right in the midst of a championship battle.
Nick, that Freedom 100 win was kind of the exclamation point on what's been a pretty good little run for Matthias Leist because, of course, that win at the Freedom was huge. It gave him so much exposure. He was on our IndyCar broadcast of the 500 when we got things going for pre-race. But you have to look a little further back for Matthias and see how he's kind of progressed. At the Indianapolis Grand Prix weekend, the GB weekend on the road course, that was kind of his coming out party. In race number 1, he turned the fastest lap of the race. In race number 2, he posted his first ever podium finish. So things just kept getting better and better. And of course, he came back that 2 weeks later and was able to win the Freedom 100 going flag to flag. The interesting thing for him, anytime a guy wins a race, we always talk about the fact that more wins can come. The confidence is there, the momentum is there, and now we come to a track that really kind of suits him a little more. This, of course, Road America is such a European-style circuit. When we talked to Max Chilton and Ed Jones in years past, they said this track reminded them of Spa. I actually talked to Matthias, and he said it reminded him of a track called Oulton Park, more of a club track over in Europe, but he likes the old-school feel of this track. If momentum is there and confidence there, and he has even more comfort with a track that he kind of feels like he's at home with the tracks he ran last year in British Formula 3, I'll say, Nick and Mark, this kid could be the guy to watch here today.
It's a good segue, Rob Howden, because as we've reached 9.5 minutes into this 45-minute practice session, it is Matthias Leist who has gone to P1 at a minute 54.599. In fact, Carlin Racing owns the top 3 spots right now in practice. Zachary Clayman DeMello is slotted in there second fastest at a minute 54.964. And Neil Alberico at a minute 55.31. He just got eclipsed, though, by Dalton Kellett, so bump Alberico down to 4th. But those Carlin Racing cars showing some strength. And Mark had to feel really good for Trevor Carlin and that team winning the Freedom 100 a month ago because they came oh so close a year ago with Ed Jones and Dean Stoneman battling it out by mere inches, with Carlin Racing coming up just a bit short. For them to go to victory lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I know that has to be really big. It's big for any of these teams to check that box on the list.
Well, I go back to a couple of years ago at St. Petersburg when they first joined the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tire. With all the success they had with that super team that they assembled with Max Chilton and Ed Jones, I think Trevor Carlin, if you remember at the time when they got off to such a good start, winning like the first three of the first four, Trevor was very, very reserved, saying, at some point the adversity is going to come and we're going to face it. And I think that we have seen that. But let's not forget, they've also graduated two pretty darn good drivers from their initial effort to the Verizon IndyCar Series. This is a race team with a fairly storied history, I think. And I think what we're seeing, much like in the Verizon IndyCar Series, it's not a matter of there being issues with Carlin Racing. It's simply a matter of this field from top to bottom, perhaps, being as competitive as it has ever been. There were years, Nick, where, let's face it, Sam and Schmidt and Michael Andretti took turns dominating Indy Lights, and now it appears as though you've got a fair amount of drivers that have an opportunity to win week in and week out.
Yeah, not just from the Carlin Racing team, but how about Belardi Auto Racing, as they've won some big races and championships in their time in Indy Lights. We saw a few of their drivers making their way through Canada Corner. One of those is Santi Urrutia, who is 7th quick. Aaron Tielitz, the driver of the number 9 Mazda for that team for Belardi Auto Racing. He jumps to 3rd quick at a minute 54.877. Rob, this is a big weekend, not just for Aaron Tielitz, but for Wisconsin-based Brian Belardi as well.
Big weekend for them for sure, and you're right. This kind of is that home state race. They had a big party with all the Belardi Auto Racing crew at Brian and Jill's home last night. But it's interesting. You kind of got to put a little bit of a focus on this team, this Belardi Auto Racing team coming into this weekend. And I'm not surprised to hear them working their way up the ranks as drivers starting to come into pit lane here now. 3, 4, 5 drivers on pit lane. And in fact, I believe Shelby Blackstock coming into pit lane here for Belardi. But Nick, you got to talk about the fact that these guys have been so impressive here at this racetrack. Last year, Zach Veach was able to get a win for Belardi Auto Racing here last year. And remember, a driver who they just brought on this year, Santi Urrutia, he was able to win here last year with his engineer, Tim Neff. Both Santi and Tim Neff come to Belardi Auto Racing, so both of last year's winners and those winning racing setups are now under the tent of Belardi Auto Racing. If they have any kind of power momentum here coming into this weekend, it'll be a big one for Aaron Tielitz, State First, who is trying to win here in his home state. An
opportunity to catch up with Ricardo Juncos, who, of course, not only has the points leader in Kyle Kaiser, but Nick DePero as well in his first full season here in the Indy Lights program. It's been too long. It was like a month we've seen you guys out on a race course.
Yeah, it is. I mean, back to normal now, right after the 500 experience, which was great. And now we focus on this championship. We're leading the Pro Mazda and Indy Lights, as you said, with Kyle Kaiser and Victor Franzoni. So it's just back to normal for us on the team. And now here in Road America, see what we can do, right?
Kyle Kaiser coming back, points leader coming into this weekend. How confident is he now going into the rest of the season?
His confidence, I mean, he's doing a good job. And it's a long championship. It's always difficult. We know that. So we just keep the heads down, and it's just execution of plan, and I think there is obviously some room to improve always the car a little bit and himself as a driver, so that's why we focus on race by race.
These natural terrain road courses, it seems to really take to Kyle a couple of seconds at Alabama, and then, of course, the win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's all about confidence. As 31, the Nick DePero goes off course here. We might take a look at the video here with the car owner, of course, Ricardo Juncos. Tell me about Nick and his development this year.
He's been doing a good job. It's a big step for him. He coming from go-kart to Pro Mazda last year was a big jump, and the plan was to do 2 years of Pro Mazda, but, situation, they say, okay, let's do for the sponsor situation more than anything. Let's do Indy Lights a little bit early. It's a big step, but he's doing a good job, improve every race, weekend. Obviously, now he just made a mistake, but ended at the championship really strong last year in Pro Mazda. He's doing a good job so far on the Indy Lights as well, which is, everybody knows how difficult and high level it is, so I'm very happy with him.
You talk about comfort with Kyle. There's a big comfort factor with Nico, is there not?
Sorry, say again?
The comfort factor with Nico coming into this first full season in Indy Lights, how difficult can that be for a young man?
His management really good. He's very professional, very serious. He's willing to do the extra effort, and he knows it's difficult, so he's taking his time. The plan is to do 2 seasons or maybe 3, so we take our step by step, and I think he has a good future ahead of him, you know.
Last thing, we haven't seen you since the Indianapolis 500. Did you guys enjoy that?
Yeah, that was a great experience. Obviously, the experience of my life, and I learned a lot. Now, slow down a little bit back to normal, but definitely we're working really hard now to how we can continue in IndyCar. We're working with few sponsor opportunity for next year, so we're going to push really hard from now on and be full-time in IndyCar. That's my desire, so hopefully we can make it happen.
That was going to be my next question. Full-time next year, do you think?
And that's what I want. You know, it's always difficult, and always we need to wait for the right opportunities, as I always said. And if not, we maybe do some races, and if not, we can go back in the 500 next year. But definitely my desire is to be full-time in IndyCar.
Appreciate your time. Have a great weekend, okay?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ricardo Uncos. By the way, both cars, DePero and Kyle Kaiser, have made their way back to pit road here. No damage on the 31, and Kyle, of course, is doing his own thing as the points leader right now, hoping to leave Road America with the points lead as well.
Thank you, Dave. First, those two Juncos drivers, Kyle Kaiser, Nico DePero, 3rd and 4th. So far in this practice session. As we mentioned, DePero had issues off of turn number 14, spinning that car into the grass just at the exit of turn 14, got that car fired back up and back onto the racetrack. Two very talented drivers in the Indy Lights Series, in Kaiser, the points leader, and DePero. And Mark, I'll tell you what, for Ricardo Juncos, for that maiden voyage at the Indianapolis 500, with a 2-car operation, there it is, not easy at all. Tip my cap to them. They got to experience a little bit of everything, getting up to speed. They unfortunately had to deal with repairing a torn-up race car when Spencer Pigot hit the wall. The pace to compete for the win wasn't necessarily there, Mark, but at the end of the day, Sebastian Saavedra came home in 15th, Spencer Pigot in 18th, and all in all, I think you could chalk that up as a respectable and successful maiden voyage into the month of May for Ricardo Juncos and that great team.
Not supposed to be easy, is it?
No,
I mean, it's Indianapolis. It shouldn't be easy. So many different things can factor in. I mean, Fernando Alonso was poised for, at the very least, a top 5 finish, it appeared. And he learned the frustration of Indianapolis, as have many other drivers over the years. But bottom line, as you said, they finished the race. They got a lot of lap times. They got a lot of seat time. Saavedra to do what he did after the long layoff, I think was pretty impressive, and hopefully something can move forward as he continues his relationship with Gary Peterson that extends back several years now. But I just continue to be impressed. By now, Nick, we're not confined. And Rob Howden, feel free to jump in on this if you'd like. We've touched upon it over the past couple of years during these shows, but Rob, now what we're seeing is not just drivers and crew chiefs moving up through the Mazda road to Indy. Rob, most importantly now, we're starting to see race teams move up to the Verizon IndyCar Series, and that's huge.
Yeah, Mark, I think we all look at that. We all look at the future of the Verizon IndyCar Series, and we hope that we're going to see some new teams come in, some new fresh blood. I think you're going to see 3 of them come here in the next 2 to 3 years. Of course, Ricardo Uncos said straight up he wants to be full-time next year. Would love to do that. You got to know that Trevor Carlin wants to do the same. He was asked many times after the Freedom 100. Indeed, that's in his idea as well. And I would not be surprised to see Bilardi Auto Racing make that move sooner or later as well. I think Brian's told all of us at one time that his ultimate aspiration is to be on the Verizon IndyCar Series grid. And that's what this Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires is all about, Mark. You said it straight up. Just developing every position on the grid with the opportunity to go to the Verizon IndyCar Series. And I would love to see all 3 of these teams move into that program.
It is a neat program, and this Mazda Road to Indy ladder system. Boy, it has worked over the years of giving these drivers, crew members, the opportunities to advance. And then, as we talked about, once these car owners and these team owners get a taste of competing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I think that Freedom 100 weekend is always the biggest one of the year for the Indy Lights teams. I think racing on the road course for Pro Mazda USF 2000 is a massive opportunity for those young teams as well. Once they get a taste of it, that's when they want to advance up the ladder and ultimately compete in the Indianapolis 500. So it is a cool program, and to see the commitment of some of these car owners to racing and open-wheel racing here in America, it is awful neat. Zachary Clayman DeMello, the fastest so far, at 1:54 flat. Matthias Leist is second, Kyle Kaiser third, Nico DePero fourth, and Aaron Telitz is fifth as we go back to pit lane and check in with Rob Howden.
Yeah, Nick, I'm actually standing right here with Zachary Clayman DeMello and his team right now. Quickest driver on the order at this point. They're actually pulling the cowling, both front and rear, off the car. And I wanted to fill everybody in. We have a pretty packed pit lane here now. Almost everyone has worked their way into pit lane. But kind of what surprised me a little bit was the fact that no one going to new tires yet in this session. I don't think we're going to be looking yet for a qualifying simulation. And we remember last year, and we talked to the Verizon IndyCar Series drivers as well, this track and the corners that it has, the hard braking and some of the quick corners like turn one, like the carousel, like the kink, it's pretty tough on tires here now, and I think you're seeing the Indy Lights drivers realize that, and they're going to try to hold on to their fresh Cooper tires to make sure they have new rubber for both of the races. No one yet going to new fresh Coopers, but lots of changes being made. We see cowls off, the front and rear on Clayman DeMello, the rear cowl off on Santi Urrutia. They're going to work there. They made some front adjustments as well to Aaron Telitz. He was complaining of a little bit of understeer. So again, lots of work being done on the cars themselves to try to get the balance here, but no new rubber going on.
Yeah, as much as those drivers, Rob, would certainly love to, I'm sure, race on some fresh Cooper tires, feel that added grip, work on those race cars. This is a busy race weekend. This is the only practice session for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. They'll go qualifying later this afternoon at 2:30 Central Time, 3:30 Eastern. And then they've got another qualifying session tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8:50 Eastern, 7:50 Central, and then, of course, two races. So tire management always key. And Mark, while this is a busy session, 45 minutes is a lot of time for these drivers to get up to speed. Ultimately, man, at these road courses where it is tough to pass and you've got to pick and choose your spots, saving those fresh tires for the race and then ultimately for qualifying to grab that track position, that is really a key factor here.
Now, and you know, you remember last year we had a situation where in one of the races of the doubleheader weekend, we started on a wet track and then the thing started to dry, but it dried to a point to where, you know, no one could really come onto pit road and get any tires or anything, and that threw a wrinkle into it. So, again, all part of the learning process, as if the difficulty of the course is not enough. Sometimes Mother Nature intervenes, throws another wrinkle into it, which makes for a very entertaining show. Another update from pit road. Let's check in with Dave first.
Yeah, the session's only 45 minutes. The last thing any driver wants to do is spend a lot of time on pit road. They all want to be out there in that 4-mile layout here at beautiful Road America. That's not the case, though, for the number 2 of Juan Piedrahita. The Pelfrey guys are pouring over the car, taking a look at the intake area on the left side of the machine. It's not going to be a quick fix at all. These guys are really working hard to getting back out there. So far, Piedrahita, the last of the 13 cars that have actually made it out onto the road course. Piedrahita just 3 laps so far, hoping to make up some more time here, but he might be sitting here on pit road for some time. Rob Howden?
Yeah, Dave, interesting to note that we are right around the midway section of this schedule for the Indy Lights program here in 2017. And, of course, the thought of the championship starting to roll in, people getting a little more focused on trying to win that title. And Matthias Leist definitely one they're watching out for, because here's something I haven't seen yet this year. They're going to work on the front of Matthias Leist's car. They're working on the front dampers, making some changes a little bit, I believe, to ride height or potentially onto the dampers. While they were doing it, they had kind of a black sheet over top. They don't want anybody to see underneath that cowl. Normally we see the guys just go to work, they take the cowl off, they make their adjustments, and they send them back out. For Matthias Leist, guys, they had a full black cover over top, and the mechanic was actually working underneath that cover, so no one was able to see the settings they have on that car. It's starting to get competitive. It's starting to get real here in the championship, and they're being very secretive down here in the Carlin camp for the number 26 of Matthias Leist.
Mark, a couple decades for you covering open-wheel racing. You've been around racing much longer than that, too. That's nothing new. Some of these teams wanting to hide some of the secrets or things they're working on. Anytime they can find those advantages, as Dalton Kellett has gotten into the gravel off of turn 14, they're going to take the advantage to try to keep those secrets anytime they're racing.
Used to see garage doors closed a lot in Gasoline Alley at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've got a red flag situation. I remember a few years ago when Team Penske, I believe it was, had a redesign of the mirrors on the cars and would take to covering them up. Now, initially, it was thought that maybe it was a design that they didn't want really anyone to copy, but then there were some that felt that maybe it was a smoke screen and there was something else that they had done, and they were simply using the mirrors as a guise to get people off the scent, if you will. So yeah, it's that secretive innovation is certainly nothing new in motorsports for sure.
So the red flag is out with just under 20 minutes to go in this practice session. We understand it is more than likely for Dalton Kellett, who got off in turn 14. We have not been able to visually find out what happened, but if he got into that gravel area, oftentimes that is a hard place to get out of. So let's go back to pit lane for an interview with Rob Howden.
You know, Nick, there's some amazing things that happen with this Mazda Road to Indy, and a number of different programs that they have that the drivers get a chance to work with kids. They get to hook up with their sponsors and people through hospitality. One of the issues, the programs that we have, is the Racing for Kids. And I'm standing here right now with Team Pelfrey's Nikita Listoshkin. Nikita, you had a chance to go to the Sheboygan County Boys and Girls Club of America, meet a bunch of young kids as part of the Racing for Kids program. Give us a little insight into what happened during the day when you had a chance to talk racing with those kids.
Yeah, it was a great visit. It was me, Isla Ogren, and Nico Jamin. Three of us were there visiting, and it was just a great atmosphere, and the kids loved it. It was also really fun that, all three of us are coming from different backgrounds, different countries, so the kids get the chance to ask us some questions about where we come from, about racing, what do we do. So, and it was just a, great atmosphere, and we signed some hero cards, and it was great.
Trying to get some new fans into the sport, new fans for yourself. Give me some of the questions they were asking. I would assume they're probably pretty interested in how fast you go, but give me some of the questions they may have asked you.
Yeah, a funny question they asked me is like, when did you lose your accent? And then they went on and asked us to say something in our languages. So, me, Nico, and Isla, we said something in French, Swedish, and Russian, and the kids loved it.
Definitely a great cross-section of the Mazda Road to Indy. Nikita, you had a pretty good qualifying session to start off the day. Give me a little thoughts on how things went for you to begin this weekend here at Road America.
The weekend started pretty good. We finished P2 in the first session, and yesterday we missed a little bit on the setup, but this morning it went quite well. I finished third, and towards the end we got caught out by some red flags, and I think we're looking good for the races, and I'm hoping to get my first podium.
Well, if the guys from Racing for Kids come back, they'll be able to root you on throughout the weekend. Good luck.
All right, thank you, Rob.
There he is, guys. Nikita Listoshkin for Team Pelfrey. And again, the Mazda Road to Indy gets together with a lot of kids. They have the Kids on Track program, of course, the Racing for Kids, and to get those drivers from that program to go out and meet these young kids and just give them a chance to meet these drivers and learn a little bit more about the Verizon IndyCar Series and the Mazda Road to Indy. Just such a great program to bring these kids into motorsports.
Thank you, Rob. And, of course, that Racing for Kids program, they travel with the entire IndyCar Series to just about every single race weekend. They are there giving kids opportunities to meet race car drivers, get exposed to open-wheel racing, and it is a great program. All the folks at Racing for Kids do a great job, and we've enjoyed getting to know them over the years. Green flag is back out here at Road America as we're going to have a couple takers go back out on the racetrack with 16 and a half minutes to go. The issue, again, was for Dalton Kellett, who spun in turn 14, the final corner here at this massive 4-mile road course. It is Zachary Clamandamello, who's turned 6 laps. He is the fastest so far at a minute 54 flat. His teammate, Carlin Racing teammate, Mateus Lace, is second quick at a minute 54.599. Kyle Kaiser and Nico DePero, the Juncos Racing teammates, are third and fourth. And then a third Carlin car, Neil Alberico, is fifth. Aaron Telitz is sixth fastest. Garth Rickards is seventh quick. Santi Urrutia is eighth. Dalton Kellett ninth. Nico Jamin is 10th. Shelby Blackstock is 11th fastest. Ryan Norman is 12th. And then in 13th and 14th, the two drivers that have had some issues in this practice session, Juan Pedrojita has turned just 3 laps. His quickest lap at just over 2 minutes is a little bit off pace. And then the frustrating driver, the driver that's got to be the most frustrated is Colton Herta, who such a great start to the season, has really found a string of bad luck, 12th and 10th in the 2 races at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course, and then a disappointing accident finishing 13th in the Freedom 100. And, Mark, again, this is not the way Colton Herta wanted to start a weekend where he's fallen from the points leader down to third in points and trying to keep up with Kyle Kaiser on these race weekends.
Yeah, no guarantees for sure, and it's particularly frustrating when you have weekends where, things are not of your doing. Nick, in crunching numbers and looking back at the significance of the series and what it means to the Verizon IndyCar Series and these drivers, of course, you've got a prize valued at $1 million up for grabs. And if you look at the recent history, 2016, Ed Jones, Verizon IndyCar Series. 2015, Spencer Pigot, a 4-time scholarship winner, by the way. He did it the easy way. I mean, he should write a book. It was so simple for him. Gabby Chavez, at one time, full-time, and has made a couple of starts and did a phenomenal job at both Indianapolis and Texas. 2013, Sage Karam, the champion, started the Indianapolis 500. Tristan Vautier, we've seen him full-time in the series, and he ran at Texas.
He gave that car a great run at Texas, too.
Joseph Newgarden, full-time with Team Penske after a solid run with Ed Carpenter and Sarah Fisher's operation. And in 2010, J.K. Vernay was the champion. And while we never saw him in the Verizon IndyCar Series, we've seen the guys that finished second and fourth a little bit, James Hinchcliffe and Charlie Kimball. Pippa Mann finished fifth in points, and Sebastian Saavedra was eighth in points that year. So, I mean, it works. That's all there is to it. It works. And the good news is, as we mentioned with Spencer Pigot, a 4-time scholarship winner, I mean, there's a reward at every level. And now, as we've talked about before, it extends even further back into karting as a way to get from karting to the USF 2000, to Pro Mazda, then to Indy Lights and the Verizon IndyCar Series. So, let's face it, it's as that feeder system, quote unquote feeder system, is as healthy as it has ever been, I think.
Yeah, you mentioned guys like James Hinchcliffe and Charlie Kimball who came up short in their bids of winning a championship, but have still made very successful IndyCar careers for themselves. And I think one of the things that Anderson Promotions and everybody at the Mazda Road to Indy is really proud of is the fact that guys like Jack Harvey and Zach Veach made Indy 500 starts this year. They both came so close to winning that scholarship by winning the Indy Lights Championship, came up a little bit short, but ultimately, Mark, they've gotten opportunities and have run with them as well. And I think that really, as much as the folks at Mazda and Anderson Promotions love giving the scholarships to help the champions elevate their careers and move on, it's good to see that just gaining that experience, getting your car and your face out in front of the eyes of these car owners, those opportunities can still come if you work awful hard.
And I think you mentioned a couple of guys there in Harvey and Veach. Certainly, while they've not been back in a race car since the Indianapolis 500, you have to think that overall with their performance in the month of May and Zach going back to that last-minute deal subbing for J.R. Hildebrand at Barber Motorsports Park, you'd like to think that there's some good news in the not-too-distant future. But for those drivers, especially when we talked to Rob Howden earlier in the show about, Belardi and Carlin, and we've heard from Ricardo Juncos and others, their goal is the Verizon IndyCar Series, and somebody's going to need to fill those seats for sure.
Yeah, that's the neat thing, as you talked about looking back at championship battles from years ago and noticing that, boy, there's so many drivers that have made full seasons or just starts, Indy 500 starts, in the Verizon IndyCar Series. There is a very good chance that of these 14 drivers that are here at Road America in the Indy Light Series presented by Cooper Tires, there's a very good chance that at least half of them are going to be making IndyCar starts over the next decade or so, and that is awful fun. I know it's fun for IndyCar fans to get to know these guys. It's fun for us too, Mark, to learn about these drivers, get to know them a little bit, when they're 17, 18, 19 years old. It makes access and interviews much easier once they get to the Verizon IndyCar Series. But to be exposed to some of the personality, that helps build the personalities and certainly grow the fan bases of these drivers.
And while we, Rob Howden, have the luxury of seeing them, we get a glimpse of them of USF 2000, Pro Mazda, Indy Lights, then to IndyCar. Buddy, you go back a little farther than that with a lot of these drivers. There's even drivers in the Verizon IndyCar Series that I think you handed some trophies to from their karting day.
Yeah, you know what? I'm 20 years as a journalist and a play-by-play guy in the karting ranks here in North America, so I've had a chance to be with a number of these drivers as they work their way up. For the most part, I'm their first interview when they're 8, 9, 10 years of age, whether it was Sage Karam or Gabi Chavez or James Hinchcliffe. And, of course, exciting news this weekend where James Hinchcliffe will be reunited with one of his karting teammates, Robbie Wickens here. I should say Robert Wickens, but I'm used to calling him Robbie from the days running for First Kart North America. But there's two kids out of Ontario, Canada, who raced together when they were 10, 11, 12, up to about 16 or 17 years of age. To see them come back together here with Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, it's going to be a lot of fun. And, to speak to what you're saying there, Mark, there's a lot of great young drivers in the karting ranks these days, and we're seeing some of them now come into this Mazda Road to Indy. The driver on the pole position here today in USF 2000, David Malukas from Chicago, a driver who just 2 years ago won the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour Junior Championship. He was a 14-year-old junior, and now he's on the pole in the Mazda Road to Indy USF 2000 Championship. The pool of talent in North American karting is absolutely unbelievable. But when you see what the Mazda Road to Indy is doing and stretching its reach out into Australia, into Asia, South America, and of course Europe, you're getting drivers like Matthias Leist, who came through and is now working into the Indy Lights program. He's now a Freedom 100 winner. And the cool thing about it is Matthias has got a younger brother, Arthur Leist, who won the SCUSA Super Nationals go-kart race last year. They say he might even be a little bit better than his brother Matthias. So it could be interesting. The drivers will continue to come through this ladder.
And I'm going to put a period on this by saying you're officially old now, Rob Howden, that you have Verizon IndyCar Series drivers that you handed trophies when they were 8 or 9 years old. So welcome to the club. We're happy to have you.
Let's put it this way. There are kids right now that I used to cover when they were cadet karters who now I have to race against myself in the Masters class because they're now 30 years of age and older. That's not a good thing.
There you go.
How about that? Yeah, it is pretty cool. To see some of these drivers and to watch their careers advance, just from go-karts all the way to the very powerful Verizon IndyCar Series machines. It's a lot of fun over the years to get to know these drivers and watch those careers advance. 8 minutes to go in this only lone practice session for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. It is Zachary Clayman DeMello still at the top of the charts at a minute 54 flat. Aaron Telitz is knocking on the door as he's moved to second quick. Just posted that second fastest lap at a minute 54.199. Well, again, it is Colton Herta, the only driver who has not turned a lap so far in this practice session. Rob Howden, you're standing by with a driver who's got to be awful frustrated to not be out there with the rest of his competitors.
Colton, after a rough month of May in Indianapolis, this is not the way you wanted to get started getting back behind the wheel. An issue with the fuel tank. You weren't able to get out from this session. It's going to put you behind a little bit. Give me your thoughts on how things are going to roll for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it was just a leak in the fuel cell. It's unfortunate, but we had some testing here, and we were really quick in testing, so things are still looking up. We still have 2 qualifying sessions. We'll be fine.
You've also got 3 teammates that are going to be able to give you lots of data. You'll be pushing hard in the qualifying session later on today. Do you feel like it's going to hold you back at all, or do you think you'll be able to get out there like you missed nothing?
It's definitely going to take some getting used to, but it should be fine. We'll be quick.
We'll be watching. Good luck.
Thank you.
Here's a guy that tested here before and did well in the testing. But again, when it comes to the race weekend and the way the grip levels change throughout the weekend, it's going to be big for Colton Herta, Nick. We know for sure once the Verizon IndyCar Series guys get out here and lay that rubber down, it's going to be a totally different racing surface from the data he's going to get back from his teammates at Andretti Autosport.
New P1 here in practice. Kyle Kaiser, the points leader, goes fastest at a minute 53.876. So that's 12 hundredths of a second faster than Zachary Clayman DeMello. So Kaiser goes P1. Appreciate that interview with Colton Herta. He doesn't see. I know if I was a race car driver, I'd be a little concerned about missing the entire lone practice session. That's 45 minutes of track time. Colton Herta doesn't seem like he really is too worried about it at all. It's a great start to the season. Looked like early on he may be the championship front runner that could run away with the title, a second and a first in the 2 races at St. Petersburg. Did finish 10th in the first race at Barber Motorsports Park, but grabbed that second win very quickly in race number 2. And then again, the last 3 rounds at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a 12th, a 10th, and a 13th in the Freedom 100. and because of that, Herta has plummeted to third in the standings, 22 points back of Kyle Kaiser. And again, problems so far in this practice session that are not going to allow him to get on the racetrack, but he still seems very confident for qualifying later this afternoon. Just 5.5 minutes left to go here in practice day. First, Kyle Kaiser, the fastest of the 14.
And things are picking up in Bilardi Autosport. We just saw the number 5 of Santi Urrutia make his way back on pit road. In fact, he just made a couple of, the crew made a couple of quick adjustments to the springs. And it looked like an air pressure adjustment as well. The number 5 is already back out on the race course. And now Shelby Blackstock sits in his pit stall. It looks like a couple of adjustments as well to Shelby. So we'll see what happens here in the remaining 5 minutes of practice here this morning. Rob Howden?
Yeah, Dave, one of the interesting things going on in this session, and I had mentioned earlier that we hadn't seen any drivers move to the sticker Cooper tires. Had a quick chat with Colin Hale from Carlin Racing, and exactly what I expected. There's just no real need right now to go to them. This track is so green with the rain that we had yesterday. They know that the Verizon IndyCar Series drivers are going to go out here and really change the track, so they're not really going to learn a lot going to sticker tires here as well, but they're also looking at fully maximizing their qualifying sessions. They only get 4 sets of fresh rubber for this weekend. There's 4 more sessions remaining after this. There'll be the 2 qualifying runs and, of course, the 2 races as well, so they want to fully maximize those sticker tires, the best grip they possibly can, because they know they need to qualify near the front here. This season is so unbelievably competitive. We've got 6 different winners in 7 races, I believe. It's so hard, it's so tough. You have to qualify up forward. So they are holding onto those tires before we go to qualifying.
Yeah, with the weather that rolled in yesterday, washing off a lot of the rubber on the racetrack, as Rob mentioned, it is very, very green out there. That's the term that we use. Visually, from our multi-screen monitor, starting to see some racing grooves laid down. But, boy, as Rob talked about, this track is going to be so busy that by the time these guys get an opportunity to go racing tomorrow afternoon and then for race 2 on Sunday, there's going to be a lot of rubber laid down, and that's when those sticker tires will really grip the racetrack. Mark Janes, Kyle Kaiser still leads the field with 3.5 minutes to go here in practice number 1 for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires.
That third in the championship last year, earning his first series victory and first win on the oval in the third race of the year at Phoenix. He also took a win last year at Mazda Raceway in Laguna Seca. Scored a total of 8 podium finishes, including podiums in the first 3 races of the year. And, you know, for guys like him, this is make or break time, Nick. I mean, after the long layoff following the Freedom 100 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you know, activity picks up a little bit. Doubleheader weekend, and then July 9th, then the 15th and 16th at Toronto after that bad fast oval at Iowa. And then Mid-Ohio, Gateway, and Watkins Glen International. Speaking of Kyle Kaiser, Dave is, with 3 minutes to go in the session, he appears to be pretty content with his race car.
I would say so. We saw the 18 pull back onto pit road, and I thought, well, maybe they're going to make a couple adjustments, getting back out there for a couple of minutes. No, you climbed out of the car. You must like what you have so far.
Yeah, we like the way the car feels. We were running on older tires, so there's not really enough time to go in a new set. So we got the car where we liked it. Hopefully it's good for qualifying.
That long layoff, I'll call it long. It's almost a month for you guys. I know you did some testing and whatnot, but it seems like forever ago when you last raced.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. I mean, it's been a good time off. I've been able to get back in the gym, stay in shape, and, you know, I feel fresh getting back in the car, so that's all that matters.
You come in, of course, as the points leader here. How important is that? What can you do to maintain that here the rest of the way?
Best thing to maintain it is to keep winning races. I mean, that's the easiest way to build the gap, but we're just going to focus on ourselves. We got a really good program here at Juncos Racing, so we'll keep focusing on us, and hopefully we end up on top.
What do you think about Road America? Obviously, you like it.
It's one of my favorite tracks of all time. I actually got my first win here in Skip Barber, so I got a lot of history here. It's a fun, fast, long track, and you got to be really consistent and not make mistakes, and I think that suits my driving style.
Good luck the rest of the weekend in qualifying today.
Perfect, thank you.
Kyle Kaiser ready to go. Big smile on his face. Of course, that smile is always kind of there when you're P1 after a practice session.
Mark, Kyle Kaiser likes that keep it simple strategy, just win races and things take care of themselves. And as the points leader coming into this weekend, 14 markers clear of the other 13 drivers. He's had a great shot, as you mentioned, halfway point of the season. We transition into the summer stretch where this championship's really going to be won or lost, and he's got himself in great position.
Made an observation there about how much he likes this place, having won here, and Skip Barber. I'm going to go back a while here. I remember asking Scott Sharp when he ran in the IndyCar series, does coming back to a racetrack where you've had success, what does that do to the mindset, the confidence? He said, it helps for sure. I mean, there's no question. And it doesn't matter, what form of motorsports, you've been successful in, and what you're running at that time. I mean, it's just a matter of being familiar with the layout, and I would think the confidence of being able to say, I've won here, so I feel good about this place. And I think when you're in the battle for a championship, you try to glean every little advantage you can, large or small.
And Kaiser certainly has the advantage of experience, as this is year number 3 for him in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. There was, some talks and a chance of him running in the Indy 500 for Ricardo Juncos in their first year of the 500. That didn't happen. They were awful close, and you better believe if he wins this championship, Ricardo and possibly some other car owners in the Verizon IndyCar Series love to put Kyle Kaiser in one of their cars with that scholarship advancing to the Verizon IndyCar Series. Well, the checkered flag is out here at Road America, and Kaiser, who sat on pit lane, looks like he will finish this session as the fastest driver at a minute 53.876. Zachary Clayman DeMello is going to end the session second quick. Neil Alberico third. Aaron Telitz, the Wisconsin native, is going to finish fourth of this session. Mateus Lace comes across the timing line. His quick lap at a minute 54.386 puts the Freedom 100 winner fifth fastest. Juan Pedrohita, nice rebound after some problems early in the practice session. He's going to end sixth. Nico DePero had a spin, but he's seventh fastest after turning 16 laps in this session. The Andretti Autosport teammates of Ryan Norman, Nico Jamin, and Dalton Kellett will end the session 8th, 9th, and 10th. Garth Ricards is 11th fastest. Shelby Blackstock 12th. Santi Urruti, a little surprised to see the Belardi Auto Racing veteran 13th fastest after turning 14 laps. And then it's Colton Herta, did not get out of the racetrack, did not turn a lap in this practice session, who will be at the bottom of timing and scoring in 14th. Well, that's going to do it. We are just getting started, though, here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Coming up at 11:45 Eastern, 10:45 local time, the Stars and the Cars, the Verizon IndyCar Series, will be back on the racetrack. Their most recent race, of course, that thriller at Texas Motor Speedway. Their first practice session, again, coming at 11:45 Eastern. Great job by Dave Hurst and Rob Howden down on pit lane, as well to Mark Chains here in the booth. My name's Nick Yeoman. We'll talk to you about in an hour for Verizon IndyCar practice here from Road America.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered is a big ice-cold bottle of milk, and let's talk with him. Just a minute, Jim. The pit crew is really gathering around him, and Julie Pratt, the queen of the 500 Festival, has put the garland of flowers around his neck, and just a minute he's going to have another drink of that ice-cold milk. Jim? Just a minute. Here we are, Jim. Right over here.
Checking in on program.
How do you feel after that most spectacular finish?
Pretty good. What happened to Ward?
He ran out of gas. You and Roger really put on a spectacular finish today, Jim. What do you got to say?
Stay tuned for more on IndyCar Radio.
program. 1-2-1-2.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
White flag is in the hands of Paul Blevins. He's waiting to see Alexander Rossi come out of turn number 4. Tom Hansing is in the stand with him, and there he goes. And Danny, he may be out of fuel. Pankey very slow in turn 1.
He is indeed. It doesn't sound like he's under power. Left side wheels below the white line. Now with the short two, now in turn 2. He may be done.
That car rolls through turn number 2, and it is under power. He has backed it down big time. Here comes Carlos Munoz and Joseph Newgarden. They're running second and third. Jake Query Rossi still the leader, but he's backed the pace down.
Alexander Rossi, the rookie out of California, is backing up the pace. Carlos Munoz charging. Alexander Rossi into turn number 4 on fumes.
Alexander Rossi for the final time exits turn number 4. Here he comes for change.
He may have to coast it across the finish line. Alexander Rossi almost rolling to a dead stop. Twin checkers are out, and the rookie will win the 100th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
From Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Picture-perfect venue on what is turning out to be a picture-perfect day. Welcome to historic Road America. Next stop on the Verizon IndyCar Series schedule, I am Mark James, happy to be joined by Dave First. Initial practice session of the weekend as we get ready to go racing for the Kohler Grand Prix. And Dave First, I think the only thing that is certain is the uncertainty in terms of the battle for the championship. You go back 7 spots from the leader, Scott Dixon, to Joseph Newgarden. 49 points separating 1 through 7. A couple of guys certainly not out of the mix. Tony Kanaan in 8th, 62 back. Rossi, 72 back in 9th. And even Hinch with a good weekend could slip back into contention. Up top is where it really gets interesting, Dave. Dixon leads Simon Pagenaud by 13. Sato is 14 back. Castro Neves 21 back. Will Power 40 back, and Graham Rahal 43 back.
You know, the thing that makes it all the more interesting when you look at the point standings right now in the Verizon IndyCar Series, 2 of the top 4 drivers have yet to win a race.
Yeah.
Scott Dixon's still waiting to win a race. Elio Castroneves is still waiting to win a race. But both of those guys, they're doing it with consistency, and both of them very much in play for this 2017 championship.
Verizon IndyCar Series returned here a year ago, and Dave, if we remember, Will Power was very, very dominant on race day. The podium included Tony Kanaan and Graham Rahal after Will had set on pole. So we anticipate him, talking about Will Power, being a contender this weekend for sure.
Of course, just a couple of weeks ago, Will Power won down at the Texas Motor Speedway. And Tony Kanaan was a factor down there in a couple of ways, but towards the end came home second as well. So TK, you could argue, almost won this race last year. If this race would have gone another 5 laps, which it will this time around, this year, that maybe Kanaan would have sat atop the podium. But Will Power, Kanaan's going to be back. He's back from France, participating in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So is Scott Dixon as well. So should be a fun weekend. We've got to hit that summer stretch right now where things always get interesting in this series.
Yeah, after we visit Road America, we get a weekend off for the July 4th holiday, and then the 9th we'll tackle Iowa Speedway. Follow that up with a visit to Toronto, and then a pretty good break in the schedule from July 16th through the 30th. Mid-Ohio would be next, and then almost a month off day between Mid-Ohio and Pocono. Pocono set for the 20th, and we go back-to-back ovals, Pocono and the return to Gateway on August the 26th, and, of course, Labor Day weekend, Watkins Glen, and September 17th at Sonoma. So the dog days of summer almost upon us, and as you referenced, it's certainly make-or-break time for teams in terms of those hoping to gain some separation. This parity has been unlike anything that I've seen in recent memory. I mean, years ago we would, when this was an all-oval series, we would have situations where we would go into a final race weekend with 4 or 5 guys in contention.
Yeah.
The last few years it's been 2, maybe 3. I don't see any signs of this letting up, quite frankly. I mean, the only repeat winner we've had, really, to speak of, Graham Rahal at Detroit. Other than that, somebody different has risen to the top each and every weekend.
You go back to the schedule and the time off that we're going to have coming up here in a couple of months. I don't think the crew guys on these teams would mind maybe a weekend off or so, especially after you're coming off what happened to Texas. A lot of damage on these machines that, frankly, they needed a weekend off. But a lot of these teams didn't get that. Some tested here at Road America. Others went to Watkins Glen to test. So it's always busy, even when you think it's not busy in this series. But a lot of crash damage from Texas. Everybody's got these cars back together and ready to roll here this weekend.
A pretty ambitious schedule, most assuredly, Dave, and that goes back a way. I mean, we're not just talking about from Texas. I mean, you start on March the 12th at St. Petersburg, and then you don't race again till April the 9th, and then you get a bit of a break. But Dave, quite frankly, almost since Barber on April the 23rd, because from there you go to Phoenix a week later, then all the preparation for the Grand Prix of Indy, then qualifying, the 500, Detroit, Texas. So a grueling schedule for sure for these race teams, and some have expressed some concerns about burnout within the confines of these race teams with the added element of testing, as you suggest.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. These crews, they get stressed a little bit, and then you add the testing element on top of that. And these are open tests that IndyCar opened things up. The Texas Motor Speedway several weeks ago when they tested down there. And so, like I said, it doesn't seem that busy, but yet it still is for all these crew guys.
45-minute session for the Verizon IndyCar Series. They'll have 2 practice sessions today. The next one will come your way at 4:15 Eastern this afternoon. And then they'll get one final tune-up tomorrow at 12 Eastern before they go qualifying at 3:55 Eastern on Saturday before we go racing on Sunday. And Dave, in terms of motorsports, what an ambitious schedule they put together here at Road America this weekend. I mean, if you are a race fan, I don't know that you could ever visit a venue that's going to give you more ways to whet your appetite than you're going to get here at Road America this weekend.
You got the Pirelli World Challenge, which is here. Obviously, the Mazda Road to Indy, all forms of their series are here between USF 2000, Pro Mazda, and the Indy Lights are here. Indy Lights practice just wrapped up. They've got qualifying here later this afternoon. On top of all that, Mazda's brought their MX-5 Cup here as well. So a couple more races for those guys, like we saw last weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Little over 4 miles, this picturesque course, 14 turns. The race distance will be 55 laps, a little over 220 miles. They're given 200 seconds of total time and push to pass with a maximum time of 20 seconds per activation. The Firestone tire allotment, 7 sets of primary, 4 sets of alternate. Teams must use 1 set of primary and 1 set of alternate tires in the race. And Dave, speaking of tires, we did have some issues with blistering at Texas Motor Speedway, but as is often the case, when we talked to Will Power in Victory Lane about his Firestone Firehawks, he didn't seem to have any complaints whatsoever.
It seemed like even within teams up and down pit road, there were differences about who was having issues and who wasn't. We saw, obviously, a couple of the Penske's did, but like you mentioned, Will Power didn't have any issues, and that was the case, again, with other teams as well. So it kind of depended on the setup about what sort of issues teams had, but obviously guys like Tony Kanaan didn't have any tire issues, Power, as mentioned, and so forth. So it's something to keep an eye on, and the number of tire sets. Sometimes we've seen on the streets of Detroit where the allotment wasn't as much as some of the teams would have liked, so they didn't get in as much track time during some of the practices that we usually have. We'll see what happens this weekend. We see everyone has already put in their install laps, and A new driver right now for the number 7 of Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, and Robert Wickens makes his IndyCar Series debut here this weekend.
Yep, we'll talk more about that, subbing for Mikel Lotion. We'll get some comments from the team owner Sam Schmidt when this session concludes, so stay with us for that. Meanwhile, we have a pretty good vantage point to start this session, quite frankly. We welcome in, we say good morning to Jake Query. And Jake, you've got a bird's eye view of this impressive main straightaway here at Road America.
Literally a bird's eye view. Just to my left, as a matter of fact, and some 18 feet or so below me is the start-finish line. That's because I'm up here in the flag stand. Yes, indeed, they were nice enough to let me up, and it is an amazing view. Now, a couple of things that I find interesting is a handful of cars have gone out to the laps onto speed as they work their way along this straightaway. And as a matter of fact, a car is getting ready to come into view, and you'll be able to hear exactly what it sounds like. I take that back. Pulling onto pit road just now, as a matter of fact, as most of those cars, as you had mentioned, Mark, have done an install lap, and already now pulling on to pit road, it is the rookie Ed Jones, wearing a Walter Payton Chicago Bears paint scheme helmet, by the way, which I'm sure goes well here in Wisconsin. But keep in mind, Dale Coyne, of course, his owner, probably sending a little bit of a joke to the folks here in Wisconsin. Dale Coyne from Illinois. That was Elliot Castroneves, Will Power, that went by. Up here in the flag stand, Charlie Kimball does the same. It's interesting because it gives you a true vantage point as to the speed these cars achieve. When they start this main straight, they're actually coming uphill, and then it's a long straight before a right-handed turn number 1. And when they come into view, it doesn't take long before, as you can hear, they immediately go right back out of view. And talking with Tom Hansen, one of the things I find interesting that I never really had realized, Mark, the things that you learn, and that is that the flag itself, I always assumed, probably had some sort of a wrist guard on it to prevent from dropping the flag. Tom's got all the pressure on him because he said, no, sir, I've got to make sure I've got a good grip. And if that wind comes, maybe it gets a little bit tricky, but I think he probably knows exactly what he's doing. Speaking of that wind, Ryan Marine, it is a little bit breezy up here in the flag stand. That could just simply be the fact that I'm a little bit off the ground, but it is a picture-perfect day, as Mark had said, here in Road America.
Yeah, I can't argue with you guys. Absolutely. Happy to be back at Road America once again, and happy to see the IndyCar Series back at Road America as well. A little bit of a breeze, but as far as conditions go, it's really hard to argue with what we've had rolled out for us by Mother Nature for this weekend so far. Ambient temperatures 74 degrees Fahrenheit right now at 10:45 in the morning. That was the last recorded time. Track temperatures around 93 degrees on average around this 4-mile circuit here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Absolutely beautiful day, and a nice change from yesterday where rain really hung around throughout a bunch of testing for the sports cars and also some of the Monster Road to Indy series that are here testing a day ago. Heavy rains overnight, so the track should be pretty darn clean. But right now, a couple cars venturing out on track to try and lay down some times, and we'll see just how those times compare to when the series first appeared here at Road America 1 year ago.
Ryan, let's have you stay with us. Of course, a reporter for Sports Car Racing, 365.com, and you spent some time with us throughout the course of the season. Thrilled to have you back with us here at Road America. You had an opportunity to be front and center at one of the most prestigious events in all of motorsports. Tell the folks about your world travels over the last 7 to 10 days.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Had a really amazing opportunity with SportsCar365.com to make my first trip over to the 24 hours of Le Mans last week. So still shaking off a little bit of jet lag here, but happy to be with you guys this weekend, that's for sure. It was a really amazing event. I think the only thing I've been to from a motorsports perspective that can compare with the spectacle and the pageantry of the Indianapolis 500. I've told a couple of people this weekend it's half Indy 500, half World Cup soccer match. The patriotism from the various fans from all over the world that go to that race is pretty remarkable, and plenty of IndyCar connections in the race too. Scott Dixon with Ford. Also, we saw Tony Kanaan deputizing for Sebastian Bourdais in a Ford. Guys like Mike Conway, who have massive IndyCar experience. Andre Negrao, who raced here at Indy Lights last year. He was in the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. So plenty of storylines all around. And maybe the biggest one, as it affects us here this weekend, is Mikhail Aloshin, who was driving a Dallara chassis for S&P Racing at Le Mans last weekend, having some visa issues. He's not here yet. That's why Robert Wickens is in the number 7 Sam Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports injury. So that's a storyline we'll continue to chase as the weekend rolls along. But guys, Le Mans was absolutely amazing, and definitely cool to see some of the IndyCar guys there too.
We do want to update you on the tire situation. We said 7 sets of primaries. That has since been updated. So 8 sets of primary Firestone Firehawks this weekend for the race teams here at Road America. Will that one set make a difference? Yeah, it very well could as we work through the course of this weekend. Back to pit road, or have you returned to pit road, Jake Query?
Getting ready to go that way, but it's tough to leave this spot. Still up here on the flag stand. I wanted to point out one thing, Mark, that I think, and I appreciate Tom letting me come up and you suggesting it, because it just gives you a little bit different vantage point than you normally would. As I had mentioned, when they come onto the main straight completing a lap here at Road America, they are coming uphill. It's one of the many elevation changes in this track. But they get to the very top of the hill and set up for the long straight. As I'm looking right now, as a matter of fact, Ed Jones just went past to take exactly what I'm talking about. Ryan Hunter-Reay about to do the same. You can visibly see to the eye at the very top of the hill as they set up for the straight, the car getting just a little bit loose. It almost looks as though the driver is trying to scrub something off those tires. That's actually not the case at all. I think it's just the natural inertia coming up off of that elevation change and then going through the gearbox that just causes that car to wiggle just a little bit. And perhaps that's just one of the many times where you want to take advantage of trying not to do that, because every tenth of a second is so critical here, Mark. But it's interesting, the things when you get a bird's eye view that you notice that you might not if you're simply watching from elsewhere.
Well, Power P1, last year's winner, Joseph Newgarden, second. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Charlie Kimball, Elio Castroneves, the top 5. Marco Andretti, Carlos Munoz, Spencer Pigot, Connor Daly, Max Chilton, the top 10. J.R. Hildebrand, Ed Jones, Robert Wickens in the 7 this weekend. For Mikhail Aloshin, James Hinchcliffe, 14th quick. Gutierrez back in the 18 machine for Dale Coyne, announcing him as the driver for the rest of the season. Then Rahal, Dixon, Rossi, Pagano, Tony Kanaan, and Takuma Sato. Dixon, Rossi, Pagano, Kanaan, Sato day. Those guys have yet to turn a lap.
I just enjoyed how these machines sounded as they screamed past Jake out there.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we've done that a few times, and both Paul Blevins and Tom Hansing have given us tremendous access. I mean, we've done that with the guys at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've actually had Rob Howden start a race from up there at Barber Motorsports Park. A lot of it depends on the access, and quite frankly, you can't get much better access for us because it's right outside of our broadcast.
It's literally 2 doors down.
And of course, it's a short trip for Jake to get from pit road through the tunnel and then get up here. But yeah, I was talking to Tom Hansing outside, and I said, "Hey, can we send Jake up?" He said, "Yeah, absolutely." So Jake was quick to say yes, for sure.
Well, for Tom, he's just happy to have some company out there.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. And of course, those guys. Of course, they're starters all over the country, and they do a magnificent job, and they become good friends for sure. So we're watching Robert Wickens take his paces around the course in that. Number 7 machine, normally piloted by Mikhail Aloshin. As we mentioned, Power, Newgarden, Hunter-Reay, Andretti, and Kimball are your top 5. So, Dave, what do you make of the parity that we're seeing in the Verizon IndyCar Series? Is it just a matter of this chassis engine package has been around for a while now, and the data has become very, very familiar to all of these race teams?
I think it's just evened itself out. I think water finds its level depending on whether the Hondas or the Chevrolets. What's going to happen next year, though, is all the more interesting when we have everyone running the same aero kits. So does that mean even more parity? If you can, if that's possible, we'll see. It doesn't hurt at all. When we went through the first how many races this year, it had a different winner each time. First 6, I think, until Rahal swept at Detroit. And it brings a great value to sponsors as well, knowing that, hey, you have a great shot at winning week in and week out, no matter where we go in the Verizon IndyCar Series schedule.
How about Simon Pagenaud? Typically, Dave, over the past several years, it's been a struggle at times for the defending series champion, and now all of a sudden, I mean, Simon is put together the kind of season that certainly puts him in contention. I mean, he had a 14th at Indianapolis, had issues with the car all day. He finished 16th at Belle Isle, but with the win at Phoenix, other than that, he hasn't finished outside the top 5.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of season you need to have if you want to repeat a series champion.
Even the win at Phoenix, that was kind of quiet as well. You looked up, and all of a sudden you see that bright number 1 Menard Chevrolet in victory lane. But here's the thing about Simon Pagenaud. As quiet as it's been, he is the only driver this year to complete every lap so far this year. So consistency is paying off for Simon Pagenaud, and there's no reason to think that when we're in Sonoma come season's end that he's not going to be another player for back-to-back championships.
Well, Kanan, I think the only one to ever do that, finish on the lead lap of every race and win the championship, and I think that was 2004, I believe. So that gives you an idea of the rarity of that accomplishment for sure.
Watching Robert Wickens hanging out there a little bit. The back end was kind of getting squirrely on that number 7 for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports and that Honda. Again, this might be, we were thinking yesterday, he might actually make it through the weekend racing for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, but that's not going to be the case. The latest word, at least on social media, is that Michaela Lotion has rectified the visa issues that he had in France and is now heading back to the States. But Robert Wickens, young man, is 28 years old, buddies with James Hinchcliffe, Hinch being the teammate on this team, very likely helped get him a ride at least for today. But guy that spent a lot of time in sports cars. He was in the Atlantic Series back in 2007, and would love to have an opportunity to race in the Verizon IndyCar Series some weekend, but just to get a foot in the door, that's going to be a big major step for Wickens here this weekend.
45-minute session in preparation for the Calder Grand Prix on Sunday for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Power continues P1. Newgarden, Hinch, Hunter Ray, and Rossi finding speed now. Pagenaud, Andretti, Kimball, Dixon, Castroneves the top 10. Everyone turning laps now. Pickett, Munoz, Kanaan, Chilton, and Jones, the top 15. Hildebrand, Gutierrez, Wickens, Daly, Rahal, and Sato. Again, this is practice session number 1 in preparation for Sunday's Calder Grand Prix here at Road America.
During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
IndyCarRadio.com, your source for info on the radio network and the Verizon IndyCar Series. Weekend schedules, podcasts.
This is Jake Query. Go to IndyCarRadio.com after today's race for a complete archive of our broadcast from pre-race to victory lane. Search for it under the multimedia tab at IndyCarRadio.com.
Plus, listen live to every practice, qualifying session, and race for Indy Lights and IndyCar. IndyCarRadio.com. Log on and get up to speed.
Ryan Marine, Jake Query patrolling pit road. Mark James stays first in the broadcast booth. We are now halfway through this initial practice session for the Verizon IndyCar Series here at Road America.
That's crazy. We're already halfway through this practice session.
Yeah, it's been an uneventful one to this point. Will Power is the only driver entered, by the way, Dave, who's won an IndyCar race here. Again, it's just the second year back.
Yeah.
But some pretty famous names, as we've said, have found success here earlier. Mario Andretti, Michael, and Emerson Fittipaldi have the most wins by an IndyCar driver of the track, 3. I think last year, significant in so many ways, tying in with the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. I mean, the return to historic Watkins Glen, the much-anticipated return here to Road America, and then down the road a little bit, we're going to make our return to Gateway. I know there have been some new venues that the whispers are getting louder, places like Nashville and whatnot, but there are some obviously some holes in the schedule, but again, IndyCar needs to walk that fine line, Dave, because as much as we like races and like to go racing, there is some consideration that has to be given on the impact that it has on the race teams for sure.
Yeah, well, we talked about the crash damage 2 weeks ago at Texas. Imagine if there was a race the week after Texas. These guys really would have been scrambling to get machines ready to go once again. But you talked about the stories coming out of Nashville that the streets down there might be ready to host a race, and you look at the TV numbers coming out of the Indianapolis 500, the top 5, top 6 TV numbers. Some of those cities came out of Nashville, Tennessee. Portland, Oregon was very high on the TV ratings as well. So there's a push that perhaps one day this series will return to Portland as well. That's stuff to consider, no doubt about it. But as you mentioned, you don't want to, flood the schedule too soon with a lot of races that perhaps these teams and up and down pit road are going to be able to handle.
18s are wild for the car of Esteban Gutierrez, Ryan Marine. He drives the 18, and he's 18th quick, but he sits on pit road with an issue.
So it would appear. He pulled into the pits about 5 minutes ago, guys, and as the right rear tire came off, there was a great deal of smoke coming off of the brakes, very reminiscent to some of the scenes that we saw from preseason testing at Sebring, where there were some overheating issues with the brakes. The team now is surrounding the car, taking a look at things. They're not really moving all that quickly at the moment, but surveying the issue. They work pretty quickly to try and bring the temperature down and get the smoking problem to dissipate. But for the moment, it appears that Esteban Gutierrez, back for his second race weekend, third race in the IndyCar Series, is mired on pit lane with some kind of a mechanical problem. We'll try and get more information when it becomes available.
Good stuff, Ryan. Thank you. And Dave, we saw some issues last year. Connor Daly, Brian Hunter-Ray, others down in Turn 1. This racetrack is like a lot. There are issues at times when it comes to Turn 1. And I think one of the things that makes this Turn 1 so interesting on starts and restarts is the elevation change off the final turn up the hill, and you come uphill, and then it flattens out, and then you go right back downhill to another elevation change, and it tightens up on you in a hurry.
When you talk about incidents in Turn 1, I always think back to 1990, what happened to A.J. Foyt. That's really one of his bigger accidents. That, of course, happened several decades ago. But Connor Daly last year was having a heck of a run. Probably would have finished in the top 5 or so if he didn't have issues in Turn 1. This place can get, 4 miles. That's a long way around any race course. This is really one of the more picturesque courses that we go to. Fans love this race course. Drivers love this race course. They're all excited about being back here for the second year, but this place can grab you. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's a picturesque race course as well, and that's why it's so very, very popular with the fans. And, many come in here midweek and settle in for the weekend. And, one of the changes that they made, I think, that's appealing to a lot of race fans is Dave, they're not going to funnel everybody out of here from the campgrounds and stuff on Sunday night. I mean, they're giving them an opportunity to maybe spend an extra evening here and then kind of scoot out on Monday, which might help the traffic exit. But let me say this, going back a year ago, with the number of people that were here on race day, it's clear they had done this before in other forms of motorsports because, there aren't really a lot of major thoroughfares near this racetrack, and they did a bang-up job of getting people in and getting them out last year at the conclusion of the event.
Well, I ran into some folks from Indianapolis. They were excited about coming back to this race course. It's not a short trip by any means from Indy, and it's a great opportunity for other guys that that have lived in this area, that have watched IndyCar racing growing up, and they're all excited to see it back once again this year.
But, Dave, if you take the right route, you have the Mars Cheese Castle to break the drive up, and that certainly makes the drive to Road America well worthwhile.
I've still got leftover cheese.
Let's go to. We'll ponder that and head to pit road and check in with Jay Query.
Charlie Kimball has brought in that number 83 Toshiba Honda, of course, for Ganassi Racing. Scott Harner has been on the headsets with him. And let me ask you first off, man, it seemed like in Texas, Scott, if you guys didn't have bad luck, you wouldn't have had any luck at all, because a great qualifying session, but in the race itself, did you ever find out what the issue was? Charlie had told me that perhaps that caution where he came in, you found a mechanical issue, might have actually been a blessing in disguise, because there could have been a problem brewing. What was the issue with the 83 machine in Texas?
Yeah, there was an oil line fitting on the front of the engine that ultimately, let us out of the race. To that point, it definitely could have gotten messy if we wouldn't have saw it on the pit stop. From that perspective, the timing was actually really good. There was plenty of oil in the underwing, and obviously when it's there, it ends up on the rear tires. So at that speed, at that place, it was definitely good that it happened the way it did.
I know it was an unfortunate incident, but I thought it illuminated the team aspect of this sport, because he was telling me, here the rear tire changer takes the tire off and has the presence of mind to notice that oil. Now, it might have been a lot of it, I don't know, but for him to be able to say, well, wait a minute, this is not safe to go back out, I think speaks volumes, does it not, about the fact that it's more than just the driver that affects what goes on in the race.
Yeah, totally. I mean, for Dave Arnold to be as heads up as he was, to actually be, be paying attention, to see something like that and go, hey, wait a minute, we got a problem. He was the first one waving his hand as soon as he got the tire off, and obviously then led to what we ultimately found. But yeah, no, for him to be heads up, to be tuned in the way it was a great job for sure by Dave.
This particular racetrack, we go now from an oval. You have, of course, the front pit stall because you had the pole qualifying position at Texas. But what sorts of things, once Charlie comes in, are you looking for on the car at this track? What challenges aerodynamically or engineering-wise does Road America present?
Well, the big thing for us is, us with being a Honda team, this is our first year doing it. Just trying to get a feel on the aero kit and see where we're at. Like you said, a big change coming from Texas to here. But just trying to get him comfortable, try to get our arms around the aero kit a bit better. I don't think mechanically we're quite where we need to be just yet. So still working on that, getting him up to speed, and just trying to get the most out of it we can. We got some pretty short sessions here, so we got to work at it pretty quick.
We'll let you get back to work. I appreciate the time as always.
Thanks, Jake.
Scott Harner, of course, talking with Charlie Kimball. Right now, that 83 Toshiba machine, the Honda, they're taking a look at it. They're making some adjustments to the balance in the rear of the race car, taking a long, hard look at the brakes in the front of the race car. We talked about the tire management. I think teams going a little bit conservative in this first session as well, just making sure that they're kind of babying their sets through, getting everything they need. And I talked to Charlie Kimball earlier this week, Mark, and he was saying that, Road America, it's different because it's a road course. Oftentimes at a street course, you start dealing with different surfaces, asphalt, onto cement, onto concrete, throughout the course of city streets. It's a little bit more consistent here at Road America, but that's kind of offset, Charlie told me, by just the elevation changes. The fact that while the grip might feel the same, the balance changes throughout the course of this massive facility. But once again, I think it's worth repeating as well, Mark, already a big crowd here, and a year ago I was blown away by the number of people that came here to Road America to camp out, to enjoy the weather, and it looks like it's going to be an absolutely spectacular weekend again. So if you were contemplating and you're within driving distance of coming here to Road America, I'd say it's a big thumbs up, because Mother Nature's cooperated, and already people enjoying the atmosphere here in Wisconsin.
Very well put, Jake Query. And, we, for those of us who had not been here, there was certainly a curiosity factor a year ago. But upon arrival, Dave, it didn't take long. And, I certainly get it. I mean, you can feel the electricity almost from the time that you pull onto the grounds. And I think the thing that makes it so popular is that, they treat everyone here like a guest. I mean, they roll out the red carpet for motorsports fans, and that's what makes people want to come back here year after year after year.
Yeah, it's a fantastic facility. And you think about, you mentioned earlier, the names that have won here. I mean, Mario Andretti won 3 times here, and his son Michael Andretti, also a 3-time champion. Jacques Villeneuve won here in his championship years. I mean, what kind of legacy does this place have? Well, Jacques' uncle, who goes by the same name, Jacques Villeneuve, won here back in 1985. Emerson Fittipaldi's won here. Danny Sullivan. The list just goes on and on. Some legendary names in open wheel racing have won on this race course. The question is, who's going to be next here this weekend?
We have about 12 minutes remaining in this session, and as we mentioned, the first of 2 practice sessions today, and then 1 session before we go qualifying tomorrow afternoon. And Dave, let's face it, they referenced it a few moments ago. The mindset of the teams going into practice sessions this year, totally different from what it was a year ago. And credit the Verizon IndyCar Series for that. A lot of times especially a Friday, teams would, manage their tire allotment and maybe not take full advantage of that first session on Friday. And they used to run somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 minutes. But, paring them down to 45 minutes, you get 2 today, 1 tomorrow. That leads to a lot more track activity, and again, that's what fans enjoy.
Well, I think Jay Fry and everyone at IndyCar has done a remarkable job in keeping a pretty similar schedule whatever weekend we go to, and it's a balance, right? Cost containment versus guys needing tires to go out and practice. So there's a fine line in there, the fine middle ground, and I think they found that because in these quick 45-minute sessions, you either want to get out there and get on with it, or you can't. You can't afford to sit on pit road too long.
Yep, coming up on 10 minutes in this session, in fact, Alexander Rossi is P1. Simon Pagino is second quick, a 43.3285 and a 43.5625. And then we go Will Power, Newgarden, and Dixon, the top 5. Hinch, Hunter Ray, Marco with a good first session. Hinch and Hunter Ray and Marco currently on pit road. Graham Rahal, Charlie Kimball complete the top 10. Elio 11th quick. Ed Jones, Carlos Munoz, Max Chilton, then Spencer Piggott the top 15. Then Kanan Sato, Hildebrand, Gutierrez back in the car this weekend. Robert Wickens subbing for Mikel Loshin. And then 21st quick is Connor Daly. Dave, what do you make of, let's face it, we got out of the box with some pretty impressive runs by Sebastian Bourdais. But what do you make of the season that Ed Jones is putting together? I mean, while the kid is currently 12th in points, let's face it, he's shown some flashes of being a guy that could be around this series for a while. He has a handful of top 10 finishes. He had his struggles from time to time. Finished 22nd the second Belle Isle race, but Dave, that was a mechanical issue. Very much in contention at Texas, had worked his way up from 19th when he was taken out in a multi-car incident after completing 151 laps. But, boy, I tell you what, this is a good young shoe that Dale Coyne has put in that race car.
Of course, he's the Indy Lights champion and gets the scholarship up to the next level there. But I go back to the Indy 500. I believe that Ed Jones should have been the Rookie of the Year. I know Fernando Alonso brought a lot of attention and whatnot to the series, but I would have liked to have seen Ed win the Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But at the same time, he's not flashy, but he is very consistent, very steady. He's still learning what this series is all about, and he's doing so in a very conservative way, but he's impressed a lot of people up and down pit road. And I believe it was Jake who mentioned that he's wearing a Walter Payton helmet scheme this weekend. Aren't we in Packers
Well,
country?
but it's Dale Coyne's association with Walter Payton.
Yep.
First win here for Payton, and I think from what I understand, Dale is going to be presented with that helmet following the race weekend. So that's that is the story behind that. But it is strange, quite frankly. We've seen a couple of shots of it to look into the cockpit and see, that Bears logo. It just looks like a football helmet.
That's like a next level dig, though.
Yeah,
isn't
well,
it? You come to Packers country and you're going to throw out a Bears helmet. So I mean, I get it. I don't mind myself, but I'm just saying.
It's the closest race to Chicago for Dale Coyne Racing.
That's right.
So that's why that's right. Anyway, Jake Query's on pit road. Jake?
Watching Graham Rahal bring in that number 15 machine, and one of the things that I've noticed in terms of the teams, we see this often. It seems to be the case typically in the first practice session of the weekend, but that's simply coming in, taking off that rear cowling, and a lot of work on the rear springs. That, of course, just setting up the balance of the race car and figuring out exactly where it needs to be, which leads to looking at the speed charts here. And certainly one practice session does not a weekend make, but it gives you a pretty good idea, I think, of one of the storylines. And that is what Scott Harner had mentioned when you talk about Ganassi Racing. They, of course, have coming in with that Honda engine, and as a result of that, when you look at it and you look at the engine, they were not in a Honda. They were in Chevrolets, of course, a year ago. So all of the data from a year ago is with a different aero kit, which makes it impressive that Scott Dixon finds himself fifth right now, because you look just above him, and what do you find? Joseph Newgarden, Will Power, Simon Pagenaud, all in a Chevrolet, but also all running, of course, an engine that the team has data and information previously on for this particular track. Alexander Rossi and Honda, exact same situation. Then you look back for the rest of Ganassi, I think it's pretty apparent that they probably are coming out and saying, let's try different setups and just see which one is the one that we need for our cars. Charlie Kimball, 11th at the moment. Max Chilton is 14th at the moment. And then you look, and I'm trying to find Tony Kanaan is 16th. So obviously, I think probably different setups, but just trying to find that balance is something that is the real challenge, I think, when you talk about a track this big with as many changes as they have.
Coming up on 6 minutes to go in this first practice session, Alexander Rossi continues P1. Pagenaud, Power, Newgarden, Dixon the top 5. Hinchcliffe, Hunter-Ray, Andretti, Castro Neves, Ray Hall the top 10. Chilton 11th, Kimball 12th, Jones 13th, Munoz 14th, and Spencer Pigot 15th. Tony Kanaan is 16th, Takuma Sato 17th, J.R. Hildebrand 18th, Esteban Gutierrez 19th. 20th is Robert Wickens, and 21st, Connor Daly here at Road America.
Hi, I'm Mario Andretti. To promote the Firehawk Indy 500 tire, Firestone asked me to describe what it feels like to win the world's biggest race on Firestone tires. I would say it feels like vroom, 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 ba-dum, vroom, 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 and that's pretty much it.
Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
IndyCarRadio.com, your source for info on the radio network and the Verizon IndyCar Series. Weekend schedules, podcasts.
Hey, race fans, this is Nick Yeoman. Check out IndyCarRadio.com for my IndyCar Radio Weekend Rewind. We'll take an in-depth look at the previous race weekend with driver interviews and race highlights. Search for it under the Fans tab.
Plus, listen live to every practice, qualifying session, and race for Indy Lights and IndyCar. IndyCarRadio.com. Log on and get up to speed.
Firestone broadcast booth on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Mark James, Dave First in the broadcast booth with Brian Marine and Jake Query. Doing a great job on pit road. A busy weekend for all of us here. We'll have Indy Lights qualifying for you at 3:30 Eastern this afternoon. As we see an issue, the 28 machine, turn number 14, Dave First. Not a good start to the weekend for Ryan Hunter-Ray.
This is the last thing Hunter-Ray needs to start his weekend. He's a guy that is just trying to finish some races. Had a very tough start to the season here in 2017, where he'd only finished, I believe, 3 of the first 7 races because of some mechanical issues and whatnot. Just trying to get this 2017 season going. And it looks like Hunter-Ray has knocked it pretty good, pretty deep into the pea gravel here at Road America.
He's kicked some of that up on the car, as a matter of fact, and it came to a rest sideways against the tires. For those of you not able to see the video, and he's waiting patiently for the Mato safety team to arrive on the scene and extricate that car, but I haven't had a chance to look at the replay yet, but a very fast portion of the race course, and one that leads you toward the main straightaway. So anyway, as we said, Lights qualifying at 3:30 Eastern this afternoon. Then we'll close out our day at 4:15 Eastern with the final IndyCar practice session. Then a busy day, bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:50 Eastern. We'll have Indy Lights qualifying, and then, of course, IndyCar practice at 12 noon. That's the final session. And then Indy Lights race number 1 will be at 1 Eastern, and then IndyCar qualifying at 3:55 Eastern. So, Dave, plenty on our plate this weekend for sure.
Not too much time to finish up my cheese from the Mars Cheese Castle, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
I got some leftovers.
Ryan Hunter-Ray was 8th quick at the point in which the red flag came out, and again 2.5 minutes remaining in the session. And I tell you what, Dave, he had a lot of momentum, and it carried him all the way across that trap and up against the tire barrier. So again, the story unfolding this weekend. Robert Wickens in the car now. Question is he going to stay in that car for Mikel Aloshin? Let's find out from the team owner Sam Schmidt. Ryan Marine is with him.
Yeah, that is the question indeed. Standing by with Sam Schmidt. Robert Wickens in the car right now, standing in for Mikel Aloshin, at least for the short term. What is the update that you have? What's the latest you've heard from Mikel and his travails trying to get back to the U.S.?
Supposedly on a flight. We'll see. Just had a day delay in his visa from Paris. So as far as we know, he's on a flight supposed to land in Chicago tonight, and we'll see.
So I know that James and Robert did a car swap, an IndyCar for James and then the DTM car for Robert. When that happened, did you have any idea that might lead to something more down the road?
No, not really. It was good exercise, and I think they both had a good time doing it, and good for the fans. And I've always been a fan of Robert, watching him back at Atlantics and 2007, and thought he should have been in IndyCar. No ifs, ands, or buts, but timing as it were with the merger back and limited seats, went to Europe and has done a fantastic job at DTM. So I always had a lot of respect for him and his talents, and it was right place, right time. We had made a seat for that DTM thing, and he was close, and it was a perfect storm for today. So we'll see what happens the next couple days.
Can you take us through the timeline then of finding out, first of all, you had the issues that you had to get sorted out, and then trying to settle on a replacement driver?
Yeah, really up until yesterday morning, we thought that Mikel would come in yesterday, and we'd be cruising on down normal fashion. And then yesterday morning, got the call that his passport didn't show up, and we didn't know if it'd be a day or 2 days or 3 days. So it was a bit of a scramble, just calling a half a dozen guys and see where they are and see where their seats are, and everything goes along with it. And we had already had his seat, Robert's seat, so that was kind of just sort of convenience. Who could get here the quickest and get in the car? And so it's worked well. He's coming up to speed. He hasn't driven here in 10 years, and so I think it's going according to plan right now.
Appreciate the time, Sam. Thanks.
You got it.
And Robert Wickens, like Sam said, it's been a while since he's been here. 2007 in the Atlantic Championship, actually raced against James Hinchcliffe in that race 10 years ago. He's currently plying his trade in the DTM series over in Europe. He had a race last weekend in Hungary, as a matter of fact. So anyway, impressive to see him getting up to speed here at Road America.
Thanks, Ryan. Great stuff, and appreciate Sam Schmidt and explain the situation firsthand, developing between Mikel Aloshin and Robert Wickens in that 7-car. And Dave, checker out on this session. They got the car back underway, and just before he got back onto the racetrack, it stalled, and so they're gonna kind of quick jack, maybe get him up and over the racetrack, getting back onto the course, then getting refired so he can get back to pit road. But that's gonna the 1-car incident involving Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to bring out the checker on the session.
I think even if they would have been able to get Hunter-Reay back out on the race course, then back on pit road, it would have only been maybe 20 seconds or so, some green flag time, so everyone able to do maybe one more lap, but that wasn't the case. And that's it for session number 1. Alexander Rossi, you see on the video right now, climbing out of his car. Talking to his crew, guys, nice start for the weekend for last year's Indy 500 champion in Alexander Rossi. Simon Pagenaud is second quick. Will Power third. Joseph Newgarden fourth. Scott Dixon fifth. 3 Chevys in the top 5. Nice start for Team Penske here this weekend.
Good start to the weekend for Marco Andretti, 9th quick on the speed chart. And Alexander Rossi, though, is the guy that everyone is chasing for now, Ryan.
Yeah, standing by with Alexander, just got out of the race car. He won in the first session. Your impressions of the race car and the racetrack?
It's early, so obviously it's a good way to start. We've known all year we have a fast car. We just haven't executed, so hopefully this weekend is our time, and we'll get that first win under our belt. But like I said, it's early, and we'll just have to keep developing as the day goes on.
Appreciate the time. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Good stuff, Alexander Rossi. And again, let's face it, he becomes more and more comfortable, Dave, as we get through the schedule. And each and every week we see after practices and then after qualifying that car of Alexander Rossi. He's now officially a threat week in and week out.
I would describe it as night and day from last year to this year. The comfort factor that Rossi is in the middle of, and of course, winning Indy 500 champion puts a lot of pressure on a young man. All of a sudden, he's the guy that everyone's looking at. He gets all the publicity. Alexander Rossi, though, nice start. Number 98 machine starting P1 here today.
About the driver P2 after this session, Simon Pagano's with Jake Query.
Found it interesting. Pagano hopped out of the car and went over and just kind of checked over the tires. I would think that with a circuit this big, you have an increased chance of collecting a lot of stuff on those Firestone Firehawks. Let's begin with that. How were the tires in this first session?
Yeah, it's good. It's last year was very much a tire management kind of race, so I just like to check my tires, make sure that one end is not more worn than the other end. So it felt really good. The Menards car is fast. Comfortable fast as well, so it's very encouraging for the weekend. But the tires are your contact to the ground, so you better make sure that they're all in good shape.
This circuit is really fun to watch, just with the elevation changes. It's beautiful. But how is it to drive? Is it as fun to drive as it is to watch?
Yeah, it's a serious thrill out there. The carousel is one incredible corner. Of all the tracks we go to, it's probably one of the most challenging. And you're really playing with the balance of the car throughout the corner. But everywhere else, it requires to be good in the slow speed corners, good in the high speed. So you have to have all the sets of skills, all the good sets of skills to be faster on this track. It's quite a thrill and honestly a great opportunity to feel what the Indy cars can be like.
Appreciate the time. Have a safe weekend.
Thank you.
That's Simon Pagano.
Great job, Ryan Marie, Jake Query, for getting us the top two, Alexander Rossi and Simon Pagano, and getting the latest straight from Sam Schmidt as to where we stand with the 7 machine. Part of us will be a part of MX5 racing coming your way at 1:40 Eastern here. Indy Lights qualifying at 3:30 Eastern this afternoon, then a final IndyCar practice session at 4:15 Eastern. On site, production and engineering by Rick Evans, the director of the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network, is Wally Levitt. And again, thanks to Ryan and Jake for their work on pit road. Also, thanks to Dave First for joining me in the booth. Rossi, Pagano, Power, Newgarden, Dixon, your top 5 after practice session number 1 here at Road America.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al.
Road America would like to recognize our 2017 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our landmark sponsors, Sargento, Johnsonville, Briggs & Stratton, Corvette, Continental Tire, Orion Lighting, SeaTech Motorplex, and Lester Buildings. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America, which keeps our 640-acre facility looking beautiful. Skag is headquartered in Mayville, Wisconsin. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. The Gale Company, the official heavy equipment supplier of Road America. Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner of Road America. The SS Badger Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Lake Forest Hearing Professionals, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, TNT Rescue Tools, SeaTech, Race America, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, and Collins Classic Auto Speed Zone in Turn 5. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool of Road America. Sunoco, the official race fuel of Road America. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, Johnsonville, Hawk Performance, Kohler Company, Aaron's, Torquay Coffee, Muscle Car Restoration, and Continental Tire. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. Race fans enjoy the conveniences of home with the Briggs & Stratton Power Smart Series inverter generator. The P2200 and P3000 feature parallel capabilities. Working together, they're powerful enough to fuel any AC unit in your RV while keeping the entertainment going. They're even safe for sensitive electronics like smartphones and tablets. Trust Briggs & Stratton to power your tailgating activities during this year's Road America season. Pick up your Briggs & Stratton inverter generator at any Menards today. Sunoco would like to welcome you to Road America for today's events. From the racetrack to the road home, fill up with Sunoco, the essence of racing. Sunoco makes high-quality performance fuels for the greatest drivers in the world, both on and off the track. Whether you're pulling up to the pump or into the pits, you can trust Sunoco to be the fuel that keeps you going. Fill up with Sunoco, the essence of racing. Skag Power Equipment is proud to be the official lawnmower of Road America. Cut your lawn mowing time in half with American-made high-performance mowers from Skag. Proudly made in Mayville and West Bend, Wisconsin, Skag mowers are the benchmark of the commercial-grade lawnmower industry. Visit skagracing.com to learn more about Skag mowers. Check them out online at skag.com. Kohler Company welcomes you to Road America. As the title sponsor of the 2017 Kohler Grand Prix and longtime supporter of motorsports, we salute your passion and enthusiasm. Enjoy the races. You're invited to nearby destination Kohler where shopping, golfing, dining, and relaxation await. Or visit us online at Kohler.com to explore our kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, premier cabinetry and tile, and more. Dean, we are in the middle of a Fast Friday. It is 11:38. We are approaching our start of our pre-race. We'll throw it down to Tony Laporta and Rob Howden, who will be standing by on the grid before this Cooper Tires USF 2000 Grand Prix of Road America, powered by Mazda. We've got lots of activity happening at the racetrack. Of course, the Twin Zip Line is open today. Spectator karting at the SeaTech Motorplex, Family Fun Zone, and, of course, autograph sessions all throughout the IndyCar Fan Village. And I believe that autograph session also takes place this afternoon at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, the autograph session at the IndyCar Fan Village with the drivers of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Just before their Verizon IndyCar Series practice 2 coming up at 3:15. So without further ado, we will take a step aside and join Tony Laporta down on pit road in about a minute or so. So, Dean, what are you looking forward to in this USF 2000 race?
I'm really looking forward to this race. Of course, it's the first race of the day. We've had practice, we've had qualifying. Now it's time to shed all that and get down to some serious racing for a checkered flag and a podium finish.
You know, and it's a great series, and these Cooper tires are a great set of rubber. They tend to last the entire length of the race, but you still can't abuse them. But certainly a great series. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Grand Prix of Road America, powered by Mazda. For Dean Strom in the booth, my name is Eric Miller. We'll join you again for the race call. Rob Howden and Tony Laporta standing by on pit lane. Thank you, Rob, and great job, gentlemen, down there on pit lane, getting us all set for this Cooper Tire USF 2000 Grand Prix of Road America, powered by Mazda. Kohler Company, a longtime supporter of motorsports, welcomes you to Road America. Visit Kohler.com to explore their kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, award-winning resort destinations, premier cabinetry and tile, and much more. Enjoy the races. And our first race of the weekend is this great Cooper Tires USF 2000 powered by Mazda. We'll expect Rob here in the booth again coming up in just a little bit. Dean, the anticipation of this race weekend here in Wisconsin, very palpable. A great crowd on hand, and it's only Friday. This crowd's going to get bigger and bigger for tomorrow and Sunday as well. Great campers already out throughout the entire 640 acres of Road America, but this facility is ready to go racing on a fast Friday.
This facility just rocked it, knocked it out of the ballpark last year. It was a great four-day event. I expect nothing but the same here in 2017. You mentioned day 2 of 4. This is our first race of the weekend, USF 2000. A lot to look forward to, a lot to watch in this race. Just shy of 20 entries. You met some of the drivers, the top 3 drivers. Hope you had a chance to position yourself around one of the big screens here on this sprawling 4-mile, 14-turn course. An absolutely glorious day. It's getting exciting, Eric.
Absolutely. So let's kind of take you around a lap of Road America here for this Mazda Road to Indy. These cars are momentum cars. You've got to keep the speed up. You've got to rotate through the corner well. You got to make a good apex, hit the center apex, and certainly not make a mistake off and exceed the track limits. But turn 1. It's a fast corner. You've obviously got a pretty early turn-in position here to kind of swing off. You go downhill across turn 2 into turn 3, and again another couple of downshifts into a corner that's all about momentum, not scrubbing off much speed. You want to get a good arc through the corner. You get underneath the Sargento Bridge all the way down into the braking zone at turn 5. You're coming downhill, and this is where a lot of people make mistakes, especially at the start when you're all bounced up 2-3 wide in some cases. If you've got a lot of traffic, you've got to be very careful upon approach, especially if you're on driver's left to the inside of 5. If you've got somebody on the outside, you can't necessarily arc the apex very well. So you've got to kind of just be very careful, very cautious at the start. You go up the hill to 6. It's like a rocket ship. If you've never been at turn 6, you look up and it's just a massive hill to the Corvette Bridge and a blind left-hand corner.
That's just it. When you get to the top of the hill, there's a blind left-hand corner, which is turn 6, and it is between 5 and 6, perhaps 2 of the most exciting turns here of the 14.
Absolutely, and there's no reason why not to go sit over there in turn 6. If you haven't sat down there in a while, you definitely want to do it because this start is going to be absolutely fantastic. So out of 6, you've got another momentum corner that really builds you in through 7 into hurry downs to turn 8, where we talked about earlier in the qualifying session. These cars in the carousel are going to just bank a lot of speed. It's off camber downhill. They get on the power coming out of turn 10, and then they've got the kink. Whether or not you can hold it wide open through the kink is going to be the critical story. It's all about keeping that momentum and the car wound up through the corner into Kettle Bottoms.
And it really takes you through the back half of the course, through Kettle Bottoms, as you say, another long straightaway, and it leads us down into Canada Corner, turn 12, downhill, a right-hander, and things can get exciting there as well.
Absolutely. Once you get to Canada Corner, again, a quick right-hander, the braking zone, cars will kind of fan out a little bit. It's a great passing opportunity, but it's really easy to make a mistake if you get stuck to driver's right, in this case, to the inside of the corner. You want to come off at turn 12 a little bit wider than you typically would on a normal corner, just simply because the wider you track out at turn 12, you get a more straight line right through the switchback of a right-left-hander into 13 from what we call Thunder Valley. Once you're out of 13, you get to 14, and you're up this massive Road America straightaway. You come underneath the bridge, and that starter stand, Rob Howden, is kind of blind to the drivers until you kind of crest that hill, and it's an uphill, and then it comes right back downhill. It's a little bit of a roller coaster ride on the Road America straightaway.
Yeah, that's some great insight from guys who know this racetrack, and you're right. When you crest over that hill, you can't see that flag flying. And again, we're going to have one of our guests throw on our flag here today for this USF 2000 crew. It's actually one of our guests from Elite Engines, Todd Nelson, going to throw the green flag, but these drivers will be relying on their spotters. They're going to be looking at that flag as soon as that thing goes green. They're going to be screaming in their ears. And this is an opportunity to make up a lot of time here. And, again, we always worry about turn 1, down to turn 3, over to 5. But you know when it comes to USF 2000, these young drivers are always so hungry to try to find spots. Remember, Dakota Dickerson was able to work his way all the way up 10 spots. So this time we're now underway. Wow. We went green, and Oliver Askew got the huge jump. Oliver able to beat Malukas to the line. I didn't get a chance to see the actual start as they came through, but clean right now as they work their way now through turn number 1. Again, lots of runoff room on the outside with the gravel, but there is some pavement on the outside as well that allows you to overcook a little bit. Drivers using as much as they possibly can as they come down underneath the Briggs and Stratton Bridge over to turn number 3. Here's that first run now, down the straightaway under the Sargento Bridge into turn number 5. I absolutely love this corner of the racetrack into turn 5. That downhill braking over to the left-hand corner, then back up the hill to turn 6. Who will be the first driver in? Askew with a big lead, and they'll stack them up 2 by 2. Eric, good-looking run. Oh, one driver off a little bit, coming a little too much, overcooked a little bit. Having a look at these drivers working their way now through turn number 7 for the first time, through 6, 7, and 8. 8's a tough corner as well, the hurry down section. That sets up for the run down the back straightaway for sure. They'll come through the hurry downs, turn number 8, then under the bridge over to turn number 9, which is the carousel. And Eric, such a tough part of this racetrack. Off camber, downhill, a challenge for these young drivers.
Well, absolutely, and you have to be very careful not to track out wide as you come underneath the bridge there. It's a place where if you get a wheel or two off into the grass, it can suck you right into the tire barrier off the corner. So you've got to be really careful on the exit to 10, but you need a really good run to get through Kettle Bottoms into Canada where they are now.
Yeah, incredible run here early for David Malukas. He lost the lead, as we said. Askew got the jump and was able to beat him down to turn number 1, but Malukas has since taken it back. So David Malukas, your leader now, out of Canada corners. They come up through Billy Mitchell Bend. Going to complete that opening lap here. Excellent run early. Top 5 drivers settled in. We'll give you the top 10 rundown when they come across the stripe for you here, just to kind of set the stage for the remainder of this race to get things underway. Malukas with the lead, Askew second, Renus VK in the 21 runs third, Lucas Cole in the 23 fourth, Moises De Oliveira holding on to fifth, Parker Thompson moves up into the 6th spot, McGinnis 7th, Kalen Frederick 8th, Devin Wojcik 9th, and Colin Kaminsky now into the top 10.
Well, you saw in the view into turn 14, McGinnis tracked way out wide, 4 tires almost on the rumble strips off of 14, and it cost him a little bit of momentum coming down the straightaway.
As they work their way down to turn 3 now over to through the kind of kink turn 4 under the Sargento Bridge over to 5. You can see that Malukas already going on the defense, and that's allowed everyone to kind of stack up behind him. Top 5 drivers right there as Malukas, who may have the speed to pull away, already running that defensive line down the hill. We got a pass for second as well. VK, we believe. Oh, there's a block to the inside coming up the hill. That's 2 moves. Coming up the hill, driving from the outside to the inside, back to the outside. You cannot do that.
Not sure if that was Cole or De Oliveira. That
Driver
was the battle,
off.
4th and 5th.
One of the Pelfrey drivers all the way off, 4 wheels off, coming out of turn number 6. It'll be hard to pick up the number on that car. De Oliveira trying to go to work here on Lucas Cole as well. But again, one of the Pelfrey cars, 4 wheels off at 6. And that's such a tough corner, Eric. It's a blind corner, turning over the hill. Car gets really loose. You try to carry as much speed as you can, but you end up going off the outside of the corner.
Yeah, it's really easy to stay on the power too long. You kind of misjudge your braking point because of the bridge. This time of day, you've got a little bit of a brake marker you can use with the shadow of the bridge, but sometimes it's really easy to misjudge it, especially later in the day.
Again, through the Kettle Bottoms, that twisty and winding part
VK
of the racetrack.
is your leader through
Really?
turn 12, I believe. I believe that is VK that's gotten out front.
Indeed it has, and for the first time in 5 races, we have a new leader up front. Remember, Oliver Askew's been absolutely dominant in this program since winning the second race of the doubleheader in St. Petersburg. Well, now it's Renus VK and David Malukas stretching away. That third-place car there in the order is Oliver Askew, the sole red car for Cape Motorsports. Right behind him, Lucas Cole in the black, number 23 for Pabst Racing. McGinnis now with the new fast lap, though. Let's have a look at the driver falling down. And indeed was Kalen Frederick in the number 81. He's had some great runs here this year early in the season, a number of podium finishes. But again, did not qualify that well. Qualified further down the order in 12th position and worked his way up probably to 8th or 9th. But then that off in turn number 6 sets him all the way back to 13th once again. And sometimes here at Road America, when you've made up ground, it's better just to kind of settle in for a bit and just realize that you've been successful early on.
Malukas has the lead now underneath the Sargento Bridge, heading into the braking zone into turn 5. So Malukas used a little bit of momentum off of turn 1, has gotten back around VK as they head into turn 5 into the braking zone, up the hill, and Malukas goes white to driver's left. Really defensive line off of 5 up the hill underneath the Corvette Bridge.
I'll tell you, it'll be the first time that David Malukas has been right in the spotlight of our race directors here. And, of course, as we know, lots of video cameras to watch around this track, and they'll be for certain watching the current setup here for Malukas. He is running in the middle of the racetrack. He's defending like crazy. Not sure how this is going to fly here as he has gone back to the lead, as Eric said, able to get back by Renus VK. They'll come down through the carousel. Looks to me like a challenge coming here pretty soon for 5th as Parker Thompson in the exclusive Autosport number 90 trying to make a move on Moises de Oliveira. Thompson, third-year driver in the series, ran for JDC Motorsports in 2015, came second in the championship with Cape Motorsports last year with a ton of race wins, including one in his home country event in Toronto. He's from the west coast of Toronto, west coast of Canada, but that win in Toronto, like a home win for him. This is aggressive racing, Eric. These guys are really laying it out here coming out of Canada corner.
Well, turn 12 is one of those places where you've got a little bit more runoff room than you do elsewhere, and if you push it, you can actually miss a little bit of that runoff area, and there's a strip of grass there, and a couple of guys have now clipped that as they come off at 12. But one of the Pelfrey cars again off of the grass.
Both Pelfreys.
Off at turn 14. And that's definitely going to hurt them on the straightaway. Malukas now with the lead, and Kelvin Ming with the fast lap now, 2:12.03 for Kelvin Ming, running back in the 10th spot now.
Eric, how many times have you seen that where you get one driver fixated on the gearbox of the guy in front of him, he goes off, and the driver just follows him right off? And that was Jacob Loomis in the number 82 who followed off his teammate Kalen Frederick, who just overcooked the entry coming in to turn 14. And as you said, they've lost a ton of room back to Dev Gore, who currently runs in the 13th position. But up front, what a battle here. These guys are really dicing it out. We haven't seen this kind of wheel-to-wheel all year long. The rookies starting to get more comfortable. As we said, they're always a little bit tentative when we head to St. Petersburg because, that concrete wall-lined racetrack can be sketchy. Here's the battle side by side at top of the hill, turn 6. That's for 5th position. Thompson trying the outside. Does he make it stick? Book it. He's through. Thompson now into the 5th position. That's going to put Devin Wojcik right on to the rear wing of De Oliveira. McGinnis right there. Kaminsky in the fight. There goes McGinnis to the inside as well.
Malukas has been warned from the steward of the meet to be careful of not having a defensive position change. It's okay to change your line a little bit directly off the corner, but you've got one move. That second move is what's got him the warning last time from 5 into 6.
And that's the give and take. If you're going to move to the inside to block the inside, you can't come back to the outside to get the advantageous run through the line. You have to hold that inside line, which will, in theory, rob you of exit speed from coming out of that corner. So if your move is to defend, you're going to lose the exit speed. You can't have both. And again, as Eric said, David Malukas getting that warning to watch the defense. You're okay. You're allowed to make the one move to defend to the inside. You just can't come back out to set up for the corner. We saw him do that in turn number 6.
Oliver Askew is dropped from 2nd back to 4th now. Kind of got shuffled out in the run to Canada corner. So Malukas continues to lead with Cole, VK, and Askew all in tow here on the front stretch.
You know what? I think a guy to watch out for now is going to be Parker Thompson as well. Parker up into the 5th position. He's going to see if he can't close in here as well. You know what's having a fantastic run we haven't mentioned yet? Ricky Donison in the other Cape Motorsports car number 2 started 16th. Donison now up into the 10th position. He had a podium finish the road course into the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That was, I think, huge for his confidence. He's making a move here again. In fact, Donison able to get by. I think he was battling with Enders there at one point. So Donison now into the 10th position. But the fight up front, very real. Malukas, VK, Cole, Askew, and Thompson. About 0.3 of a second back to Devin Wojcik from Thompson last time by the stripe. As they work their way through turn number 5. Thompson a little ways back, but he's got a bit of a gap back to McGinnis, who's got to 6. Looks to me like Robert McGinnis in the yellow Team Pelfrey, Eric, back to the 6th position.
Yeah, definitely. We may have a new leader as well through 7 into Hurry Downs. I believe that VK has gotten around Malukas.
Indeed he has. Renus VK has the lead in the Pabst Racing number 21, and we only have 2 race winners on the season. Robert McGinnis got the campaign off to a great start. He won at St. Petersburg, and you expected that he may go on a bit of a tear, but the rookie Oliver Askew then found the win in race number 2. He swept the weekend at Barber Motorsports Park and did it once again, back-to-back jacks at the IndyCar Grand Prix. Right now, though, Askew's got a battle on his hands, most definitely, as VK now into the lead. In fact, here comes a charging Lucas Cole. As the couple of the Pabst Racing cars looking very good. Remember, we said that Calvin Ming had turned the fastest lap of the race a couple laps ago. He's a Pabst Racing driver as well. So they've got a pretty good setup. Ming started well down the field in the 15th position, now runs in 9th. So it's been a good recovery for Ming as well. Driver off into the gravel. Let's see if he can keep it going. That's going to be, I believe, De La Vera. Indeed, De La Vera able to get it back out, but that was in turn 14. Just didn't have a turn in coming into turn 14. And again, we see Chandler Horton off track as well. Some kind of an issue with Chandler Horton. He's on pit lane. Not off track, but indeed on pit lane. But it was De La Vera. Tough one for him. He had a great qualifying run, was in the top 10. But Eric just, that turn into turn number 14, you're trying to carry so much speed there, just not able to make it work.
You've got a lot of times a rise from 13 into 14, and you're kind of cresting the hill a little bit, and then you've got to go from the right side to the driver's left to make that arcing apex into 14. Sometimes it's really easy to misjudge it. You got to wheel off in the grass to the outside of 14 there, and it just sails you right into the gravel.
I think that's an incredible point. Every time I've driven here, coming under you at one point when I used to race here under the bridge, but even over the top of the bridge now, and into the bend, it's that right-left combination of that transition where they said the car gets upset, and you're trying to get it back to the right spot, you're trying to get back to your braking point, and again, just a little bit of an issue for De La Vera. He'll fall to the very tail of the field in 18th. Of course, absolutely covered those tires with the gravel from the trap on the outside of 14, so it'll take a while for him to get cleaned up, and we'll see if he's able to close his way back up here.
Sounds like the car of Enders may have a wing drag. So the wing may be askew on the 11 car of Enders. That was the issue with Horton as well. Horton had a front nose wing that was apparently had been broken on the start. So that's what rendered them on the pit lane. They're back out about a lap down for Horton. But keep an eye on Enders now. Currently in the top 10, running 10th. Good run for that team, but they may need to come to pit lane.
Yeah, there was some pretty aggressive racing. Not surprising that Horton might have had a little bit of an issue. There was a lot of aggressive running in the tail part of the field in those opening laps. Again, drivers settling in here now, but we definitely have a battle at our hands. VK leading by only a half a second from Malukas last time by the stripe. The gap's opened up a little bit because here comes Oliver Askew back once again. Askew's been able to get to third. So Lucas Cole goes back to fourth. You got to figure just a little bit of a mistake there for Lucas Cole. Askew now with fast lap of the race. We are not even halfway through. And you always wonder about setup and about who has a car that's going to be better near the end of the race. Of course, no pit stops for USF 2000. It's a straight 30-minute race. The way you set your tire pressure, maybe the way you set the aero on the car so that it's going to not be too tough on the tires. This track, with the extended side G-loads we put on the cars and a lot of these corners on the tires, you can use up the tires pretty easily if you overdrive it. Let's see what happens with Malukas. Remember, he was running those defensive line, and the defensive line is equally as tough on tires as well. Down to 5. Here they come through. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's your top 5 driver, Parker Thompson. Good battle here, though, for 6th and 7th as Calvin Ming. Is he the driver on the move now? Wow. Yeah, Calvin Ming was 9th just 2 laps ago. The number 22 now to 7th and putting the pressure here on Robert McGinnis.
Ming setting the fast lap about 2 laps ago, but has consistently been a little bit quicker then McGinnis and Thompson ahead of him and clearly chasing them down. So he's got the fishing pole in hand out, trying to reel him in. VK still out front. He's had the lead for 3 laps, as did Malukas. So 2 leaders here in this race. Malukas did have the warning for blocking, and it kind of cost him a little bit. He tried to take a little bit more defensive line up the hill, and cost him a little bit of momentum into turn number 6. How VK got around about 2 laps ago. So VK now consistently pulling away a little bit. Gap is up to about 0.8 of a second out front, and then about another 10th or 2 behind to Askew, back to 3rd spot in that Soul Red Mazda.
I'll tell you, again, keep an eye on Oliver Askew, that number 3. That car's looking very good now. Good fight as well here between, I believe it's Dev Gore.
I believe Askew's actually gotten around Malukas. So,
you're right.
Askew's actually second now as they come off of 14. So somewhere on the backside of the race course, Malukas got out wide, and Oliver able to get around him. And Oliver's going to charge. He is quick here at Road America, no question.
He was a second faster than Malukas last lap, 0.2 of a second off of VK, and only 0.8 of a second back. And with these long straightaways, let's see if Askew's going to get the benefit of the draft, working their way down to turn number 5. Renus VK in the 21, second in points. Askew, your point leader, trying to win his 6th straight USF 2000 event. Renus VK would like to stop that streak and put his name on one of these trophies here. Again, the drivers working their way down to 5. You can see the gap between 1st and 2nd, maybe a length and a half at this point. So again, they'll work their way through turns number 7 and 8. Down to 8, rather, the hurry downs. Downhill braking corner. There's a number of downhill braking corners in this racetrack that really challenge the drivers. Downhill braking, of course, has to lengthen your brakes because you got to get on early. That car wants that forward momentum to continue. You got to be a little earlier on the brakes. And again, Calvin Ming continuing to try to work his way forward, see if he can't get by Robert McGinnis. But right now, here's your top 5 as we're looking at about maybe 13 minutes remaining in this race. Renus VK leads, but not by much, as you can see Oliver Askew now up on the wheel. David Malukas runs in 3rd. Lucas Cole in 4th. Parker Thompson 5th. Robert McGinnis in 6th spot, being challenged by Calvin Ming. Colin Kaminsky in the 27 in 8th. Devin Wojcik 9th. And in the 10th position, Kalen Frederick has worked his way back up. Remember, Kalen went 4 wheels off over in turn number 14, but he has fought his way back now into the 10th position. Watching that gap, we'll look at lap times this time by. It was a 2:11.5 to a 2:11.3 between VK and Askew. 2:11.2, 2:11.5. This time, VK goes 0.3 quicker. Fight coming up the straightaway here, though. What a battle. That's probably about 6th, 7th, 8th, I think, the fight here. Again, watching the drivers come down through the Briggs and Stratton tower there, coming through turn number 2. The little kick, turn 2 down to 3. And here's that fight. What a great battle that is. I want to say it's Thompson, Ming, McGinnis, Kaminsky, and Frederick potentially. Frederick now to 9th position. So Kalen Frederick able to get by Wojcik. He'll now go into 9th. Yeah, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th battling it out now. Kaminsky trying to hold back McGinnis and Frederick. You can see those 2 yellow Team Pelfrey cars. They're able to get by Kaminsky. Are they both by coming through 6? And I think indeed they are. So that'll move Kaminsky down into the 9th position. 1st to 5th, pretty locked. And again, Ming, McGinnis, Frederick, and Kaminsky. That's the battle, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. The 2 drivers on the move, Calvin Ming and Kalen Frederick, trying to recover from the issues they had. Of course, Ming struggled in qualifying. Frederick 4 wheels off in turn 14 earlier in the race. Over a second now, the gap between your top 2 drivers as VK put a really good lap down there, 2:11.2. want to say that might be the best lap time we've seen so far, 2:11.2. Indeed it has. So quick lap for Rinus VeeKay to allow him to stretch the lead a bit over Oliver Askew. Again, this is that battle for the championship as well. This is second versus first. VeeKay trying to whittle into it. Oh, driver coming off. That's
Oliver Askew, I believe.
That's the
the
Cape
sole red
Motorsports car of
car.
Askew.
Second place.
Oliver Askew just jumped into pit lane. Talk about your championship going upside down. We've talked about this. All it takes is a DNF. And Oliver Askew pulling into pit lane. We're waiting for him to climb up the hill here past us here at start-finish. So talk about a game changer. Oliver Askew into pit lane in the number 3. There he is. You can see him on screen working his way up to his Cape Motorsports crew. We'll see if we can't pick up something from there. But again, Eric, talk about the championship taking a turn.
That sends the top of that points battle upside down because there's only 1 or 2 cars that are down the lap here. So if he can even get back on the racetrack, he's looking at maybe 16th, 17th at this point. Maybe he's got a tire down. Something happened to Oliver Askew, but VeeKay now sets sail, a 2.7-second lead over Malukas at the line, and another 4 seconds back to Cole.
Oliver Askew is still going to have a big point lead. He had 60 points coming in here, but you're talking about probably
narrowing the gap.
A 20 to 25 point swing. He's going to get some points still, but not many. And this is going to allow VeeKay and everybody else to close up. Let's not just say VeeKay, but the entire field gets to close up. So they're all trying to do the best they can here now. Rinus VeeKay, your leader in the number 21. The VeeKay standing for Van Kamphout, driver from the Netherlands. Rinus VeeKay, the Americanized version of his name, and he is looking forward to making a name for himself here today by grabbing his first Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires win. Could happen here today at Road America. Good fight further back there as well. I think I want to say that might be Ming and Thompson going at it. Indeed, I think that's Calvin Ming by Parker Thompson in Canada corner for 4th.
We said that Ming was in a hurry, and he's certainly trying to go on the go button.
Top 5 in points coming into this race. Askew led by 60 over VeeKay, Frederick, Thompson, and Dakota Dickerson. Dakota having some budget issues, had to shelve the season, and at this point, I'm not sure whether we'll see Dakota back here again this year.
McGinnis has gotten around Frederick in those 2 Pelfrey cars. So McGinnis back up to the 6th spot after tracking out wide off of 14 and losing a couple of spots. Frederick, Kaminsky, and Wojcik and Donison currently your top 10. But VeeKay and Malukas now separated by 3.4 seconds. VeeKay just head down, elbows up, and really just driving away from this field.
Interesting that the 2 drivers from Team Pelfrey battling it out right now as well. Robert McGinnis and Kalen Fredericks. If they were to work together, they may be able to close up with the top 5, but they came too wide all the way down the hill through turn number 2 down to turn number 3. We are getting a report from pit lane that Oliver up on the curb aggressively and potentially some loose wheel nuts on the right side of that car. So potentially we have to expect a vibration in the right front.
And a vibration here is definitely not something you want with the 3 long straightaways you have here. Definitely upset the balance of the car.
So maybe just some aggressive curb action for Oliver Askew. And again, just changing the complexion of the race. That said, had a huge 60-point lead coming in, but that's going to drop down by at least 20 points, especially considering the fact that his primary challenger in the points, second place running Rinus VeeKay, now with a lead of over 3.4 seconds as he looks to score his first ever Mazda Road to Indy win. VeeKay leads, Malukas second, Cole third. Thompson, I believe, still holding on to 4th as he and Calvin Ming embroiled in a great battle. Here come your leaders through Canada corner. And in fact, Lucas Cole trying to reel him in. Look at this battle here. Wow, they are side by side touching on the exit of Canada corner, turn number 12. Eric, they are not leaving anything out there now. Thompson and Ming battling it out. Cooler heads have to prevail sooner or later, knowing what has happened. This is an opportunity for both of these drivers to get valuable points. You know, Calvin Ming currently sitting in the 8th spot. Probably be good for him just to stay where he is and hold on to the position. But any of these drivers, trying to work their way forward. There's the battle there for 6th back to, I believe, 10th. Frederick, McGinnis, Kaminsky, Wojcik, and Donoson. But again, the fight we're watching is the final position in the top 5. Leaders pretty much locked and loaded the podium, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. But Parker Thompson in the 90 and Calvin Ming in the 22 embroiled in an epic battle between these two drivers here with about 5 minutes to go.
Good look at the Pelfrey cars coming underneath the Sargento Bridge. You can see the gap all the way back to that 6th and 7th spot with VK and Malukas now heading up the hill underneath the Corvette Bridge. And Ming looks like tracked out wide and tried to get a good run on the outside, but had to duck back in line. Thompson, those two in a dogfight right now in that 4th and 5th spot.
3rd-year driver Parker Thompson, the Canadian, and the driver of Guyana, Calvin Ming for Pabst Racing, fresh off securing the championship in the NACAM F4 Mexico Series, the FIA F4 Series in Mexico. 3 of our drivers down there last weekend. Ming, Moises de Oliveira, and Corey Enders all racing down there last weekend. De Oliveira getting a victory as well. What a battle as these drivers keep it pinned, rolling through the kink into Kettle Bottoms. Here comes Ming looking to the inside. They'll be side by side. Ming to the inside, coming in. Actually, he'll be to the outside once they get there. No, the pass already done. Calvin Ming. Oh! Lucas Cole almost throws it off on the exit of Canada Corner.
4-wheel drift over in the runoff area for Cole. He did a great job hanging on to that machine.
We were watching Ming completing the pass on Thompson, and once they flipped over to the camera shot that got them coming out of Canada, all we saw was Lucas Cole sideways. Another battle further back. I believe that's Keene. Darren Keene having a good run. He's in the middle of a battle here with Donoson and Loomis. So Darren Keene put that driver now up into the 10th position. Remember, Keene started, I believe, a little further back, 13th indeed. Here's that battle as they work their way up the front straightaway here.
They'll be coming to the white flag, Rob, this time by. So with the time winding down, less than 3 minutes, this will be the white flag coming next time for Rinus VK.
Update on that battle for 6th as well. Kalen Frederick has been able to pull away and give himself a little bit of a cushion over Robert McGinnis, his teammate, leaving McGinnis to battle with Kaminsky and Wojcik. So it looks like Frederick's going to hold on to 6th position as it is now. We're not done yet. And again, the battle back, we're watching Ricky Donoson, Darren Keene, and Jacob Loomis have a great fight there, 10th, 11th, and 12th. There's that battle, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. There's 10th, 11th, and 12th. There's now Darren Keene back into 10th. Here comes Loomis to the inside of Donoson coming up the hill to 6th. Yeah, he's through. Loomis is through for 11th. Donoson now into 12th. Yeah, I'm going to give these guys props right now for some good, clean racing. They're racing hard side by side, but I like what's going on here. They're racing hard, but racing clean. That's what we like out of this USF 2000 drivers. The idea is to get them lots of track time, learn the racecraft, learn the respect for each other. Rinus VK, though, Eric, like you said, potentially going to see the white flag from Tom Hansing this time by, as we're about a minute and a half remaining. Indeed, Tom's got it in his hands up in the starter stand. You know, Rinus VK was the first driver to commit to the new USF 17 car when we actually unveiled it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the 500 weekend over a year ago. He was there, had his race suit on. He was doing interviews. I am here in this program next year. I want to run this race car. He was the first person to commit to it. And exciting to see that he may be able to grab his first win at one of the most beautiful racetracks here in North America, Road America here. And he leads 5.1 seconds. 5.1 seconds for Rinus VK. Nice lead coming down to 3. Second and third look pretty good. Fourth and fifth look like they're locked as well.
Tomaselli's pulled off course somewhere on the racetrack, so the 97 of Tomaselli is going to drop through the running order as well. But Oliver Askew dropped all the way back to 18th. The best he may be able to do is 17th. for Oliver Askew with this point situation. Not sure where Tomaselli's pulled off, but definitely with problems per our corner network. With the final lap for Rinus VeeKay.
We're going to keep an eye out here for Parker Thompson as well, because it looks to me like Kalen Frederick closing up in a big way from 6th. You can see Frederick. Here they are coming up the hill. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and there's 6th. That's the yellow car of Frederick. He's pushing hard to see if he can't reel in Parker Thompson here. It's been a great second half of this run for Kalen Frederick after he went off over in turn 14. But VeeKay with 5.1 seconds cruising through the carousel. Big lead, but you know they'll be on the radio with him. Just tell him to stay calm. Finish this lap up. Pabst Racing has won here before. Of course, one of their engineers and driver coaches, Tony Casamets, has won many times here on the 4 miles of Road America, and he is trying to guide this young driver to the Netherlands to his first career Mazda Road to Indy victory out of Canada corner. Couple more treacherous turns to be able to navigate, of course, the transition from 12 to 13 to 14. And Rinus VeeKay coming out at turn number 14. It'll be the long run up the hill. He's just hoping the car makes it up the hill. Fantastic run from the midway point on. His first ever Mazda Road to Indy win. The winner of round number 1 of the doubleheader here in USF 2000, Rinus VeeKay, victorious at Road America. David Malukas, the rookie, qualified on pole, an impressive run to 2nd. Lucas Cole in 3rd, Calvin Ming 4th. Parker Thompson ends up in the 5th spot. Kalen Frederick in 6th. Robert McGinnis 7th. Devin Wojcik 8th. Colin Kaminsky 9th. And Darren Keene rounding out your top 10. Eric, the big story here, of course, a great win for VeeKay. Impressive run for Malukas. But an issue with Oliver Askew will change the points big time here in USF 2000.
Absolutely, and Askew again getting to 17th the way it looks. How about a nice recovery for De La Vera? Had the off in 14, had kind of rid the gravel, back up to 13th. He had dropped all the way back to 18th, raced his way back to 13th spot.
A couple drivers doing a good job coming back. As you said, Frederick went out 4 wheels off as well in the grass. He comes back to 6th. You said De La Vera all the way into the gravel. He gets back to 13th. Great racing all around. Trouble there for Ricky Donison on the final lap. He falls down into the 15th position. But nonetheless, a fantastic run. Rinus VeeKay, David Malukas, and Lucas Cole. Both Malukas and Cole, their very first podium finishes here in Mazda Road to Indy competition. Great job for all those drivers today.
Dean, what a fantastic Cooper Tire USF 2000 Grand Prix Road America, powered by Mazda, round number 1, or race number 1 here for the weekend. Another race 2 coming up tomorrow, but what a fantastic race we just saw.
Of course, a doubleheader weekend, as we mentioned, and, a great race indeed. VK, Rinus VK, his first win. There's nothing like a first timer. You get that first win. There's only one first win, and it comes here at Road America. We're going to hear from him momentarily. He's certainly going to be excited and jacked up. But just a game changer. A game changer not only in the point standings, but in the race when Oliver Askew has to pull down pit lane, and it takes him from a podium finish to a 17th place finish.
Yeah, and it's, again, he's got a pretty big points lead. There you see Rinus VK gets out of the car, and a big hug from the team and family, and you can see the smile underneath that helmet already. I mean, that is a big smile.
Absolutely.
In Cooper Tire Victory Lane for Rinus VK. But it's great to see these young guys picking up their first career wins here. And that's all what this Mazda Road to Indy is all about with the Cooper Tire USF 2000. The entry level division, as Rob said earlier in the day today. But these drivers really making headlines and doing it the right way, working on their racecraft, and a 5.9-second lead for VK at the checkered flag. Rinus VK, David Malukas, Lucas Cole, your top three on top of the podium. Calvin Ming, fourth. David Thompson in the fifth spot. Kalen Frederick, sixth. Bob McGinnis, seventh. David Wojcik in the eighth spot. Kaminsky, ninth. And Keene ends up in the top 10. Jacob Loomis, 11th. Dev Gore, 12th. De La Vera in 13th. Jason Clooney, 14th. Ricky Donis in 15th. Corey Enders, 16th. There's Oliver Askew in 17th. Chandler Horton and Bruno Tomaselli had the off. So Horton was able to get back out. But Tomaselli off course 2 laps down at the end.
And, Eric, you talked about these drivers learning the racecraft, learning the racetrack, and learning these cars. And they really did a fantastic job during that 30-minute race. We had just a couple of drivers go off course, but nothing major, nothing serious. Really impressed with those drivers.
Yeah, these young drivers certainly did a great job, and we can't wait for race 2 coming up tomorrow for the Cooper Tire USF 2000 Grand Prix of Road America, powered by Mazda. Rob Howden will be standing by momentarily for victory podium celebration. We'll keep that track wide until it is time to go racing at the 12:40 mark for the battery tender Global MX-5 Cup. Tony Laporta will join us for that one coming up today. And Tony did a great job in the pre-race. We'll send him back down again for Pro Mazda coming up at around the 1:30 mark this afternoon, about an hour from now. We are going straight through all day today. It is nonstop on-track activity, and that's really what Road America loves about this weekend, and certainly having both Pirelli World Challenge and the Mazda Road to Indy, as well as the Verizon IndyCar Series here this weekend. Just like last year, from track goes hot at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we stay until it goes cold, sometime after 5 o'clock each day. And tomorrow's going to be a little bit longer of a day. We're going to go a little bit deeper into the night with a 15-minute GTS race at the end of the day tomorrow, or towards the end of the day tomorrow. But nevertheless, jam-packed all 3 days. The final 3 days of this weekend going to be nonstop morning to night.
Jam-packed on track, but there is things to do off track. One of those items comes up your way shortly at 1 o'clock from 1 until 2. It'll be an autograph session at the IndyCar Fan Village. So from 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock, you can step away from the racetrack for just a couple of minutes. Go get an autograph again at the IndyCar Fan Village. Lot to see and do here at America's National Park of Speed.
Absolutely, and we would anticipate that we should have Rob Howden down at our victory podium, and we'll let him take it away.
been laid down on this track throughout the course of today. But, Mark, in terms of the racing conditions, no breeze, not a lot of humidity. It is perfect, one would think, for these Mazdas to get out there and race on Road America.
Matt Cressy, Todd Lamb make up the front row. Nick Yeoman, going to be an interesting start with Cressy and Lamb up front.
Yeah, Lamb's actually going to start right behind Cressy as Ara Malkasian is going to start to the outside in that red and white machine. So Cressy, interested pole winner yesterday, Mark. Wet racetrack. He had electrical issues, came down to pit lane. They put on their dry set of tires. As the racetrack dried out, he went out there, won the pole by 3.5 seconds. He's not going to be 3.5 seconds faster than the field today, but has the best seat in the house as the rookie, Matt Cressy, the pole sitter, Mark, for the first time here in the MX-5 Series.
Some awfully fast portions of this racetrack, Nick, and some very tricky ones, too. As the pace car is off, they come off of turn number 14, and they'll wait for the green flag to fly as Matt Cressy and Todd Lamb will lead the field uphill to the green flag. They're 2x2, 26 cars set to roll off the grid, 40 minutes. This race number one of this doubleheader weekend, and already back in the field, guys starting to push the effort a little bit. Green flag is out as they crest the hill. We see the front runners, Nick, go side by side as they make their way toward turn one.
Cressy to the inside, Malkasian to the outside as they will drag race, as you mentioned, 2x2 down to the right-hander of turn number one. Who's going to get there first? Cressy's on the inside. Lamb and that white and red car is going to take a look to the inside, but it's Cressy who will take the lead into turn number one. Malkasian slips into the second position, and we got one car around further back in the field. Might have gotten to the tire barriers as he ran a little wide exiting turn number one. That car, number 21, that just off of the racetrack, that is Tom Martin III. Looks like Markey was able to avoid the tire barriers. It's just a local caution in turn one. He will continue on in last place.
See another car off of turn number 5, well off of the race course, trying to work his way back on. But again, that was the 21 car bringing out the local caution flag, and he was able to get back out onto the course. Meanwhile, Nick, a 3-wide battle into turn number 5.
Boy, Cressy got swallowed up down into turn number one as Ara Malkasian's going to take the lead down at the bottom of the hill in turn 5. Here comes Lamb to the inside. He'll slip into second. Luke Oxner in that blue car, he gets a little sideways looking for third. He's going to have to jump out of the throttle, Mark, and because of that, he'll have Nathaniel Sparks slip around into the fourth position.
Oxner, Dean, Sparks, Gallagher, all of those guys. Stout, Drennan, Lee mixing it up through the top 10. And again, they continue 3 wide back of the pack. Oxner, the meat in that sandwich off of turn number 12.
Boy, look at Patrick Gallagher, the points leader, 3 times a winner already in this season in that blue car. He went to the far outside to try to get around Oxner. Dean was to the outside in that white car with the yellow cage. Front 4 have separated just a little bit, but there's that points leader, Patrick Gallagher, Mark, who has moved into the 5th position.
Yeah, Patrick Gallagher is right there, and he leads that freight train with a couple of drivers lined up behind him. They start to fan out about 12 back into the field, but meanwhile, the front 4 continue single file with Cressy at the point, and Cressy was at the point. Happy to have with us back in the booth this weekend, Mo Murray. Mo weren't able to join us at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway last week. Had some graduation commitments, from what we understand, in the state of California. Sorry you couldn't be there at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but boy, I know you were anxious to get here to Road America.
I sure was, and it's a great pleasure to be back with you. Yes. My son graduated high school, and now I'm back with you watching this fantastic racing. You know, you asked, does experience matter? Ara Malkasian at the front of this field. Since 2006, there's been over 100 MX-5 Cup races. Ara has only missed 2 of them. Todd Lamb in the McDonald's car in second place is a former series champion. So experience counts here. And then Cressy, of course, is a contender for Rookie of the Year, running in third place.
Malkasian, Lamb, Cressy, and Sparks, those guys, the front 4, working their way off turn number 1, back to pit road and Jay Query.
You mentioned the fact that Mo was not with us for the last outing because of a graduation commitment where he was. That's similar, actually, as he had just mentioned to Matt Cressy, the rookie. Talking about graduations, if you will, it was just a year ago where he took it to the last stint, essentially, to try to secure that $100,000 scholarship as part of the Mazda Road to 24 scholarship. He was able to do so, and as a result of that, that allowed him entry here into the MX5 Cup, and of course ends up here at the Kohler Grand Prix for this particular race. Started on pole, running in third now, Mark, but that's not to say that when the going gets good and the pressure starts to heat up a little bit, Matt Cressy's been in that position before where he had to lay down some really good laps. Last time it was to get the scholarship. Now, of course, that has springboarded him to where he is now, so he's no stranger to having to turn those good laps when it matters most.
Nick, we see some damage on that 77 machine. Somebody got the bumper to him.
Yeah, that's the 77, the rookie Luke Oxner, who had a great qualifying effort, started in the fourth position, and on that opening lap looked so racy. And then over the last lap and a half, Mark, that car, it's like he's towing an anchor because he has gotten freight trained left and right. At the last timing line, he was 10th quick, but I know a couple cars, including Dean Copeland and that green car's got around him, Robert Stout's got around him. So for the rookie, Luke Oxner, what looked to be a very, very good race, Mark, with a great qualifying effort from yesterday, as you mentioned, that damage only going to slow that car down.
And we saw Drennan with similar damage late in race number 1 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Didn't seem to have near the adverse effect on his car, but I think it's mainly because, Nick, at the extent that the damage was done, I mean, it is literally slowing that car down as the wind hits it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And there are some long straightaways here at Road America as well where that damage at the right bumper, that almost just going to work as a parachute, Mark, like it's a drag racing car to slow that car down in the faster portions of the racetrack. Here's the battle up front, though, as Aram Alkashian leads him off of the final turn 14. Lamb about a car length behind, then Cressy, and then Sparks. Gallagher starting to entertain his way up front as he's moved into the 5th position, but a good battle for 4th, Mark, as Sparks looks to the inside of Cressy heading to turn number 1.
Well, Sparks, Mo, I know, as we said, you missed it a week ago, but he picked up some cash for the Hard Charger Award at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He made up a lot of spots on a weekend where there were over 500 passes for position in the doubleheader weekend.
And that comes from two things, I think, Mark. One is the parity of these cars. These cars are all built in the same place, and they're all identical. And so there's great parity in the series. But also a racetrack like Indianapolis Motor Speedway and here at Road America with long straightaways allows for great drafting. I sat in the debrief yesterday between the two McCumbee-McAleer drivers, Stout and Gallagher, and they talked about bump drafting, and Gallagher said, don't bump me in the rain. I don't like that, but it's not raining now. So if those two can hook up together, I think we might see them come to the front.
So that's the secret, Nick. All you got to do is ask.
Ask for the bump?
Yeah, just ask him not to, and he won't. I mean, it's as simple as that. But we do want to mention, we mentioned some cash up for grabs, and how important is this, Mo? Battery Tender Hard Charger Award. He gets $1,000. The crew gets $1,000. The crew chief,
and that's one of the most important parts of it. The Battery Tender, the folks at Battery Tender do a great job promoting this series. They're the title sponsor of the series, and of course, then they came up with the Hard Charger Award. So the car that makes the most passes in a race, the driver gets an award, but also the crew chief, because passes are about making sure the setup is right, especially with the parity of the cars. So it's great to recognize not just the driver, but the crew around the car too. And the folks at Battery Tender have been just absolutely wonderful partners with Mazda and BF Goodrich in this series, and we love having them around at the racetrack.
Winding Road Racing, Nick Yeoman, with McDonald's sponsorship on the car. The 84 of Lamb has gone to P1.
Boy, but look at him fan out, going 3 wide down the far back straightaway, a couple cars back. Hernan Palermo on the outside in that green car. Cressy and Sparks nearly make contact. Mark, they got to funnel down there at the bottom of the hill down towards Canada Corner of turn number 12. Sparks has got Dean to his outside, but as you mentioned, Lamb took the lead getting into turn number 5. He and Malkasian now have hooked up to get about a 3 or 4 car length separation.
And again, let's give a shout out to Palermo on that 20 car. I mean, Nick, young man had a great weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, had a couple of top 5s.
Mark, he started 15th in this race, so as they climbed the hill to complete lap number 3, he's charged all the way to 3rd. So Palermo in that Again, that lime green MX-5 may have one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, but again, it's Todd Lamb who's going to lead this pack down to turn number 1, Malkasian in tow, Palermo in third. Battle between two of those Soul Red Mazda cars as Cresci and Sparks go side by side. Further back, there's Oxner on the outside as the number 7 of Brian Henderson looks to the inside. But, Mark, they are fighting tooth and nail. Throw a blanket over about 1st through 10th.
GHEC and SP Racing, by the way, the sponsorship for Hernan Palermo. And, again, a great weekend for him at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Brought home a couple of top 5 finishes. So, Nick, we are seeing a scenario unfold very, very similar to what we saw a week ago in terms of the leaders getting themselves nose to tail, trying to check out a little bit. And then behind them, they go pretty much single file. But we see a little contact there off of turn number 4.
Boy, Palermo wanted that second position, and he is going to flat out take it from our Malkasian down there at the bottom of turn number 5 as they ran a little wide to the exit of the corner. But, man, I think Palermo might have the fastest car. Mark, last time across the line, top 10 separated by 1.9 seconds as they continue to battle for those 10 positions.
Mo, coming into the weekend, the drivers felt like the drafting would probably be a bit more significant here than it was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with just the long main straightaway and the back straight of Holman Boulevard. But quite frankly, they haven't run single file long enough to really benefit from the draft here. They're mixing it up.
No, I think the drivers are working very hard to get as far up the front as they can before the race settles down. It's a little bit shorter than we normally have. This is a 40-minute race as opposed to a 45-minute race. That's about 2 laps, a little less than 2 laps on this racetrack. It's a very long lap. So they're trying to get to the front. I think that there's a sense of urgency with the drivers, and we see them again down into Canada Quarter fanning out.
Malkasian's going to slip back around Palermo to take that second position. Sparks, the defending champion of this series, looks to try to grab that 4th position. Then you've got Patrick Gallagher in that blue and black car running in the 5th position, just to the outside of Sparks. And then you've got Brian Ortiz, Mark, in that white and orange car. Ortiz, one of those guys that's just always in the mix. He's been running in the top 5 or 6 all season long looking to get a win.
Palermo has been told by race control, start leaving some room to race on the track. That is a warning. So race control not happy with the fact that he doesn't seem to be playing nice.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that stems from that incident down in turn number 5 where he took the spot from Ara Malkasian. Again, he got to the inside and then just kind of ran him wide. Sparks now takes a look to the inside of Gallagher, not able to grab that position. But Mark, it is Lamb, Malkasian, Palermo, Gallagher, and then Sparks, the top 5.
I think that 8 car is very fast. That is the 5th car in line. But, we've reached the point, Nick, where they finally settled in nose to tail a little bit. Bottom line is this. Fast way around the race course is always to the bottom, and I don't think anybody wants to give up their real estate.
No, and it looks like we may have a battle for the lead as Malkasian's getting a great push from that bright green machine of Palermo. Palermo's going to grab second. Boy, look at Lamb just get freight trained on the outside, Mark. He's going to go first, probably back to 4th as he has to jump on the brakes. Gallagher grabs 3rd. Then you've got Sparks to the inside looking for 4th. Further back, Mark, they're testing the rumble strips to the outside.
Little by little, here comes Patrick Gallagher inching his way toward the front of that number 29 machine. He's now worked his way up to 3rd, and you get the idea it may be just a matter of time before he's able to work his way around that car of Palermo. They go single file now, start to climb on the binders a little bit as they approach the corner, and that 29 machine looks hooked up.
And what a season he has had so far as Brian Ortiz swings a little wide. But you mentioned Patrick Gallagher running in that 3rd position. We've had 4 races so far, Mark, in the 2017 season. Gallagher has gone to victory lane 3 times. And the only time he didn't, he ended up second behind a teammate. So it has been a charmed existence, a great season so far for Gallagher. And as you mentioned, charging so far today, starting in the 7th position, Mo, all the way up to 3rd. He looks very, very fast. And we've got one car off track. It's Luke Oxner. And that 77 car, Mark Janes, he's had problems with that damage of the right rear.
But boy, that rookie has had a rough day so far here at Road America.
Mo, back to Patrick Gallagher. We asked him after the second race last week how he and that race team were so very, very dominant in a spec series with identically prepared cars. And he said, I can't give you all the secrets other than to just come right out and tell you. Bottom line is it's the race team and how they set the race cars up for us.
It is. They have a lot of experience. The two team owners, Stephen McAleer and Chad McCumbee, both race full-time for Mazda in the IMSA Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge. They know what they're doing. They've been around a long time, and they've been around Mazdas and MX-5s a long time. So it's an experience game here.
Let's go to pit road, check in with Jake Query. Jake?
Just a note on Luke Oxner. Nick had just touched on it. He does have damage to that machine. It is not only on the right side rear in terms of just a panel there that is flapping, but also on the front right for Luke Oxner as well. So he went off circuit. There is damage to the race car. Without question, that'll affect the aerodynamics of his Mazda. But one would think, Mark, let's face it, you've got to be able to turn the laps. You never know what might happen towards the end of the season. Every lap is critical. But I think it's safe to say at this point that Oxner, who finds himself running right now in the 20th position, probably wants to just make sure that he's able to keep it clean, continue the laps, but do so by just letting others go past. Although we look at him now, and he's got a pretty good run there. As a matter of fact, gets past List without much of a problem, but you can see that issue taking place on the back right of that number 77 car.
Nick Gilman, Palermo goes to P1.
Boy, and Mark, we just watched him come down the back straightaway as Palermo takes the lead. We're still seeing Oxner, again, drag that parachute, but boy, they are using up every inch of this racetrack. Just saw Palermo as the leader kick up some dirt as he ran wide down the straightaway down to turn number 5. But now we're starting to see the cream rise to the top. The guys we've seen battling for race wins as Malkasian and Stout make contact, and they both go hard into the tire barriers. Ara Malkasian, who had a great qualifying effort, led some laps early. He and Robert Stout, one of the winners at Indianapolis, Mark, a 2-car accident. And we've got a full course caution as those cars got hard into the tire barrier. We do see Stout moving around in that vehicle. Malkasian is as well. But, boy, what a rough outing for both of those drivers.
And that gives us an idea of exactly what's at stake here, as hard as those guys are racing.
Yeah, boy, they were running tooth and nail there, battling inside the top 10. Again, Ara Malkasian and Robert Stout. Stout's been so fast, so impressive this season, Mark Janes. He's going to try to wiggle his way out of that race car, but a full course caution here at the Road America. Here's a replay, Mark, as they battled into a right-hand turn.
Yep, it looks like the 11 just kind of squeezed him down a little bit, and the 28 of Gallagher, or 28 rather, had nowhere to go. And that's some would refer to that as simply a racing deal with Stout, but two guys going after the same piece of real estate there, and that the driver of that 28 machine after the win last week at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Walking away and doesn't seem any too pleased.
See, the men in orange, that's the Homatro safety team. They travel for all of the Verizon IndyCar sanctioned event weekends. Of course, the MX-5 Cup is sanctioned by the Verizon IndyCar Series, so they're here to help these drivers out. They get to those cars nearly immediately to help those drivers out of the race cars, make sure they're okay. And again, good to report that both Robert Stout and Ara Malkasian out of those race cars after a tough break. For Malkasian, again, was up front. He had led the previous lap, Mark, and he got swallowed up, passed by Hernan Palermo. And then again, getting down to that right-hand turn, those two make contact. And big hits for both of those drivers into the tire barriers.
Mo, we visited with Pete Calhoun last weekend, the BF Goodrich marketing manager. They were all smiles, especially after race number 2, because we had some pretty significant rainfall move through, and the designation was wet. Typically, when you see a racetrack dry and you have quote-unquote wet tires, those things start to shred, the grip goes away, and this, that, and the other. That was one whale of a day for BF Goodrich because the drivers just couldn't be complimentary enough about the tire that they provided for the race, considering the challenging conditions on Saturday.
Exactly, and frankly, yesterday was the same. We had a wet qualifying session. We had a semi-wet practice session before that. The qualifying session, the rain stopped, and it started to dry out, and Matt Cressy took advantage of that. But the wet tires that BF Goodrich provide for these cars, for this series, are just phenomenal. The way they move water out from under the car, they're phenomenal. And it's great to have them on board as the spec tire for this series. Nick, you mentioned Brian Ortiz running strong in this race as he does most weeks. Brian is from Puerto Rico and has a strong following from Puerto Rico who watch these races. I'm watching our Facebook feed and see we have viewers from the Philippines today. We usually have viewers from Japan. Those of you who know we have this race goes out on Mazda's Facebook page. If you're watching on there, please let us know where you're watching from. Little word about our audience this week. We're on Mazda Motorsports Facebook page. We're on MazdaLive.com, and we're on Fans Choice TV. But two special groups are watching the race today. Mazda North America moved their corporate headquarters into a brand new building earlier this week, and the first sort of gathering of the team at Mazda North America, North American operations, is this morning. They're gathered to watch this race on screens in the new building. Mazda's very fortunate to have perhaps more than our fair share of motorsports enthusiasts in the building. And so to all of our colleagues at Mazda, I want to say hi. And about 10 minutes up the road at Garage Team Mazda, the integrated agency, they also have a big screen pulled down, probably donuts in hand, and they're watching the race. So to my colleagues at Garage Team who think I do nothing on the weekends, here's the proof. I sit around and talk to these two guys.
We've kept you busy. We're having fun here at Road America as Hernan Palermo leads the 26-car field here at Road America. This, of course, the Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup. And again, Mo, all of these cars, they're Mazdas. They're prepared identically. Of course, all the drivers, they can have their own little tweaks of what they like in terms of setting these cars up. But Mazda's commitment to motorsports, and we're seeing it this weekend here at Road America, not just in the MX-5 Cup, but the entire Mazda Road to Indy ladder system with Indy Lights, USF 2000 Pro Mazda. I mean, Mazda's dominating the weekend here. They've got a great hospitality area set up in Turn 5. This is a big weekend for everyone.
This is a big weekend for Mazda, and frankly, most weekends are big weekends for Mazda because Mazda has such a prolific presence in motorsports. This is what we would call the Mazda Road to Indy, the Global MX-5 Cup, the Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup Series. They're what we call our mid-tier programs. Our top tier, of course, is our IMSA WeatherTech Prototype Series cars. With the beautiful Mazda RT24P, our prototype car. And then the foundation of everything Mazda does is grassroots racing. Mazda is absolutely prolific in NASA and SCCA grassroots racing, both road racing and autocross all across the country. In fact, if you look at the number of entries or the number of racers across the country on any given weekend, and these are people paying for it themselves. These are not factory drivers or big, well-funded teams. These are people paying for it themselves. 55% of them race a Mazda, and that's a phenomenal number. Remember, Mazda is one of the smaller car companies, but to have a 55% market share among the grassroots racing community is a calling card that Mazda is very, very proud of.
A couple of things I made reference to last weekend is the fact that for those that were watching us at Mazda dealerships around the country, how cool is it that the cars that they're watching on the racetrack are really a lot different from the ones they have the opportunity to buy right off the showroom floor?
Exactly, and you mentioned that we also send this feed into a couple of dozen or more Mazda dealerships. And you're exactly right. This car has some safety modifications, obviously. It has a roll cage and it has a seat and some other things required for safety. And it has some suspension modifications. But under the hood, it's the stock engine that when you go buy a Mazda MX-5, you get the same engine as these guys are racing. And it's sealed, so we know there's no cheating going on. None of them are more equal than the others. There's a great parity in this series.
If you would, break down... Racing is expensive. There's an old saying: how do you end up with $1 million in racing? You start with $2 million. But in terms of this series, talk about the financial impact and how affordability, relatively speaking, is a hallmark, I think, of the series.
So, actually, this question came up in the Facebook feed last week when you guys were in Indy. There was a debate going on between several of our viewers about what this car costs, and some cost a lot. The guy at the front, his car would cost more than the guy at the back. They don't. They all cost exactly the same. $58,900 is the price of the car. You can add a camera, you can add a left seat if you want to, use it for things other than racing. A right seat use it for things other than racing. But $58,900 is the price of the car. The car that's leading the race costs $58,900. The car that's at the back of the field costs $58,900. Now, to run the car for a season, A well-funded effort. You can run this whole season. It's 7 weekends if you go to our global final in October. You can run this whole season, including the car, for somewhere between $100,000 and $125,000. It's we call it the best value in motorsports.
No doubt.
And the reason we say that is for $125,000 you can run at the front. The prize at the end of the season is $200,000. I don't think there are many motorsports series where you can actually turn a profit by winning the championship.
And isn't that pot sweetened a little bit if you're Rookie of the Year?
So the rookie gets an additional $50,000. Now, we haven't had a Rookie of the Year win the championship, but if it happens, then that rookie would get both. Cressy is running strong enough that we've had to consider that. But yeah, so the prize outweighs the cost. And 2 of the guys in the field have earned scholarships to get in the field. The 2 Soul Red cars, Nathaniel Sparks, he won the championship last year and stayed in the series, so he carries that championship prize from last year. And Cressy, of course, won our Club Racer Shootout, and he carried a $100,000 scholarship into the series.
So the driver from Argentina, Hernan Palermo, Nick Yeoman, that number 20 machine, NASA Spec Miata experience, been an MX-5 Cup since 2015. He's looking to hold on to P1 here as the pace car makes its way around, and we're just about ready to go back to green flag racing.
So it is Palermo, Patrick Gallagher, Brian Ortiz, your front 3, and then you've got Dean Copeland, who has had a nice charge so far today in that 18 car. Started 17th. He is all the way up to 4th. The defending champion of the series, Sparks, is 5th. Todd Lamb, who's been up front for much of this race, has slipped to 6th. Drennan is up to 7th. Then you've got the 16 of John Dean. And Matt Cressy, and then Ashton Harrison rounding out the top 10 mark. As you mentioned, about to go green once again here at Road America.
Palermo's in the right position because Nicky says his favorite turn, favorite place on any race course is turn 1 at Road America. So he's right in his wheelhouse here as we get ready to go back to green flag racing.
It's one of the cooler corners in all of motorsports, and I think that's one of the neat things. We touched on this a little bit at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but think about, not only for the budget that you can race in these super competitive, ultra exciting race cars, but you get to be here on the same weekends as the Verizon IndyCar Series and the Indy Lights Series. They get to race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and then come here to one of the most historic road courses in all of America here at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It's quite a treat, Mark, as the field makes their way out of turn 14. Hernan Palermo will accelerate up the hill as we go racing once again with 14.5 minutes left at Road America.
He'll have to fend off a challenge from a guy who's won 3 of 4, talking about Patrick Gallagher, and Gallagher is shoving him over the crest of the hill as they clear the flag stand. Stays right in the tire tracks, takes a peek to the inside. Don't know that he has the run, but Ortiz, Copeland, and Lamb, they start to fan out a bit, and Palermo's able to hold on to it. But a little further back, Nick, around 5th place, the 5 machine of Drennan. It's always easy to see when he's making a move because of the gold that dances off of that car in the sunlight.
And he will grab that 5th position from Lamb as Lamb gets kicked back to 6th. Sparks in that Soul Red Mazda MX-5 with the green cage, he runs in that 7th position. But here comes Palermo, your leader, by about 2 or 3 car lengths over Gallagher. Gallagher and Ortiz looked like they were trying to get hooked up, do a little bump drafting down this long straightaway. Here they come, Mark, the lead down to turn 5. Palermo's going to try to protect that inside as he'll lead him down to the left-hander.
He's doing that pretty well. The front 4 pretty much single file. But again, that 5 machine of Drennan looks to get a little impatient here. He's moving around a lot on the racetrack as they exit turn number 5 and head up toward the carousel. He's locked in there in a pretty good battle. The 84 machine of Lamb running right behind him. And, Nick, they look single file back through the first 11.
This is one of my favorite parts of the racetrack, this winding right-hander carousel. It is very tough to hit your marks and stay in the racing groove, and it also leads down to a very, very long straightaway, the back straightaway here at Road America as they get underneath that Johnsonville Bridge. This is where you can start to jump on that accelerator. You want to try to hit your marks, and ultimately, Mark, set up for a nice run down the back straightaway.
Front 2, Palermo, Gallagher start to stretch it out a little bit. Ortiz, Copeland, Lamb, Drennan, Sparks, Dean, Cressy, and Harrison, the top 10, they are trying to keep pace. And again, they've decided to kind of sort themselves out single file pretty deep in the pack, Nick. In fact, looks like about the top 15 are single file, but as we say that, some movement as they approach 13 and 14.
Ortiz is going to grab the second spot away from Gallagher, and it looks like Copeland's going to muscle away third from the points leader as well. Further back, Dean's going to go way wide and kick up some dirt and dust at the exit of Canada corner. It's still Palermo, but move Brian Ortiz into the second spot.
Ortiz takes a look to the bottom side. Now he'll tuck right back into the tire tracks, and that 18 of Copeland is there as well. So as Nick said, your points leader Gallagher in that 12-13 area lost a couple of spots. He's got Drennan now in his rearview mirror. And, Nick, as they crest the hill, the side-by-side drag race down the main straightaway.
Ortiz is going to make the move for the lead. He's going to have Copeland pushing him down the long front straightaway. Palermo may like that turn number 1 section mark, but he's going to see cars out in front of him as he's going to get kicked all the way back to possibly 5th as Gallagher and Drennan look like they're going to get past. So in one straightaway, the former leader is going to fall all the way back to the 5th position. Now Todd Lamb looks to the inside, looking to take that 5th spot away from Palermo.
Drennan with a fast race car. He's tucked right into the tire tracks of Gallagher. And as you mentioned, the 84 of Lamb is there as well. The front 4 get nose to tail. They try to check out a little bit. Front 2, Ortiz and Palermo gaining a little distance now, Nick, on Copeland and Gallagher.
Brian Ortiz in that Copeland Motorsports Bella Racing MX-5 leads them down to turn number 5. Copeland's going to nose it to the inside, thinks better of it as things get awful tight there at the apex of turn 5. They always try to use those rumble strips to the outside, that curbing, as Luke Oxner's going to swing wide further back, but it is Ortiz, then Copeland, then Gallagher, the top 3.
Copeland caught a big old piece of the rumble strips upon exit that time. That allows Gallagher to tuck in. Very interesting to note, the dominance of the 28, the 29 machine at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and yet we see guys like Ortiz and Palermo and Copeland running up front today. Not that big of a surprise, though, Mo, because those guys were in the top 5 or 6 most of last weekend.
Yeah, and actually, if you remember back to our opening weekend at Barber, Palermo ran strong there. He ended up with a problem, went off, but he ran strong there. Little note about Ortiz. Bella Racing is on his car. Bella is the distributor for Mazda's products in Puerto Rico. And next weekend, Brian is going with some of the driver coaches from this series. They've bought 3 of these cars. They have them in Puerto Rico. They're putting on an event next weekend, and Brian is going to be giving hot laps to interested fans in Puerto Rico. And it would be very, very exciting for him to head home from here with a win under his belt, with his first win under his belt.
A guy that we've seen running in the top 10 all day and a return to the series. Mo, let's talk a little bit about John Dean in the 16 car, driving for Lemons of Love, sponsorship from 6 Sideways, and talk about the significance of that car being here at Road America this weekend.
So John Dean, of course, is one of the veterans of the series, owns 6 Sideways and based in Sebring, Florida. Great guy, came out of the drifting world and got into road racing in this series or the predecessor of this series with the older generation cars. John is both a driver champion in this series and a team owner champion when Nathaniel Sparks won last year, of course. And John isn't racing full-time this year. There's an organization called Lemons of Love. It's a charity organization that produces care packages for patients undergoing chemotherapy to bring a little sunshine, a little light into their lives at a difficult time. And the folks at Lemons of Love decided to do a fundraiser by buying one of these Global MX-5 Cup cars and raffling it. The guy who won the raffle at Sebring earlier in the year was Drake Kemper, a series veteran here. And Drake is one of the great characters of MX-5 Cup racing. So he won the car, but he's racing elsewhere this year. So for this event, he gave the car to John Dean to run under the Lemons of Love banner, which is a great thing. Lemons of Love is based in Chicago. And it's great to see both John out here and to see Lemons of Love represented on the car.
Nick Gelman, they're not playing nice back in the pack, all the way through the top 10, in fact. They're testing the exterior and the fender wells on these cars.
Yeah, we've seen multiple drivers go off course. I mean, they are using up every inch of this racetrack as there's Hernan Palermo in that green car as he runs in the 7th position. That massive gap as the front 5, I guess, have gotten away. Palermo has moved into 6th. He's right ahead of Patrick Wilmot, who's looking for a massive bounce-back weekend. Really disappointed with how he ran in Indianapolis. Then you've got Nathaniel Sparks right behind him. The aforementioned Dean, Ashton Harrison's up in that group as well. So they are fighting tooth and nail, Mark, for that final spot in the top, running in the 6th position.
Ortiz, Copeland, Gallagher, Drennan, Lamb, that front 5 you see that have gotten nose to tail. They have hooked up, Nick, and they have checked out on Sparks, Palermo, Dean, Cressy, and company.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, I don't know how much of it's them working together and how much is just, as we talked about, all the battling from 6th on back has allowed that front 5 to get away as Ortiz swings a little wide. Watch those cars bounce, Mark, and slide at the exit of Canada Corner. These are racy MX-5s. They got to be an absolute blast to drive. I know these drivers all rave about how much fun these MX-5s are to pilot around some of these great racetracks that this series visits, and you can see it from that low-angle shot out of Canada Corner. They're really hustling these cars around the track, Mark, with 6.5 minutes to go.
I think the neat thing about this series, Mo Murray, is it falls in line with the mindset behind Mazda. As we mentioned before, they don't want people driving these cars. They want the car and driver to become one, and it looks like the ones that are hooked up, like Ortiz, Copeland, Gallagher, and Drennan, they feel as one with those bad, fast race cars right now.
That's exactly right. We talk about a Japanese term called Jinba Itai, which is the sense of horse and rider as one, or car and driver as one. We like to say this is a car you wear, not a car you drive. And as these top 5 get ready for their final battle here, let's just draw a little attention to the car in 10th place, Ashton Harrison. Great run for her to run in the top 10. Ashton's the only girl in the field. And when girl or boy, when you step into the car has no idea whether you're a girl or a boy. The car is gender agnostic, and Ashton is driving the wheels off this thing. She's a great young driver coming up. She has a great coach in Tom Long, who works very closely with her, and this is her 2nd year in the series, and she's learning by leaps and bounds about how to get the most out of this car. And we're so happy to have Ashton in the series. She brings a lot of excitement. There she is, right there to the car.
And I know there's a DVD out as well recently featuring her story and her travel through this series. Right?
It will come out in August, middle of August. There's a DVD called Road to 24, I think it's called, and it's about Ashton's story, about how she found racing and how she loves racing. She has a lot of projects, a lot of passions in her life. She rescues animals. She's just a great person to be around. Her dad, Ashton Contracting, funds the program for her. He's an integral part of the team. Her grandma was an integral part of the team. Grandma Barb, you'll see GB Racing on some of their entries, and all around a great team. Her and Patrick Wilmot get along really well together. That's a really nicely put together team.
Let's talk about that team. The 06 of Patrick Wilmot, an early exit in race number 1, and to give you an idea again of the parity, that was a pretty quick turnaround, and I'm sure the series helped get that power plant fixed, get a new engine in that car, and he I know he struggled both days with some mechanical issues, but we were pretty amazed at the quick turnaround time after the issues he had.
And actually, I talked to Patrick yesterday, and one of the things that allowed that turnaround to happen so quickly was one of the other teams happened to have an engine hoist that would fit exactly under the door of the garages at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And that's what allowed them to get it done. They got it up and running by Saturday morning after losing an engine on Friday at Indianapolis. And this is a series. They all paddock together. They will all help each other out. Everybody digs in to make sure that the competition happens on the racetrack and not in the paddock. There's a lot of parts sharing. There's a lot of story swapping goes on. Most of these kids, they're not all kids. Some of these are more mature drivers. They all get along really, really well, and that's why it's so much fun to be around this series.
Nick Yeoman with about 3 minutes to go. It is a 5-horse race, if you will. Ortiz, Copeland, Gallagher, Drennan, and Lamb, the top 5. they have separated themselves from the sixth-place running Palermo.
And with this massive 4-mile road course, 14-turn circuit, we see lap times at about 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Mark, we're going to see the white flag next time by. So these top 5 have about a lap and a half now to battle it out here in race number 1 of the Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup. These Mazda MX-5s have put on a good show so far. There's the battle for third as the Gallagher machine, that 29, that blue and silver car, has the 5 of Mark Drennan all over the rear bumper. But you're right, Mark. It looks like these 5 probably going to settle as Todd Lamb kind of losing that front 4 just a bit. But, boy, Brian Ortiz has been nearly perfect. Mark, can he hold on for about a lap and a half more?
Palermo and Sparks trying to catch them. Those are the cars running nose to tail in 6th and 7th. Ortiz steps away a little bit. And Gallagher, while certainly consumed with Copeland and Ortiz in front of him, as we referenced, Nick, there's no way he can give up too much of the racetrack because Drennan is right there on that bumper.
And you got to wonder who's going to work together. Palermo and Sparks, as they make their way down that back straightaway and head towards Canada Corner, they're trying to draft and run down these front 5. And, Mark, if the front 5 get racy, and there's no reason to think they won't as they head down to Canada Corner, it could open up into a 7-car race. Here comes Gallagher, though, Mark. The points leader going to try to shove Copeland wide. He'll try to grab that second spot as Ortiz chases away.
And he's getting a big push from the 5 of Drennan, but Drennan backs out of that battle just a little bit and allows that second-place battle to continue side by side. You see the 29 of Gallagher. Nick, it looks like he's going to complete the pass.
He will, and now how nice is Copeland going to be? Can he draft down the front straightaway to try to run down Ortiz? Because, Mark, it's about 6th or 7th car lengths. Good battle for 4th as well, as Lamb has got that car to the inside, Drennan and that black machine to the outside. White flag is out here at Road America.
Drennan wants that spot, but he'll have to tuck in behind the 84 for now. That's the battle for the 4th position. Front 3, meanwhile. Ortiz, Gallagher, and Copeland through turn number 1. Copeland gets a nice run on Gallagher off of turn number 1.
Boy, Patrick Gallagher has had such a tremendous season, winning 3 out of the first 4 races. Can he go 4 out of the first 5? He's in a good position, just a car length back of Ortiz. They'll race out of turn number 3, turn number 4. Drennan's gotten in line, and Mark, again, that 5-car battle, it has turned into a 7-car battle as they head down the hill, one of the best passing spots down to turn number 5.
They mixed it up a little bit, which allowed Sparks and Palermo to catch up. A move by the 84 of Lamb. He takes Drennan with him. They're going to battle for the 3rd spot, and the 84 of Lamb's going to try to go all the way to P1. A side-by-side battle off of turn number 5. They swing way wide, do Lamb and Drennan.
Boy, I don't know if I've seen anyone dive as deep as Todd Lamb did into turn number 5, looking for the lead. He's going to pay for it a bit at the exit of turn 6 up the hill as he lost 3rd again to Copeland. But it is Ortiz, Gallagher, Copeland, then Lamb. Sparks has moved into the 5th position as he and Drennan make a little contact battling for 5th. But all of this, Mark, happening behind Brian Ortiz, who's trying to hold on and pick up the win here in 2017.
Drennan trying to get a piece of Sparks with Palermo running behind him. And again, this is for 6th, 7th, and 8th. I mean, this is not for the race lead, but boy, I tell you what, every space, every position counts.
These race cars just put on such a fantastic show. They did it to open the season at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham. They did it in Indianapolis 1 week ago, and boy, they are putting on a show here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Brian Ortiz down the Kettle Bottoms back straightaway as he's trying to hold off the points leader. Gallagher right there, Mark, all over that rear bumper. Can he make a move getting into Canada Corner?
Does Gallagher have enough, or will he simply settle for a good points day? Lamb comes back on Copeland. He wants that spot. Drennan goes way wide, well off the race course. He's able to pull it back on and maintain control. That allows the front 4 to separate a little bit. So it's Ortiz, Gallagher, Copeland, and Lamb, your front 4, the separation now. Question is, can Gallagher hold Copeland at bay? Nick Yeoman, take him home.
They got a good charge out of turn 14. Plenty of racetrack. Gallagher's going to look to the outside. He's going to make a move. They'll go side by side across the start-finish line. It looks like Brian Ortiz, though, will take the win here at Road America. No, it's Gallagher. He gets him at the line up the hill. They went side by side in the last second. Gallagher's Mazda storms ahead, and he takes the win by 0.02 of a second, 0.0263, as Gallagher grabs the win over Ortiz. Copeland finishes third. Lamb settles for fourth, and Sparks is fifth. But Mark, Patrick Gallagher does it again. The points leader of the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup makes a move at the last second, and he grabs the win over Brian Ortiz.
Odd Space Motorsports awfully happy again, and let's face it, Mo Murray, this kid's the real deal.
It seems that you can throw anything at him, rain or sunshine, qualify further back, qualify at the front. He'll find a way to get to the front. He's a recent grad of college in Ohio, and he's a great kid, and he has a future with us. I mean, this is he's talented. Mod Space supporting that car, Howard Concrete Pumping. That red windshield banner you see on his car, that denotes him as the points leader, and that's not going to change today. Great effort on that last run up the hill to the flag from Patrick Gallagher.
And Nick, Verizon IndyCar Series driver Graham Rahal would be thrilled to know that he refers to it, of course, as the Ohio State University.
That's right.
From which he graduated. So,
and boy, heartbreak for Brian Ortiz, too. I mean, he did such a great job holding him off for that entire last lap. And then, again, that long drive back up the hill. Gallagher had just enough time to drag race, get to the outside, and get the draft to get around Ortiz. That's a tough way for Ortiz to lose. But, Mark, he has been so close this season. It feels like that win here in 2017 just around the corner, Mo, for Ortiz, who comes home in second.
And a great result for Ashton. We talked about her running up there with the boys. She got a P8. That's a great result for her.
Yep, no question. And Nick, I think the thing that's most impressive about the run that Gallagher made off the final turn, let's not understate the fact that that's uphill.
Yeah.
I mean, that gives you an idea just how good a race car he had. And, you know, he had mentioned in race number one when he was running against his teammates saying, you know, it was one of those situations where, you know, 2 laps from the finish, if you remember, he took a shot at it. He then backed off, tucked in the tire tracks, and he said at that point, I was looking at a good points day, and I didn't want to take my teammate out and myself out. He came back the next day, won the race, and so, you know, my thought process was he was in a good position, had a firm grasp on second. He was just going to take the points, but Mo, clearly he saw something there and took full advantage.
Well, I tell you, they may need to rename this hill Mazda Hill, because if you think back to the last few years of the old American Le Mans series with the Mazda-powered Dyson P1 car and the Muscle Milk car, 2 times in the last 3 years they ran up that hill and finished within a coat of paint of each other, with the Mazda taking the win on 2 occasions. And here we have another photo finish. What was the 26 thousandths of a second was the winning margin here at the line. Great day for Patrick.
And think about this, Mark, how close Patrick Gallagher is, as you mentioned, from going 5 for 5 this season, because he and his teammate Stout were side by side across the yard of bricks at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway 1 week ago. So it is just what an impressive season for Patrick Gallagher. And again, as Mo talked about, we've seen so far in this season that while all of these drivers are very talented, and we've seen lots of different drivers up front capable of winning, there's something special with Patrick Gallagher as his 2017 has been nearly perfect here in the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup.
Well, while we wait to hear from the winner, we've talked about your primary commercial partners for the series, like Mazda, Battery Tender, and, of course, BF Goodrich. A couple of other sponsors heavily involved in this series I'm sure you guys want to thank.
Yes, VP Racing Fuels. They put the energy into these cars, and frankly, their product is second to none. We have great fondness for them and the product they provide to us. And Pagid Racing Brakes. Pagid are the company who provide the friction pads for us on these cars. And as you can see, when these cars arrive at a corner in a gaggle altogether, stopping is one of the key things that they have to do well. And Pagid has been a great partner for us since the beginning of this next generation Global MX5 Cup.
Hey, well, we went to the A-list to replace you last week in the booth, and I think you heard some of it. A longtime racer Max Pappas joined us in the booth for race number 2. Never a lack of energy when you're around Max Pappas, for sure. But talk about the significance of his involvement in the series. I know he's thrilled to be a part of it.
So Max Pappas is one of the coolest guys in any race paddock. He's great fun. He's very entertaining. He has a great product. He produces the steering wheels for us. And actually, I was telling Nick earlier, I went out to Canada Corner in the rain yesterday to watch qualifying. And if you stand on the inside up on the trail, you can look down into the cockpit of these cars. And on the steering wheel that Max provides all the cars, there's a little orange band sits at the top of the steering wheel. And as those guys were fighting through that corner, it was wet. The sealer on the inside of the corner is slippy. They were backing it in and drifting it through the corner. That little orange band was jumping all over the car as they were trying to correct oversteer and understeer as they fought their way through Canada corner. And it was great to be able to watch that thanks to that little graphic innovation that Max and his team have put on the steering wheels. Max has been around racing a long, long time, and now he has kids coming up through it. They're a racing family, and we love having them as part of the series.
Gallagher, Ortiz, Copeland, Lamb, and Sparks, your top five. Palermo, Drennan, Harrison, Cressy. Those guys all in the top 10, and Nick Yeoman, much like we saw at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Now there, we saw a couple of cars check out and pretty well separate themselves from the rest of the field. No such set of circumstances today.
Top 7 separated by 1.9 seconds. It doesn't get much closer than that. And again, it's Patrick Gallagher picking up the win. Jake Query, you're in victory lane with the gentleman who is going to score a victory for the 4th time, this time by just 2/100ths of a second.
The hugs, the celebration are on. The ModSpace Motorsports machine for Patrick Gallagher comes in here to victory lane at Road America. Let's talk about that final pass. Seemed as though you might have had, a half an inch of room to spare, but that was about as tight as it gets. Take me through when you decided to make the move.
Well, I saw, the Copeland guys ran me clean. We worked together, and that's why we're all three on the podium. The whole lap, I was telling Dean, I'll just finish second, man. You're not in the points. I can see the green roll cage of Sparky, 5th or something. I just finished second, and they went side by side, and I had to run up the hill. I honestly didn't expect to get to him. I just didn't want Dean to get by me, and then once I got in the side draft and I was able to veer off to the left, it just picked up about 2 miles an hour and shot me across the line.
When you think about it, to the naked eye as an outside observer, it looks as though when you come up over the hill for that last straight, that balance can be a little bit tricky just because of what you're coming off the hill. Obviously, not a lot of room for error there. Is that an accurate or inaccurate observation?
That's 100% accurate. The air moving around coming up over the hill, and especially when you have 4 or 5 cars together, it's legitimately a lot like Talladega. And that's what me and Chad were talking about there. He ran some Sprint Cup races, so he helped me out with all the draft and stuff. This ModSpace Howard concrete pumping car, man, it is fast. The Macombi McAleer guys have it hooked up. Big hats off to Mazda, Battery Tender, and BFG for making such a great series. I did a radio interview this morning, and I told a bunch of people to watch on the Mazda Facebook page. There would be a last lap pass for the win. I was hoping it was going to be me, but I didn't know that.
You're Nostradamus. Let me ask you one other thing. In terms of the racing itself, what does it say about it and how much trust you can have in a guy like Brian that you guys were able to keep that clean with a breathtaking finish, but know that you were going to be able to do it safely?
Yeah, Brian Ortiz, Dean Copeland, those are 2 guys that I trust. The whole series is like that, really. You have accidents and stuff that you don't mean to happen, but they know that I'm going for a championship. I know they wanted to win the race, and that's what we're all here for. I was completely content with second, but, I'd regret it if I didn't take a shot.
I-O. Patrick Gallagher, the recent Ohio State University graduate, finds himself here with a win at Road America in Wisconsin.
That's an impressive run for sure, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, and you get the sense that he realized he might have stole one, because as he talked about, he was content with running second, made a move, and then all of a sudden the side draft, he finds a little bit more horsepower and is able to draft his way by for the win. What a fantastic race. And the good news is, Mark, we get to do it all again tomorrow for race number 2. This Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup has not disappointed through 5 rounds, and I'm excited to see round number 6 tomorrow. Again, congratulations to Patrick Gallagher.
And Mo Murray, let's remind folks again where they can get information on the series, maybe when we're not at the racetrack and we're not racing, and then remind people again where they can catch all the action.
So best place to learn about the series is either MazdaMotorsports.com. That's Mazda's racing information page. You can get to that through Mazda USA, the parent site for Mazda, or on mx5cup.com, mx-5cup.com. That's the series website. The schedule is on there, the points, everything else. Tomorrow at 10:05 Eastern, we'll have round 6, and you can watch that on Mazda's Facebook page, on Mazda Motorsports Facebook, on MazdaLive.com or on Fans Choice TV. Or if you happen to be in a dealership tomorrow, one of the dealerships with our new screens showing the race, then sit down, enjoy the race. It promises to be as exciting as this one was.
Now, our pre-race show was a little tight, so we didn't get a chance to do this. But, again, you weren't with us last weekend because you were attending a high school graduation. So let's mention that young man by name and give you a chance to congratulate him and your family on such a wonderful accomplishment.
That young man is my son, Luke Murray. He's been to many, many races with me. He loves racing. He's a great young man, and I'm very proud of him. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, but the bad news is you've only got a little while longer to claim him on your taxes. So that's when they lose their value a little bit. No, I jest. It's an exciting time for you. Congratulations. Welcome back. We look forward to having you with us tomorrow. As you heard him say, join us tomorrow for all of the action. Race number 2 of the weekend, the Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup presented by B.F. Goodrich is brought to you in part by Mazda. We make cars for people who care about driving. Mazda, driving matters. Battery Tender for all of your battery charging needs. B.F. Goodrich, are you driving enough? VP Racing Fuels, our passion is your performance. And Paggard Racing, the difference in braking. For Mo Murray and Jake Query, Nick Yeoman in the booth with me, I'm Mark James. So long for now from Road America.
The Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
It looks as though Jim Rathman from Miami, Florida, if he can hold out for the rest of this lap, let's pick him up, boys, in the backstretch. Bernie Herman, you should be seeing him about now.
We're waiting for the quiet, unassuming Jim Rathman to again call special. And here he comes now in car number 4. Bias.
We've seen already make it to the Verizon IndyCar Series. And you get guys like Sage Karam and Zach Veach who went through the entire program as well, race winners on every level of the Mazda Road to Indy, and now looking to solidify themselves into the Verizon IndyCar program, and of course with potentially some new teams coming in, there's a possibility that some of these drivers may get a shot at one of these open seats.
And this is a showcase weekend for these young drivers.
Most
Not
definitely.
only are they on a world-class road course in front of a great full house, a lot of fans, but they are in front of the owners of the Verizon IndyCar, the Indy Lights, right on down the line. Everybody's on the same card this weekend.
That's one of the great things about being part of this Mazda Road to Indy. You know, we don't run of course, the Indy 500 weekend. Only the Freedom 100 and Indy Lights drivers run there. But for a majority of the events we go to, these drivers, of course, are with IndyCar. In fact, all the events this year where we are with IndyCar, we're at different amounts, not all three every once in a while. We're going to go to Iowa, and it'll be just Indy Lights and the USF 2000 drivers. But when we go to Mid-Ohio, it's the full brace, the full lineup. Same with the streets of Toronto, and we look forward to wrapping up the season at Watkins Glen International on Labor Day weekend. We'll find out who our champions will be. We'll do a fantastic awards dinner to crown those champions on the Monday evening, and we'll see which drivers will represent Mazda and Anderson Promotions and Cooper Tires in the following season with that championship colors, those soul red Mazda colors. So Franzoni up front, Martin second. Listowski now runs third as we are at the halfway point. Stingray Robb has moved to fourth as he's been able to get by TJ Fisher. Looking at lap time, something happened there potentially for Fisher. Look at that one lap at 2:17. We didn't see it on screen, but TJ Fisher had some kind of an issue about 10 seconds off the pace that last lap. So you got to figure he either dropped the wheel, must have went off course somewhere. This has allowed Stingray Robb to jump up into the fourth position. Fisher not far behind him. As TJ Fisher just about a half second back as they came across the line. 1.4 back then to Hanratty.
And Rob, Carlos Cunha has not been able to recover from that off-track excursion he had early in the race coming out of 13.
I did see him make a run through the pit lane as well. That's why he's so far back, I think, right now. He came through pit lane, and they had the cowl. I might have lost the front cowl off it or something. So Cuna's still trying to push lap time. Still turning pretty good lap times if you look at 2:09.8. Won't be long for him to potentially catch up here to Finelli and Zavelson, but I think he may end up being a lap back at this point. We'll see as they come back around. Maybe still in the lead lap, just that far back. But Cunha just doing what he can to see if he can maybe get back into the 11th position. Carlos had some rough luck as well in St. Petersburg, who would have had a podium in the opening weekend, but had some engine issues there while running third. There's your first and second place driver. No, that's second and third, rather. Pardon me. That's Martin in the 8 and Listowski in the 80. Navigating the way through the downhill off-camber carousel. A lot of campers to the inside of that part of the racetrack. Great place to watch the race. Nice and close to the kart track as well if you want to go crank some laps out. I know that people get motivated, they get inspired by what they see on track here. Excellent way if you want to get off the couch or get out of the lawn chair, get into the kart racing events here and go lap, do some circuits around the track. Great racetrack here. We've had some major events. People don't realize that I want to say one of the biggest or one of the first major karting events that Graham Rahal ever won was a Stars of Karting event here at Road America on that kart track back there by the Hurry Downs. A big win.
It's a great place to go settle some grudges.
Yeah,
maybe a wager or two.
I think you throw down some money. Exactly. Yeah. Well, unofficially, of course, right? Unofficially. Yeah, I think it's a great way. You think you're better than these guys on track, get out there and show us what you got. Karting, of course, just an amazing way to go racing as well. It is the purest form of motorsports, and I know in talking to Dan Weldon, like I did so many times, when he would come out and race with us a lot at the Superkarts USA Super Nationals events, and he would always say it's the purest form of motorsports. And I think that fans who maybe want a little more, maybe they want to get off the couch and try it. It's a great idea. Look up karting online. I have a website myself that you can learn a lot on. It's called ekartingnews.com. Just a great way to go racing and get behind the wheel yourself. It's affordable. It's fun. Absolutely thrilling. Anywhere from a 4-cycle kart that you can pick up for $3,000 all the way up to a $15,000 125cc shifter that'll do 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds and about 100 miles an hour. 11 and a half minutes remaining here in the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. We talk about karting. That is where so many of these young drivers have come from. pretty easy to look at the pedigree of the drivers in the USF 2000 program and realize that they were top national level karters. Of course, we saw today a great run by David Malukas, young driver out of Chicago, only a couple of years on from karting. Ran in the major events in Europe, and in fact, the team they've put together, the BN Racing team, is filled with karting engineers and karting mechanics who have kind of come with David to put that program together. So interesting to see them keep the unit together, the drivers they've worked with over the past couple of years.
And Rob, with karting, things have evolved so much over the years, and today these youngsters can get started so young, and get on track and get that seat time and experience. It really, really bodes well and helps them along their career.
You know, you can start as young as 5 years old, 5-6 years old in the kid kart ranks, and of course then you move into the what's called the micro, then mini categories up into junior, and being able to start early is amazing. I think one of the key things nowadays is the level of data acquisition that we actually have in the program these days. It allows these young drivers to become very adept at being able to give feedback, not just the feedback, the seat of the pants feedback, which is so important. It's pushing, it's loose, I'm loose, exit off, whatever it may be. But they're able to sit down and go over the data that they've been doing since they were 10, 11 years old. So when they sit down with their engineer, they get an opportunity to go over it. Franzoni still leading by 7.5 seconds. Martin second, Listoshkin now third. Stingray Robb still in fourth. Max Hanratty in fifth as Fisher's dropped down the order. Again, Fisher at 2:28 last time by. There's got to be some kind of an issue here for TJ Fisher as he has fallen back into the 10th position. So Fisher tumbling through the field. That has allowed Listoshkin alone in third. Stingray Robb goes to fourth in the 14. Hanratty in fifth. Good run here for Jeff Green now into the sixth spot. Kaminsky runs seventh. Bobby Eberle eighth. Chris Wright ninth. And Fisher, as we said, now in the 10th spot. So Franzoni 7.5 seconds up. And this is a big one here for Victor Franzoni. He had a major weekend at the IndyCar Grand Prix, the road course weekend in Indianapolis in mid-May. Looks like we got a yellow flag being shown, Dean, down in the Kettle Bottoms. Potentially Chris Wright. They're waving it coming into Canada corner, which would think that when we flip over to the next camera here that we're potentially going to see a driver in the beach there. Nobody there, but yellow flag was flying over there at this point, unless he's back around the corner, guys. Dean, able to see anything? No, nothing here from our spotters at this point, guys. But we said yellow flag being thrown in the Kettle Bottoms, held yellow in the Kettle Bottoms, and waved in Canada corner. Chris Wright, however, falling to the tail of the field in the number 12. So indeed, now it looks like Wright may have came back across. Looking at timing and scoring, we're trying to decipher what we get for the information we have in the booth. He did complete lap number 9, so potentially an off, and then back on track and continuing on. But tough one for Wright as he falls to the very tail of the field. Carlos Cuno will benefit. He now goes into the 11th spot. He's currently 17 seconds behind Zavelson and about 4 seconds quicker, 5 seconds quicker. And we still have 8 minutes to go, so probably 4 laps.
It's an 8.5 second lead for Franzoni in the number 23 machine. Martin trying to track him down, but Franzoni has led it from about the second or third lap patiently, right at about the 5-minute mark. Patiently worked his way around Martin, and since then has separated himself about a second a lap.
Here's Chris Wright coming there in that white and blue machine. That's the JDC Motorsports colors, and the car looked like it was a little sketchy as he came through the hurry-down section of the racetrack. Franzoni able to follow him through here, so Franzoni now down into the kink, and he'll come through rolling. Big lead, as Dean said, 8.5 seconds for Victor Franzoni, the Brazilian. Anthony Martin trying to remain close here in this championship chase because, again, these drivers looking forward to their next events. It's a 6-point lead coming in. Franzoni over Martin. He got the bonus point for this race, but Martin already got the bonus point for qualifying for race 2. So both drivers have a qualifying bonus point, which kind of negate each other. TJ Fisher was 3rd. He's fallen to 13th. Carlos Cunha in 4th in points. He's now 11th. Listoshkin was 5th. He's going to take a big jump. He may move actually into the 4th spot. Nikita Listoshkin may move to P4 here. Just about 6 minutes remaining here in Pro Mazda. Second rung of the Mazda Road to Indy. The champion here. You'll see him in the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires in 2018. And again, the final time that this particular Pro Formula Mazda car will see action here at Road America as part of the Pro Mazda Championship. A brand new Tatis-built PM18 will debut at St. Petersburg. He said it'll be his first official race. We'll see that new car at the Chris Griffith test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in November, or October rather.
Franzoni cruises. That last time by was a 209.1 and 210.1 for Martin in second spot. But, Rob, down in 11th, we talked about Carlos Cunha. He went off course in turn 13. You mentioned he had a trip down pit lane. He's going 209.6, so he is, even though he's well back in the field, currently shown in the 11th position, second fastest car on course.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds faster than Zavelson and back by only 12. So 2 laps later, and Kuna's going to be up into 10th. That'll be important if he's going to try to close up here in the points. Because I said you never know what's going to happen. It's looking right now like Franzoni, Martin, and Fisher were going to be your primary title contenders. Listoshkin trying to get himself back in the hunt here now with a good third-place finish. But they're going to need something to happen to Franzoni and Martin for them to get a shot in here, because after this event, 4 more races to go. Or there are 3 more races to go, rather. They'll run the Mid-Ohio event on July 28, 29, 30. They'll run at Gateway Motorsports Park, that 1.2-mile oval in Gateway in St. Louis. And then, of course, we head to Watkins Glen, New York for the finale. 3 more races still to go. 6 races in total. Pro Mazda will do a triple header at Mid-Ohio. So you better be good there. Yes. And Martin's going to have a good opportunity there because Cape Motorsports won last year there with Nico Jamin. He was able to do the double in the Cape Motorsports car. Of course, it's exactly the same car that Anthony's in this time. And he'll get a chance to jump in that car and have a pretty good setup when they head to Mid-Ohio at the end of July.
This is the first race of a doubleheader weekend here at America's National Park of Speed. Pro Mazda race number 2 comes your way at 2:05 tomorrow afternoon, as we have about 3.5 minutes remaining here in this one.
You know, Dean, after having just an absolute stellar battle in USF 2000, Victor Franzoni's turned this one into a stinker a little bit as he's working himself away.
He is making it look easy.
Man, he is rolling. 10.1 seconds the lead for Franzoni, trying to stretch away in the championship. So Franzoni comfortably down to turn number 8. Just hitting the marks. Franzoni, Martin, Listoshkin, Robb, and Hanratty, your top 5. Cunha closing up 6 more seconds on Zavelson. That's going to be a pass here this next time by. 3 minutes to go, though we may get 2 more laps in. We'll look to see. We may get the white flag this time by from Tom Hansing. Indeed. White flag getting set to fly here. One of our guests here as well from Allied Building Products, Kevin Christensen, is going to throw the checkered flag for us. Great place to be to throw that flag out right out over top of the racetrack when we see Franzoni coming up here. But white flag we expect will fly next time by. Tom has not, I don't think, pulled it out for any of the drivers yet, waiting for Franzoni to come back around. Clock starting to tick, about 2 minutes remaining here, 2:12.
Average speed so far today has been just about 112 miles per hour. We talk about the time. 2 minutes, 9.6 seconds is the best time. But average speed just shy of 112 as the white flag does fly at the start-finish line.
There it is. 1 more to go. Final lap for Victor Franzoni to see if he can't win once again. As I said, coming off a solid weekend at the Indianapolis Grand Prix weekend, the road course event. Franzoni came in there knowing he needed to step things up, and he was able to get the job done. Couple of race wins. Anthony Martin fourth in the second race, second in the opener to limit the damage. But again, a 6-point lead coming into Road America here for Franzoni. And he is now looking to try to get himself a third straight victory. Anthony Martin swept the opening weekend at St. Petersburg. Victor coming right back at it. So Victor trying to go 3 for 3. Here comes the driver in the pit lane as well. That's the number 82. That's Fisher. His bad day goes worse as he's now into pit lane here to get the white flag. Kuna trying to find a way by Zavelson. That's going to happen for sure. He may even able to get Puderback as well. So Kuna may be able to find his way into ninth as Brendan Puderback and Zavelson in the middle of a good battle here. Dave Zavelson making his debut in the program here this weekend. White flag flying. Kuna gets by both of them indeed. So into ninth spot for Carlos Kuna. Bobby Eberle still trying to chase down Bob Kaminsky. Kaminsky P7, your top national class driver. So final lap for Victor Franzoni, the Brazilian driver who won last year in the USF 2000 program with Arms Up Motorsports, was able to score a victory at the Streets of Toronto event. Checker flag being thrown. Kevin Christensen will throw that checkered flag, and Franzoni drives her down to the wall. His team right there, giving him the thumbs up. A well-deserved triumph, and he will have to do it again tomorrow, but starting from dead last. So Martin comes across the line in second. There's Listoshkin, his first Pro Mazda podium in third. A stellar drive here with the number 14 of Stingray Robb, as he's going to bring it into fourth position, his best career result. Rather, tying his best career result, pardon me. Stingray was fourth in the second race as well at St. Petersburg. Stingray rolling up here. I believe he and Hanratty trying to get the final positions here in the top 5. There's Stingray across the line. Not too far back, as we said, was Max Hanratty in the 5th position. All in all, great race. Victor Franzoni with the win. He will extend his point lead, almost 12 seconds, the advantage, the margin of victory over Anthony Martin in the number 8. And Nikita Listoshkin on the podium for the first time here in Pro Mazda. Stingray Robb and Max Hanratty will round out the top 5.
That is Pro Mazda race number 1 for the weekend. As we said, Pro Mazda will race tomorrow afternoon, just after 2 o'clock. And you're going to want to be having your eyes glued to the racetrack for that one, because Victor Franzoni, the winner here, the driver who drove to an impressive nearly 12-second victory, will be starting race number 2 tomorrow from the rear of the field. So that is going to be, Eric, something that we want to keep our eye on as we progress into tomorrow. Of course, Kohler Grand Prix race weekend. So glad to have you with us. Up next on track will be Indy Lights. Indy Lights qualifying session number 1 coming your way next.
Yeah, and that'll be a 30-minute session. Of course, we've seen a few qualifying sessions today, and 30 minutes doesn't seem like a whole lot of time, especially when you've got a 2-minute lap, just about 2 1/4 around this 4-mile race course. Of course, earlier today we had a qualifying session that probably the fastest driver in the field waited and waited and waited till the track kind of cleared a little bit, and it caught him out. Had a local yellow, brought out the red, came in, had 3 minutes left in the session, went out, had another red, couldn't even get a flyer in. Best lap was nearly 5 minutes. Going to have to start at the back of the field for Victor Franzoni tomorrow. So that's the last thing you want to have happen again here in this qualifying session for Indy Lights. You want to at least set a moderate pace lap, even if you come in and make a setup change, put on some stickers, whatever you're going to do in a qualifying session. But I don't necessarily think that you're going to want to wait to the very end just in case you get that red flag.
Yep, and the Victor Franzoni was the driver that you alluded to there that stayed in the pits and as we mentioned, he will start shotgun on the field tomorrow in Pro Mazda race number 2. Indy Lights qualifying for race number 1, as we said, comes your way next at 2:30. They will race tomorrow afternoon at high noon. The Indy Lights will. So the rest of the schedule today looks like this. Indy Lights qualifying session number 1, as we said, 2:30. Then at 3:15, practice session number 2 for the Verizon IndyCar Series. USF 2000 qualifying session number 2 at 4:35, and then at 5:10, we turn our attention back to the Pirelli World Challenge GT, GTA, and GT Cup, their second practice session of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming up on the victory podium for Pro Mazda Grand Prix of Road America, presented by Allied Building Products, here at the 2017 Kohler Grand Prix. Welcome to all of my fellow Kohler associates this weekend. Of course, that's my day job, is for the Kohler Company. So very proud of the fact that company I work for sponsors this great race event at Road America. So welcome to some of my fellow associates. But we'll have Rob Howden standing by at our victory podium coming up in just a few moments. Of course, we'll also have Indy Lights qualifying. We'll join IndyCar Radio Network for that in progress as soon as the podium celebration is completed. And then, of course, we've got another 45-minute free practice, too, for the Verizon IndyCar Series. As there's a good look at the podium celebration getting started, almost underway in just a few moments. As soon as Rob gets down there, we'll send it down there. But Verizon IndyCar Series free practice 2 coming up this afternoon at 3:15, so about an hour or so away from right now, following Indy Lights' 30-minute qualifying session. And then these teams also have a pit stop practice for about 15 minutes at 4:05. And then we go Q2 for USF 2000, their second qualifying session for race 2. And then we'll have our 30-minute P2 practice for GT, GTA, and GT Cup in the Pirelli World Challenge. Greg Creamer will join us at that point at 5:10 this afternoon. So we're going to go all the way up until about 6 o'clock this evening with on-track activity. So from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., a day chock full of cars on track here on this Friday, and we get to do it all over again tomorrow.
And if you want to start planning for tomorrow, gates open at 7 o'clock. Saturday and Sunday, gates open at 7 o'clock. We hit the track for the first time tomorrow at 7:15 a.m., so make it a short night. Get here early tomorrow.
7:50, it'll be Indy Lights qualifying 2. So Q1 taking place in about 10 minutes right now, approaching that. Before we get it down to Rob in Victory Lane. But Indy Lights Q2 tomorrow morning, and then we've got qualifying for both GT, GTA, GT Cup, and GTS and TC, both for the Pirelli World Challenge, qualifying starting at 8:35. Mazda MX-5, the Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup, round number 2 of the weekend, where Tony Laporta will join us at 10:05 tomorrow morning. And then we'll go right into free practice 3 for the Verizon IndyCar Series. We'll race Indy Lights at 12 noon straight up. USF 2000 race number 2 of the weekend comes at 1:10. Tomorrow afternoon, Pro Mazda, their second race of the weekend happens at 2:05. And then we've got Verizon IndyCar Series 75-minute qualifying session, of course, and then the 2 races for both 60-minute events for the GT, GTA, and GT Cup coming up at 4:30. Tomorrow afternoon. So we are going until about 7 o'clock tomorrow night here at Road America. So it is going to be a long day tomorrow, and it goes straight through. And we are so excited to bring this 2017 Kohler Grand Prix weekend right to you here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Again, waiting for Rob Howden down in our victory podium to get that celebration underway. To Rob Howden.
together for another couple of miles. Oh, this is going to be great finish for Jacques Villeneuve into the number 2 turn.
And Villeneuve smoothly through 2, well off the wall, keeping a fine line down the back straightaway. Larry Henry.
Jacques Villeneuve bringing it down the back straightaway. No traffic in front of him. Cleanly down to the white line. The crowd on their feet cheering Jacques Villeneuve. One more turn to go.
Jacques Villeneuve's crew, they won the pit stop competition, but this is even better. Through 4, smoothly. Jacques Villeneuve heads to the checkered flag, and here's Bob Jenkins.
The checkered flag is waving, and Jacques Villeneuve wins the 1995 Indianapolis 500. The youngest driver in the field at 24 years of age has won at Indianapolis.
The Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
Program. Checking.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Here we are in victory lane for the glorious phase of this most spectacular finish of the 500-mile automobile race. And the pit crew and the men are gathering around Jim Rathman here. And Jim has a big ice-cold bottle of milk, and let's talk with him. Just a minute, Jim. Leave it on. The pit crew is really gathering around him, and Julie Pratt, the queen of the 500 Festival, has put the garland of flowers around his neck. And just a minute, he's going to have another drink of that ice-cold milk. Jim, just a minute. Here we are, Jim, right over here. Jim, how do you feel after that most spectacular finish?
Pretty good. What happened to Ward?
You ran out of gas. You and Roger really put on a spectacular finish today.
Thank you.
What do you got to say?
Stay tuned for more on IndyCar Radio. Live from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
It is one of the most historic road courses in all of America, and it is time to go qualifying for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Thanks for joining us live on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. My name is Nick Yeoman. Happy to be joined by our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton, here in the booth across from the front straightaway here at Road America. Davey, this massive 4-mile, 14-turn road course, it provides a challenge for anyone that tests the 14 turns here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. But for these young drivers in the Indy Lights Series, the future of the Verizon IndyCar Series, what an opportunity to race at a really cool racetrack here.
You know, this is a track that the series needs to be at, and these young kids, it's a great opportunity. This is a proper course, huge, 4 miles, as you said. Very technical. There's slow corners. There's fast corners. Watching just the races earlier today, pretty amazing. They're using the grass, the rumble strips. I mean, it's so exciting to watch. And like I said, it's very technical. I mean, there's some corners. You know, turn 14, for example. It's fast, and you go through that thing, and your car could do 2 or 3 different things can be loose, tight, and it's a handful. So this, you have to be on your game to get the best out of the car.
You mentioned using the grass. I'm assuming you watched some of that Mazda MX-5 race?
Yeah.
Those guys.
They don't use it with a 2 wheels off. It's a 4 wheel off through the grass. Pretty crazy. And it was definitely an exciting race.
They scared me at a few points during that race, but they put on quite a show in those Mazda MX-5s. Of course, all of these Indy Lights Series machines powered by Mazda engines as well. 14 of them this weekend here at Road America. One practice session in the books already. It was a 45-minute session earlier this morning. If you're just joining us for live coverage on IndyCar's Facebook page, the Mazda Road to Indy TV app, the YouTube page. I know there are plenty of opportunities to join us online, or if you're here on the grounds at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, joining us for this race weekend. Kyle Kaiser was the fastest of the 14 drivers. 13 of those cars got on the racetrack. The one that did not was Colton Herta, one of our championship favorites. Comes into this weekend third in points. He was not able to get on the racetrack, but it was Kaiser, Clayman DeMello, Alberico, Tielitz, and the Freedom 100 winner, Matthias Leist, who was fifth quick, here at Road America. And Davey, for Leist, boy, it's been a month since we've seen these cars, but his performance in the Freedom 100 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was pretty spectacular as he led flag to flag. That momentum, I know it's been a month. Are you a believer that can carry up all the way here to Road America?
Well, especially from that race, I say so because it was the Freedom 100. And when you say he led flag to flag, he did.
Yeah.
In the scorebook, it looks like, he just led the whole race. But it was exciting. I mean, he had challenges. He had to hold some guys back. He did a great job, and he did lead it flag to flag. But like I said, there was a lot of challenges to keep that lead and that win. But I have to say, even though they've been out of the car for so long, they're anxious to get here. Number one, they got to contain themselves a little bit because it's kind of like the first race of the year almost. They want to get going again, but momentum, anytime you win at Indianapolis, I think it's a special time.
This is a 30-minute qualifying session. Green flag is in the air, track is opened up, and these drivers can turn as many laps as they can possibly get in during that 30 minutes. Well, one of the drivers we're certainly keeping an eye on is the hometown boy, Aaron Tielitz, who enters this weekend not only a race winner already in 2017, but in the top 5 in points. And Ryan Marine, he is going to be a driver to watch. I know there's nothing Aaron Tielitz would love to do more than go to victory lane here in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think you're right. The hometown kid, so to speak, from nearby this Road America circuit here in Wisconsin, a guy that was really successful here last year in Pro Mazda, really used a couple of strong runs at Road America to springboard himself to a championship run in Pro Mazda that ultimately got him here to the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires in 2017. One thing I think is very interesting, though, because he's the hometown kid, perhaps a little bit of inside baseball. He might know this track a little bit better than some of his opponents. And with track time at a premium this weekend, guys, just the 45-minute practice before they go qualifying, perhaps that's something that might be in his back pocket. Fourth quick in practice earlier this morning, and looking to see what he can do for Team Pelfrey in qualifying.
Davey, IndyCar never really ran in Idaho. I don't know how much racing there was there in terms of major racing. You never got to really experience that racing in front of the home crowd. What was the closest? Did you ever have a race that you considered a home event?
Well, not when I got to IndyCar. I really didn't. My home event was Phoenix, actually that far away. But fortunately, in the short track world, where I came up at Speedway in Meridian, Idaho, we had a lot of races there in the short track industry. And so I was able to race in front of the home crowd in those cars. But it was a bummer, a little bit of not being able to race very close to my hometown. But Phoenix was like my home track when it came to IndyCars. I had a lot of success there, but this is special when you can come really to your home track and the track that you are most familiar with. It's time to shine, and he's going to have every fan, friends, family, everybody's going to be here.
And not just for Aaron Tielitz, but that car owner, Brian Bellardi, calls Wisconsin home as well. So you have to think some of that mojo can work well when you come back home. And I would just think that familiarity of being able to see those friends and family can really help, can boost you on a race.
Well, I know Brian, he wants to win here. No question about it. This is his home. They have a big event here. They have a lot of people, like I said. And, like back to such a great facility, and so honored to be able to have these kids here. And, no better way to shine with all your fans and your friends is to be able to win here.
This, of course, rounds 8 and 9, I should say, of the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. This 2017 season has pretty much reached the midway point. It'll reach the midway point after we complete race number 1 tomorrow. It's been an ultra-competitive championship as the top 6 in points are separated by just 30 points. Kyle Kaiser enters this weekend, the Juncos driver, as the points leader. He went to victory lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course. Nico Jamin has a pair of wins this season. He enters the weekend second in points, 14 markers back. Colton Herta is third. He has a pair of wins as well. But Rob Howden, as we bring you in for the first time here in this qualifying broadcast, while Colton Herta has a pair of wins and is third in points, it has been anything but a smooth weekend so far for the young American.
I hate to tell you, Nick, I'm down here in Herta's pit right now, and they've got the cowls and the sides off of this car now. They're having engine issues again. The guys from AER have got it plugged in. They're going over it. They're looking at the right side of the left side of the car here right now. They got about 4 drivers or 4 mechanics piled in on top of this right now, Nick. More issues for a driver who lost the opening session of the day with an issue. Here we are in qualifying. He has not yet got onto the racetrack. More trouble here for Colton Herta, who's coming off an absolutely horrible month of May.
45-minute practice session this morning, Davey. Didn't get to turn a lap. Qualifying has not gotten to turn a lap as well. Granted, the points and the money is paid tomorrow and Sunday in this doubleheader weekend, but Kyle, just how hard and behind the 8 ball is Colton Herta and that team behind with the issues here on this opening Friday?
Well, one thing, we know his talent, right? We definitely know his talent, but the problem is there's a lot of other talented guys in this field, and we have to start behind him. And we've seen that at the road course at Indy. When he was up front, things were good, but then he had a flat tire, if I recall. He got shuffled to the back. Then he couldn't pass. He had a good car and clean air. But then when you get behind guys, it's that much more difficult. Now, there's a lot of passing opportunities here. That's one great thing about this facility. But, man, he needs to just get a time in, just something, just to get some laps around here before he has to go into the race. Now, as you said, a doubleheader weekend. And these guys are going to be challenged even tomorrow. Second qualifying session starts at 7:50 a.m.
Better bring that coffee, buddy.
So I was thinking maybe if there's any way we could do that from the hotel, it would be really handy. So.
I'm thinking we may just need to buddy up with some folks here on the grounds and see if there's somewhere we can camp out and spend the night because, yeah, it's going to be bright and early for those staying on the grounds. I hope you're ready. I encourage people to party and have a good time tonight, but just know there's going to be some race car noises in the morning.
We're going to wake you up. We're the wake-up call, or the Indy Lights, I should say, are going to be the wake-up call in the morning.
Yeah, that of course, Rob Howden, that qualifying session tomorrow going to be at 7:50 local time, 8:50 Eastern. But the coolest thing about here at Road America is there are race fans camped out all over this massive 4-mile racetrack.
Well, I do hate that you guys have to get out of bed early in the morning to come here when I'm normally here with USF 2000. I know that's really hard for you guys to have to miss that continental breakfast you have at the hotel when we're all rolling out here for USF. But no, it's the great thing about this place is here. They'll be up and they'll be out making breakfast. They'll have the bacon and eggs on the griddle, and they'll be watching that session in the morning. And that's what one of the beautiful things, guys. I think you guys know this, and I know, Davey, you do. When it comes to Road America, the people here are absolute rabid race fans. They love being out here. We saw it last year when the Verizon IndyCar Series returned to Elkhart Lake. They packed this place. They've done it again here this weekend. When Indy Lights, and we're all here tomorrow for their qualifying run, I guarantee you this place is going to be packed.
And, of course, Davey, there's nothing like these 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. They love early wake-up calls, too,
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. They, as a racing driver, it's always good if you can make it up by the crack of noon. And so getting up and being in the car, green flag at 7:50, that's the kicker.
Yeah, of course, there's, you got to meet with the team and make sure everybody's there and buttoned up and out on pit lane. That's before we go qualifying. That, again, is going to be the qualifying session bright and early tomorrow morning for race number 2. This qualifying session is going to set the field for race number 1 that's going to come your way tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow right at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. Central time. So, again, it is Matthias Laced early in this qualifying session. Really haven't dived into the lap times so far because, of course, all these drivers, most of them are probably going to opt for a fresh set of Cooper tires towards the end of the session. That's when we see those times start to drop and the speeds come up. But as we've reached the one-third mark of this qualifying session, it is the Freedom 100 winner, the Brazilian Matthias Laced, with the quickest lap so far at 1:53.975. Kyle Kaiser, the points leader. His car sits on pit lane. He's turned 4 laps, his quickest at 1:54.062. Neil Alberico for Carlin Racing is third quick at 1:54.0 .271. Nico Jamin and Shelby Blackstock round out the top 5. For Kyle Kaiser, Davey, he enters this weekend as the points leader. Consistency has been the name of the game for him. A 6th and a 4th at St. Petersburg, a pair of second-place finishes at Barber Motorsports Park, 3rd and a win on the road course at Indianapolis, and then I know a disappointing 9th-place finish in the Freedom 100, but boy, you take care of the race car, you bring that car home in one piece, you continue to gather that data, and all of a sudden, as I mentioned, finds himself in the points lead.
Yeah, no, and that's key, is consistency and finishing these darn races, and even though he's had some problems and finishing the back, he still finds himself at the point leader. We remember Herta had a nice lead, right? And I thought, wow, this kid's going to he wins the first race. He's consistently towards the top, has a big points lead. But guess what happens? Boom, at Indy, he just had, as Rob said, a horrible month of May. Drops him back to 3rd in the points championship. And then here we come to this one. He can't even get on track to qualify, which is just so odd because these cars are so reliable and so consistent. Usually, just surprising that he's having some engine problems.
Those two of the trio of California drivers that are in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires here in 2017. Of course, Colton Herta, a rookie, second-generation driver, the son of Brian Herta, a winner in the Verizon IndyCar Series on multiple occasions. Colton's from Valencia, California, piloting the Andretti Steinbrenner Racing Mazda powered by Deltro Energy. 2 other California drivers, as we mentioned, Kyle Kaiser from Santa Clara, California for Juncos Racing, and Neil Alberico, the Rising Star Racing driver for Team Carlin. He's from San Clemente, California. And Rob, those California drivers, along with the rest of the field, a lot of those drivers ducking onto pit lane here with 17 minutes to go in qualifying.
Yeah, Nick, Kyle Kaiser was the first driver to come in here. They changed tires. He's got the sticker Coopers on. They decided to pull off the front cowl and make a minor adjustment as well after talking to Kyle. But yeah, definitely a full pit lane here right now. Shelby Blackstock rolled in front of me. They've got new rubber for him as well. Everyone able to go out on the racetrack and you kind of get a feel for the changes that they made after that morning session. Everyone knew how much this track was going to change. Remember, it just started to kind of get dry there this morning after the rain we had last night. So the guys weren't going to be able to really use too much of the data that they were able to actually obtain. And indeed, that's why no one went to fresh Coopers in the morning session. They want to hold back. They want to make sure they maximize their tires. They only get 4 sets of fresh Coopers here for the weekend, so they're going to maximize that fresh rubber for qualifying. Almost everyone in the pit lane. In fact, here comes the number 11 here as well, Garth Ricard. So he's in the pit lane as well. Essentially full down here. Everyone coming in for service and fresh rubber.
Yeah, it looks like Dalton Kellett's one of the few drivers. He is navigating the carousel right now. He has stayed out onto the racetrack. Ryan Norman is out on the racetrack as well. Same with Juan Pedrohita, but the majority of this field, as Rob talked about, has ducked onto pit lane for some adjustments. And Davey, this is probably a good point to do it, as we're just about at the halfway mark of qualifying. Everybody except for Colton Herta. Clayman DeMello also hasn't really turned a lap in speed, but all of those drivers, they got about 4 or 5 laps banked in. Now they can make those adjustments.
Yeah, and that's key. That's one thing that that takes the pressure off these drivers for qualifying somewhat, because normally qualifying, you go out and you lay down 1, sometimes 2 laps, sometimes a few more if we average them out, but that is pressure qualifying, where you got to go out and you have to get those laps right. But one thing with this, the way the series is and the format for the series is it's kind of a no pressure qualifying. You go out, you get comfortable, you get the lines, you feel what the car's going to do. Then you come in, just as they're doing right now, putting fresh tires on these cars, and then heading back out. And then they have, 4, 5, 6 laps that they could really try to get it right.
Ryan Marine, Zachary Clayman DeMello was fast in the practice session early this morning. I'm a little surprised. He's turned just 1 lap, and it was near 3 minutes, not even close to being at speed. An update possibly on some issues he may be battling here in qualifying.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very similar scene to the one that Rob Howden described for us a little bit earlier concerning Colton Herta. The rear cowling is off. There were some folks with some wrenches there at the back of the race car making some adjustments and looking a little bit concerned. So definitely a lot of work. The cowling's still off the back of that Carlin Racing machine. They're taking a look at a couple of other components as well, but it does look like some lengthy repairs. And as far as Colton Herta is concerned, I checked in with the team, and they said persisting mechanical issues. So still some problems trying to get young Colton Herta on the racetrack for the first time all weekend.
So frustrating with both of those drivers. Rob Howden, you've got more on Colton Herta. Still has not been out of the racetrack yet.
just got down here now with them, Nick, and indeed they are actually buttoning the car back up again. They got the bodywork back on. They had both side pods off as well. The rear cowlings going back on. You can tell when all that bodywork comes off, you know it's going to be a pretty serious investigation. But they have all the bodywork back on. The engine now fired back up. The AER guys, the engine tech guys have been here. Of course, they plugged in to get all the data downloaded on the engine. He has it fired back up again. So Herta, who of course missed the opening sessions here, the opening laps of this qualifying run, now finally getting ready to go back out. It looks like fairly fresh tires. Because remember, he did not run the opening session either, so he didn't have to use any rubber at that point. Most drivers using a carryover from the Indianapolis Grand Prix weekend set, a scuff set. So Herta now down and away for his first laps here today.
So that's big for that Andretti Steinbrenner Racing driver to get out on the racetrack and at least turn a few laps. Just saw Dalton Kellett, the driver from Toronto, the driver of the K-Line Insulators USA Incorporated Mazda for Andretti Autosport, brought his car back to pit lane with the majority of his field on pit lane, Davey, making those adjustments and tire changes, the exception being Colton Herta and Santi Urrutia. Your impressions of this racetrack itself? The grounds are always beautiful. It's cool to come here. Wisconsin in the summer is always very, very pleasant, but the racetrack itself, 14 turns, lots of elevation change. It is a very challenging track.
Yeah, one of the most challenging and the most scenic as well. I mean, you're right. Up here in Wisconsin, this time of year is absolutely beautiful, and this track is the technical portions are very technical, and the high speed straightaways and corners are just amazing here. So it's one of the funner tracks that we go to. These guys are going to have a great time out there, but you have to be careful as well. As big, as long, as wide as it is in most places, we do see a lot of contact we did earlier already in the Mazda sedan race. So it's crazy, but a great place.
And I think one of the neat things, Davey, about this racetrack is lots of high-speed corners. We go to a lot of racetracks on the IndyCar circuit where those best passing zones, whether it be on a street course or on a road course, or when everybody slows down to under 50, 60 miles an hour to try to get inside and outbrake someone, there's a lot of places around here at Road America where you're carrying a lot of RPM.
Well, and here's the key with passing at these corners, and that's a good point that you brought up, is the street courses, even like Mid-Ohio, where they're very tight, technical corners, not a lot of speed, and it's outbraking. Here, it's about the long straightaways and drafting into the next corner. So the draft plays a huge effect at this road course, where a lot of times it doesn't play such a big effect, and that's how you try to pass the guy under, because you're still braking. They're still breaking points. But, man, if you get down some of these long straightaways and get that draft and get underneath the guy into the corner.
And that run down into turn one, of course, this famous Road America straight here, the front straightaway, as we refer to it, as it's right in front of us, where all the attention is with pit lane. It's a long straightaway uphill, Davey, a lot of drafting, as you mentioned. And then that run down to the right-hander in turn number one. Lots of runoff area to the outside, lots of gravel. We've seen guys test that over the years.
Yeah, we're going to test. As a matter of fact, in 1990, A.J. Foyt really tested it, where he had a brake pedal fell, and he went straight off. So that's another reason it's one of the most famous turn ones in the circuit. It was A.J.'s injuries there. But you're right, it really opens up there. And the exit, one thing about this facility is majority of the exits have a huge runoff. So you could take that risk. If you go Watkins Glen turn one, for example, has a huge runoff there. So if you go in too wide or three wide and you go in too deep, there's a lot of runoff, a lot of asphalt, and so it's pretty forgiving. But that's one. Guys can get together, but that's one crutch that these guys have. It's not grass or gravel outside the corner, so if they do make a mistake, they can usually recover from it.
10 minutes to go here in qualifying for race number one of the Indy Light Series presented by Cooper Tires here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Matthias Leist, the winner of the 2017 Freedom 100. That Carlin Racing Mazda sits at the top of timing and scoring. Quick lap at 1:53.975. Kyle Kaiser is second. He's turned just 4 laps, though, so Kaiser hasn't had a ton of track time, but hasn't needed it, as that Juncos racing machine's got plenty of speed. Neil Alberico and Ryan Norman have both turned 7 laps so far in this qualifying session. They sit third and fourth. Norman's a guy that I'd love to see have a bounce-back weekend after being caught up in an opening lap accident at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway after a really good qualifying effort. He sits fourth. His teammate, Nico Jamin, is fifth. Dalton Kellett is sixth. Shelby Blackstock, seventh quick. Juan Pedrahita is eighth fastest. Aaron Telitz is ninth. Nico DePero, 10th. Garth Ricards is 11th. Santi Urrutia, 12th. Colton Hurta's finally got out of the racetrack and getting that Mazda engine back up to speed. He's 13th quick, and Zachary Claymont-DeMello with some similar issues. He is 14th fastest. Rob Santiurrutia, been a little surprised. He's turned 7 laps in this qualifying session. Was also on track to turn 15 in the practice session this weekend, but the speed simply hasn't been there for that driver.
You know, especially, Nick, with the fact that last year this guy was a race winner. He, of course, was victorious last year with Tim Neff as part of the Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports team. They've been working right now on aero at this point here, Nick. They've made some changes to the aero, the car, both front and rear wings. They're going to make another adjustment here as they bring Santi in. In fact, just putting on his fresh sticker Cooper tires now. So the last session you saw, the last little run he did of about 3 or 4 laps, he actually did not have the new rubber on yet. They're making some more aero changes up front here as well. I'll tell you, Ryan Moraine, a lot of work being done here for Santiurrutia to try to get this thing ready to go, to at least put it somewhere further up the order. 12th will not do for Tim Neff at Santiurrutia.
Bad news for Zachary Claymont-DeMello, out of the race car, walking with helmet in hand. Only turned the 1 lap so far in the qualifying session. What put you in this position?
We had a problem with the engine. We're not quite sure what it is at this time. Hopefully we can get it fixed with the race. I'm sure we can. And I came from the back here last year, so I'm sure we'll have another good result this year.
That said, how big of a setback is it? I'm sure you'd rather be starting up front.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, we had a good car in practice. I did quite a lot of testing here. I did IndyCar day here, so I was feeling confident going into qualifying, and I thought we could challenge for the pole. So it's a bit unfortunate, but got to look forward. There's another race and another qualifying session, so we'll do the best we can.
Sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Zachary Claymont-DeMello, guys.
Yeah, that's disappointing for the young driver from Montreal, Canada, the driver of the ZCD Montreal Zoological Wildlife Foundation Mazda for Carlin Racing. Again, was very fast, very racy in practice this morning, a second quick, and now, Davey, we know he's going to be starting at the tail of the field. He'll be one to watch, though, because as you could hear in his voice, he's got confidence in that car. Just got to get those mechanical gremlins worked out.
Yeah, and as he said, he had an opportunity to come here and test in the IndyCar as well, so that had his confidence very, very high, because coming from an IndyCar, a lot of times back to these makes it a little bit easier sometimes, and gives you that confidence and that you could take these cars to their very, very limit.
Dalton Kellett climbs the hill on the front straightaway. He has just gone to P1 here at Road America at a minute 53.966, bumping Lace down to second quick, Kaiser to third, Neil Alberico to fourth, Ryan Norman to fifth. 13 of the 14 cars out on the racetrack, Rob Howden, and you had a report on Santiurrutia, I know.
Yeah, Santi finally getting those adjustments made to the aero, both front and rear. They got everything buttoned up nicely. And again, he's back out there. Really the only driver on super fresh tires. He's just getting out there now on his first opportunity, Nick, to take a run here on sticker Cooper tires. This could be the chance for Urrutia to move up the order.
Neil Alberico jumps to the top of timing and scoring at a minute 53.38. That's nearly 0.6 of a second faster than Dalton Kellett. So, Davey, this is the time in the qualifying session. We're just under 6 minutes to go. You don't get a lot of time, because an out lap here when you leave pit lane is still going to take a couple minutes to get up to speed with this massive course. But with about 5.5 minutes to go, time enough for these drivers to get 2 or 3 really
laps,
good ones.
And that's right, just depending where they're located. But that was a great lap by Alberico. I mean, 0.6 is huge over Kellett right now. And so I expect to see these low 153s come in. Kaiser just finds himself. He bumps up to a 153.62. Still about 0.3 off, but getting closer to Alberico.
It's been night and day for Neil Alberico in his rookie year to his sophomore campaign. Has qualified a lot better. Started 5th in one of the races at Barber Motorsports Park. Started 3rd and 6th. And the road course races at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that helps so much, Davey, in these Indy Lights sessions and these Indy Lights races to start up front where things get so tough. Alberico just got bumped by his teammate Matthias Lace, but qualifying so important, especially at a place like Road America.
Yeah, anywhere we go anymore, the competition's so stiff. Doesn't matter what series that you're in. The farther forward you start, the not the easier, but the better chance that you have, number one. Number two, it usually keeps you out of trouble. A lot of when the action happens, unfortunately, it's usually mid-pack and back when some trouble happens. So if you can get towards the front, usually a better opportunity to stay out of trouble.
We did see a year ago, I think it was in race 2 in the rain when they were climbing the hill up through turns 5 and 6. Guys up front running over the top of each other, taking out rear wings.
Oh, it could happen. It's just chances are better.
You're right.
Yeah.
If it's based on pure numbers game, I like my odds if you're starting up front. It is Laced and Alberico, the Carlin teammates, running 1-2 here in qualifying. Yuncos Racing's Kyle Kaiser is third quick. Andretti Autosports' Ryan Norman is fourth. His teammate Dalton Kellett is fifth. Shelby Blackstock for Bilardi Auto Racing, sixth quick. Juan Pedrohita from Team Pelfrey is seventh. So all these teams represented, Davey, towards the top of timing and scoring. This is an ultra-competitive series, and that really, leads off of what you were just talking about. You have to start up front because these cars are so evenly matched. These drivers are all so talented that just earning a couple positions throughout the course of an afternoon during a race is very, very challenging.
Oh, absolutely is. And how about Colton Herta finds himself P10. There's only 14 cars here, but he's P10, 154. Pretty impressive, means that these are his first laps. Tielitz, for example, he's not going to be happy. He wants to be faster than that. He's P11 right now, but he's a second off, basically, so he has a lot of time to make up.
Yeah, Aaron Tielitz right now 12th quick for the driver from Rice Lake, Wisconsin, resides in Birchwood, Wisconsin, driving for Bilardi Auto Racing and that Mazda Rice-like weighing systems, a Mazda for Bilardi Auto Racing. Expect a lot more. In practice this morning, he found some speed. He was fourth quick. And Rob Howden, he is a driver that, again, has been here to Road America before and seen his way to victory lane.
Yeah, high expectations, Nick, this weekend for Aaron Tielitz, of course. Won both Pro Mazda races last year to kind of kickstart his championship run and turn things back into his direction away from his teammate Pato Award, who had won 6 of the first 7 races. So Aaron came in here with tons of momentum. They had a really strong test. He was very confident coming in, but P13 on the grid right now, he is not going to be a happy man when he gets out of the race car.
And again, a pair of Americans down towards the bottom of the charts, Colton Herta and Aaron Tielitz, 12th and 13th right now. Davey, Herta and Tielitz, those were our 2 winners at St. Petersburg. Yeah. It's amazing how a couple months later things change.
Yeah, Tielitz wins the first race, and then Herta comes out and dominates the second race, and here they are and finding a way low. Well, Tielitz just moved up to 10th, Herta in the 13th position now, but not where they want to be.
With 2 minutes to go, already had a couple takers on pit lane, I believe. Neil Alberico, Kyle Kaiser, Rob Howden, is that correct? Both of those drivers on pit lane already?
Looking into pit lane right now, indeed, Kyle Kaiser coming in here. He's done. They've pulled the travel tires out, the old treaded rain tires out, so they're pulling him off. That'll be it for Kyle Kaiser. Here comes Alberico in the number 22 as well. He'll roll in right in front of me and get met by his Carlin crew. They're pretty happy right now. Again, as we said, we're first and second, Laced and Alberico, and indeed they still sit that way. That looks like it's going to be enough for Neil Alberico. They'll bring him in here, and he shuts off the motor. Number 22, P2 in pit lane.
Wow, so that is a little surprising. I mean, that's still a great qualifying effort for Alberico. Not sure he's going to fall much further down timing and scoring from second, but with 60 seconds left to go here in qualifying, these drivers, some of them ducking onto pit lane. David, we just saw a couple drivers smoking it up, locking it up down into Canada Corner. That's another one of those fast parts of the racetrack leading towards a slower right-hand turn.
Well, that thing's been tricky all day for these guys. I've seen a lot of tire smoke and guys getting fairly loose coming off that corner and having to gather the cars up. So that's one of those corners that you have to, don't go over that edge.
Matthias Lace just went a little bit faster at 1:53.176. His 10th lap is his fastest. He's brought that Carlin Racing machine to pit lane. That's going to be it for Lace in qualifying. Now he'll have to see if he can hold on to win the pole. Another driver trying to hold on to the outside of the front row. Rob Howden is Neil Alberico.
Yeah, I just had a quick chat with Neil while he's getting ready to debrief. And guys, I know, Davey, you can speak to this a little bit. He just said straight up, I asked him what happened. He said the tires had just peaked. He knew there wasn't anything else he could get out of the car. No sense in burning them up, just in case they want to use them, of course. Could be for the first part of the qualifying run tomorrow. Again, just the tires had peaked. And then the number 22 for Alberico, he parks it and we'll hope to hold on to P2.
Checkered flag is out here at Road America. Qualifying is in the books as about 5 or 6 drivers still out on the course to complete their final laps. We saw Aaron Tielitz come across the timing and scoring line. He's going to do no better than 9th. Also just saw Colton Herta across the timing line. He's going to do no better than 13th after completing 7 laps. Juan Pedro Hita is still out on the racetrack, but the top 2, Davey, those Carlin Racing machines, boy, they pick up the win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Laced in particular, and he has carried that momentum. Not sure if anyone's going to touch that 153.176.
They've really came together again, that team. They never, they're a little bit inconsistent, surprisingly, but boy, it doesn't surprise you when they're on top. At least, what a great run of 153.176, as you say. Then Alberico at 153.38, quite a bit faster than Norman, Kaiser, and Jamin.
Rob Howden, you're standing by with Matthias Laced, who has scored the pole here at Road America.
Yeah, lots of smiles down here for the guys from Carlin. Matthias, it's all about momentum right now. You scored the fast lap of the race in race 1 in the GP, podium in the race 2. You win the Freedom 100. Momentum's all there. Confidence is there. Give me a little overview on your day and how things have gone for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is our moment now. The team are working very hard, and I'm getting used to the car, to the team, to the track, and everything is coming together, So I'm very happy. We had a very great month in Indy, and now we tested very well here as well. Now we're on pole for the first race, so yeah, pretty excited.
The series has thrown some different things at you, of course, this year on oval for the first time. You run the street course at St. Petersburg. This racetrack kind of more sets up for a track that you would know, the Road America, kind of more of a European circuit. Discuss that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. This is like Spa, so this is an amazing track, and this is what I'm used to doing, because the ovals, like I said already, in Indy was my first time ever, and this is the thing that I'm doing for like 11 years, so this is what I know how to do.
Congratulations on a good pole.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Pole position, guys. He's very, very happy down here, Nick Yeoman. Very thrilled with this pole position. And again, you can see the smile on his face, the team as well. This kid's got momentum. He's got confidence, and that is such a deadly combination.
Let's hear from his teammate, who's going to start to the outside. He's standing by with Ryan Marine.
That's right, completing the Carlin Racing sweep at the front row. Neil Alberico just got out of the car, had a chance to speak with your engineer. What was the debrief like? What did you see on the data as you were taking a look at the screen?
Yeah, not much. Just kind of looking at our starting position, where guys are at for tomorrow's race. But Carlin 1-2, can't start the weekend better than that.
As big smile on your face as you got out of the race car, how close do you think you can be to your teammate under race conditions?
Oh yeah, we've had really good race pace here all through testing and this morning. So we're looking good for the race. Starting on the front row and just take it easy, score some points, try and get the win tomorrow.
All right, appreciate the time. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ryan.
Send it up pit road to Rob Howden.
Working on trying to find Ryan Norman here right now. Ryan did a fantastic job. Get that helmet off. Listen, P3, Ryan, we got to get a chance to have a quick chat with you here right now. You guys are rolling it there. And, I know a tough opening session this morning for you guys. You didn't have the speed you wanted. You had not the smiles we expected. But this session here, talk about it a little bit. You guys found some speed here for qualifying.
Yeah, I love this track. It's so much fun. And after practice, we came back and looked at the setup and fixed it up a little bit and came back even stronger. But we're just improving every time out. And had a little rough start of the season, but just kind of kept my head down and chipped away small. And we're getting there.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
P3, Nick, for Ryan Norman. Great qualifying effort for the young driver from Andretti.
All right, here's a quick rundown. It's Laced and Alberico. They're going to make up row 1 tomorrow. Ryan Norman and Kyle Kaiser in row 2. Nico Jamin, Dalton Kellett in row 3. Shelby Blackstock and Juan Pedrojita in row 4. Rounding out the top 10, it's Nico DePero and Sati Urrutia. Aaron Telitz is going to start 11th. Garth Rickards is going to start 12th. Colton Herta 13th. And Zachary Clayman DeMello 14th. That race, of course, coming your way tomorrow afternoon at 11 local time. We're not done. One more show to go here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Coming up at 3:15 Central Time, 4:15 Eastern. Mark Janes, Dave First will rejoin you with Jake Query and Ryan Marine for the final IndyCar practice session of this opening Friday here at Road America. Great job by Ryan Marine and Rob Howden on pit lane. And for Davey Hamilton, my name's Nick Yeoman. We'll talk to you tomorrow for more Indy Lights coverage presented by Cooper Tires.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
Lou Palmer is in victory lane as A.J. Foyt takes now his victory lap around the 2.5 miles of Indianapolis.
Ryan Norman for Andretti Autosports, a track you like here at Road America. Give us a lap around the 4 miles here at Elkhart Lake.
So coming down the front straightaway in 6th gear, going super fast, going into turn 1, it's a quick jab of the brake and down 2 gears, and then slowly squeezing on the throttle, and then going down the hill into turn 3, another quick jab of the brakes, down 2 more gears. And that one's really important to get a good exit out because you're going down that long straightaway. So there's a lot of time to be gained there. And then the big brake zone into turn 5, hard on the brakes, down 4 gears, quickly getting it turned, going up the hill underneath the bridge, and then one downshift there and blind corner, and then slowly squeezing on the throttle. And then you got that fast right-hander, slow lift, squeeze back on, and then going back down the hill, down into turn 8. And another quick jab down 3 gears, and then my favorite turn going through the carousel. Turn in flat, keep it flat as long as you can, and then when you start to feel the car go away, slowly lift off a little bit and then squeeze back on. And then going through the kink, another really fast corner, really fun corner. And then going down into turn 12, one of the most difficult corners actually. Hard jab on the brake, down 3 or 4 gears, depending on if you have new tires or not. And then it's kind of hard playing the power there, so you got to squeeze on really slowly there, and then the blind left-hander going through 13, and then another quick jab down 1 gear, and then squeeze on for the front straightaway, which is really important to get a good exit there.
There you go, Rick.
The grandstand, stretching for miles, or a kaleidoscope.
Road America. Give us a lap around the 4 miles here at Elkhart.
So coming down the front. So coming down the front straight, which is really important to get a good exit there.
To 153.38.
scored the pole here at Road America.
Yeah, lots of smiles down here for the guys. Lots of smiles down here. Smiles down here for the guys.
Standing by with Matthias Lace, who has scored the pole here at Road America.
Yeah, lots of smiles down. Yeah, lots of smiles down. Yeah, lots. Yeah, lots of smiles down here for the guys from Carlin. Matthias, this is all about momentum right now. Matthias, this is all about momentum. Matthias, this is all about momentum right now. You scored the fast lap of the race in race 1 in the Jeep.
With the team, so in Indy,
This series has thrown some different things at you. Of course, they're kind of more of a European.
This is what my first time ever, and this is the thing that I'm doing for like 11 years, so this is what I know how to do.
Congratulations on a good pole.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Pole position, guys. He's very, very happy down.
How to do.
Matthias, this is all about
what I know how to do.
For the front row, Neil Alberico just got out of the car, Neil Alberico just got out of the car, had a chance to speak with your engineer. What was the debrief like? What did you see on the sweep of the front row? Neil Alberico just got out of the car, had a chance to speak with your engineer. What was how
we've had really this morning.
Working on trying to find
up pit at the time. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ryan.
Neil Alberico just got out of the car.
Just trying to get the win tomorrow.
All right.
Take it easy, score some points, try and get the win tomorrow.
Jake on the program side, 1-2.
Bright color. Their spirits are high. They're here to open a new decade of racing at Indianapolis. This day is bright and blue. The temperature is 74 degrees. The forecast is for clear and sunny weather. Seconds ago, you joined race fans around the world. At this moment, the sounds of Indianapolis beam out from transmitters across the United States. Shortwave transmitters and satellites fling our words across the oceans and around the globe. You join us in a singular experience. The world's largest radio network combines you, the race fan from afar, with those gathered here at the Speedway. I'm Paul Page, and I'm proud to serve you once again as the voice of the 500.
Less than half a lap ago, Gordy Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win it?
Gordon Johncock off the fourth turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes it try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500.
From Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
although our day began at 10 a.m. Eastern, I think we'll apply the old adage, time flies when you're having fun, from the Firestone broadcast booth on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Preparations continue for the 2017 Coulthard Grand Prix at Road America. Hello, everyone. I'm Mark James, happy to be joined in the broadcast booth by Dave First. And Dave, first things first, if you will, now that we have your introduction out of the way. A fairly uneventful first practice session earlier today until the final 5 minutes or so when the 28 of Ryan Hunter-Reay went off course. Didn't look like the damage was heavy, but brought in early into the session. Nonetheless, he was 8th quick at the time.
Yeah, the only thing that really worried the folks in the 28 pit area was the fact that they weren't able to quickly restart Ryan Hunter-Reay and get him back out for another 30 seconds or so of practice. So that ended the practice session. Ryan Hunter-Reay, a guy that is looking for some momentum, desperate in need of momentum, in fact, and hopefully he can get it here this weekend. But it's been a great start to the weekend here. It's been dry, sun-splashed. I ate my weight in cheese since the last IndyCar practice, so I'm good to go for the weekend, Mark James.
I have nothing to add to that. 14th in points, Ryan Hunter-Reay. 132 points back. Very un-Ryan Hunter-Reay-like. And Dave, let's face it, in his defense, it's not all been of his doing. I mean, some mechanical gremlins have bitten the 28 machine, and that's been the case, quite frankly, for all of the Andretti sports auto sports drivers at one time or another.
And you can take it a step further, and some of the folks that have the Honda power plant have had issues. Not everyone by any means, but it's happened. It's crept up for the Andretti Autosport guys. It's crept up to the Sam Schmidt guys as well. Haven't seen a lot of expiration on the Ganassi guys, although Charlie Kimball had one earlier this year, but something to keep an eye on. Also keep an eye on this. In the earlier practice session, you had 3 Chevys in the top 4, and when I say Chevys, I say Team Penske showed up in a big way. Simon Pagenaud, the reigning Verizon IndyCar Series champion, was 2nd quick in that practice session. Will Power, the reigning champ here at Road America, 3rd quick. Joseph Newgarden was 4th, so it could be a start to a big weekend for Team Penske.
Had an opportunity while Nick Yeoman and company were taking you through Indy Lights qualifying to venture out across this fabulous facility, interacted with some of the great fans here at Road America, went out and checked out the position high atop Turn 8. Where Jake will be for the Verizon IndyCar Series race. I'll be there for the second half of the doubleheader for Indy Lights. You can see halfway to Green Bay from up there, Dave. And as I told our network director, Wally Levitt, who scouted out that site and parked that lift there, I said, it's the inspiration for the phrase panoramic view. I mean, it gives you an idea of just how massive this facility is when you're some 45 to 50 feet in the air. But I think the thing that continues to impress me, it's certainly on our trip out there and back, is it just everything that there is to see and do here at this facility for race fans. I mean, if you position yourself and you get to a point to where you want to take a break from watching the cars tackle this 4-mile course, there's all the paddock areas from all the various series. There's a lot of displays, a lot of them interactive. There's a working go-kart facility over there around Turn 8, and you name it, and they have it here at Road America, and all of it is designed, Dave, to enhance the experience for the fan.
And did I see disc golf is available?
Yeah,
here?
right. Yeah,
disc golf. We got zip lines. It's a fun, I mean, what a great weekend to come up here or come down here, depending on where you're from, and hunker down, spend the weekend here at beautiful Road America.
Well, we said we were interacting with fans, Jake Query and me. Jake is that guy who can't resist throwing overhand at cornhole, which is what Jake did when we were out there interacting with the fans. But nonetheless, Jake, a beautiful day here at Road America.
Mark, I don't know the cornhole rules and have never actually been clarified as to whether or not that overhead move is illegal. It is effective, I can assure you of that. But it is a spectacular, gorgeous day here. We talked about it earlier. Right now, the track temperature 108 degrees. It's as warm as 110 on the track temperature. As you take a look, Graham Rahal on board going through right now. They're doing the visor cam for Graham Rahal today. But that track temperature warm. But again, those Firestone tires, they're comfortable upward of almost double that. So it is a gorgeous day here in Wisconsin. There are a little bit of clouds in the sky, but no cloud cover. It is sun-drenched for certain. As a matter of fact, the ambient temperature is about as comfortable as it gets. Maybe that's because we're coming off of Texas where we got used to the humidity, but 79 degrees here, not a lot of humidity in the air. By the way, just so you know, Mark, I did check with the official guys as the red flag comes out here. Alexander Rossi has brought out the red, Mark, so we're going to have a delay in action. Maybe I'll actually go back and play a little bit of that cornhole. Todd Ward and his buddies who've been camping out there among the many campers here, and maybe they'll welcome me back. I might actually get around in tomorrow. But a lot of people out here to enjoy this fantastic weather at Road America.
Dave, first again, a red flag condition, another Andretti Autosport car, along with Brian Herta, of course, the 98 of Alexander Rossi, particularly frustrating for the Napa crew because, Dave, he was P1 after the session earlier today.
Well, and in the 2 laps he turned so far today, he was P1 at a minute 44.1. Watching the replay, and this is the exact same spot that his teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay got caught out in this morning's first practice session. So he buries it into the tire barrier and likely does a little bit of damage on that front wing assembly. So as you also take a look at Ryan Hunter-Reay, that was this morning. You saw him spin it around and turn 14 and nudge up against the tires as well.
Just before that car, as we looked at the replay of Hunter-Reay's incident, just before the spin, when he went up and over that turn, he hit some pretty pronounced bumps, and it looked like the handling of the race car just flat disappeared on him, and it seemed the same thing for the 98 of Rossi, but thanks to the gravel trap and the fact that, quite frankly, Dave, he had scrubbed off most of his speed by the time he got to the apex of that corner. We hope, for the sake of the crew and for Alexander Rossi, that the damage was minimal to the 98 car.
These crews have put in so much time, really, since the early part of May, where it's been bang, bang, bang with one event after another. Of course, the schedule in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was pretty tight with the Grand Prix, then qualifying the next weekend, the 101st running of the Indy 500 after that. Then we immediately go to Detroit for the doubleheader, then Texas Motor Speedway. And a lot of these teams tested last week. It was technically an off weekend for these guys, but a lot of these teams came here to test and or at Watkins Glen. They've now taken, you see the number 98 of Alexander Rossi, pulled him back onto the race course, so they'll get him restarted and he'll head back to pit road.
Yeah, front wing damage most assuredly, and that's where they will focus their attention. And it looks like they're going to get him refired, and hopefully he can drive the car back to pit road. Maybe it's just a bolt-on stuff from that front wing. Well, putting the car through the paces today, the 7 car for Sam Schmidt, is Robert Wickens, and spelling Michaela-Lotion. After the first practice session earlier today, our Ryan Marine joins us on pit road, and Ryan caught up with Sam Schmidt, the owner of Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, co-owner, we should say, and he updated us on the situation involving Wickens and Lotion.
Robert Wickens in the car right now, standing in for Michaela-Lotion, at least for the short term. What is the update that you have? What's the latest you've heard from Mikhail and his travails trying to get back to the U.S.?
Supposedly on a flight. We'll see. Just had a day delay in his visa from Paris. So as far as we know, he's on a flight supposed to land in Chicago tonight, and we'll see.
So I know that James and Robert did a car swap, an IndyCar for James and then the DTM car for Robert. When that happened, did you have any idea that might lead to something more down the road?
No, not really. It was good exercise, and I think they both had a good time doing it, and good for the fans. And I've always been a fan of Robert, watching him back at Atlantics and 2007, and thought he should have been in IndyCar. No ifs, ands, or buts, but timing hasn't worked with the merger back and limited seats. Went to Europe and has done a fantastic job at DTM. So I always had a lot of respect for him and his talents, and it was right place, right time. We had made a seat for that DTM thing, and he was close, and it was a perfect storm for today. So we'll see what happens the next couple days.
Can you take us through the timeline then of finding out, first of all, you had the issues that you had to get sorted out, and then trying to settle on a replacement driver?
Yeah, I mean, really up until yesterday morning, we thought that Mikhail would come in yesterday and we'd be cruising on down normal fashion. And then yesterday morning got the call that his passport didn't show up, and we didn't know if it'd be a day or 2 days or 3 days. So it was a bit of a scramble, just calling a half a dozen guys and see where they are and see where their seats are, and everything goes along with it. And we had already had his seat, Robert's seat, so that was kind of just sort of convenient. So we could get here the quickest and get in the car. And so it's worked well. He's coming up to speed. He hasn't driven here in 10 years, and so I think he's going according to plan right now.
Ryan Marine talking with Sam Schmidt about the situation involving Mikhail Voloshin and Robert Wickers. We'll see if Voloshin does indeed arrive. We should know more certainly by tomorrow morning when there's a practice session scheduled before we go qualifying. Good news is we are back to green flag racing. Why were we red for 4 minutes and 23 seconds? Jake Query, the 98 machine of Alexander Rossi, lost it off of turn number 14, and he has since brought that car back to pit road.
And that car sits on pit road now, Mark, with a little bit of turn 14 in it. That's exactly what they're doing right now, is just making sure that that extra gravel, what we call the kitty litter, if you will, any of it that was extraneous and was collected within some of the different areas of the race car, they're going ahead and cleaning that out. They also went ahead and changed the nose of the car because there was obviously some damage there. They went ahead and put a new front piece on it, and now Alexander Rossi sits in the car while they take a look over those Firestone Firehawks as well. That's one of the storylines we've been watching, as we do each and every weekend when it comes time for these teams in the first practice session or second practice session. They want to conserve those tires, make sure that they're saving themselves enough sets to effectively be able to qualify, and then of course, race, as they don't want to go all the way through the tires. Simon Pagenaud talked about the importance of that earlier today after he was the second fastest in the first practice session. So Alexander Rossi sits in the machine. I think they're going to go ahead and just utilize this as an opportunity to look over each and every aspect of that car, including the balance. But the good news is, Mark, looks like that they managed to avoid any major damage to that 98 machine. And Alexander Rossi, who, by the way, on this pit road has a pretty advantageous position, because keep in mind, this is all set up by the previous race's qualifying results. Alexander Rossi qualified third, so on pit road he has only Scott Dixon and then Dixon's teammate Charlie Kimball in front of him on pit road. Their other teammate, Tony Kanaan, is the fourth pit stall. So Alexander Rossi is actually the interloper of those first all Ganassi pit stalls here on pit road.
Session goes until 4, so about 30 minutes remaining, if you will. And as we mentioned, a little over 4 minutes chewed up with the red flag time. Busy day tomorrow. We will start bright and early. Join us for breakfast, 8:50 Eastern, as we go qualifying for the Indy Lights for race number 2. Nick Yeoman, Davey Hamilton in the booth with Rob Howden and Michael Young on pit road. And then throughout the day tomorrow, we'll have practice sessions and a lights race, and then wrap the day up with IndyCar qualifying. And then, of course, the A-main, if you will, day first, will roll off at 12:30 Eastern on Sunday, the Kohler Grand Prix here at Road America. But a lot of work to do between now and then.
No, a lot of work, and a lot of work for these teams. And I was talking to some of the Andretti guys. We talked earlier in this morning's practice session about just how busy things are, even when it doesn't seem like it's that busy. IndyCar had the weekend off last week, but teams were still out testing here at Road America, Watkins Glen. Andretti guys, they're going to leave here on Sunday, head to Iowa for a test on Tuesday. So the work is never done in the Verizon IndyCar Series here.
Yeah, that's we get a weekend off next weekend, and then we'll head to Iowa Speedway, and then of course an historic stop on July the 16th. We'll be at Toronto, and then get another week off or so until we get to the 30th at Mid-Ohio. A really big respite for us comes from July the 30th to August 20th. That's the gap between Mid-Ohio and Pocono. And then, of course, we'll wrap up the month of August with the much-anticipated return to Gateway. I know those folks are awfully excited about having the Verizon IndyCar Series back there, and we're happy to be back for sure.
Newly paved.
That's right, newly paved, and interested to see what the grip level's going to be like, and how well that track will race. It has raced well over the years. We expect that to continue most assuredly. And then the return to Watkins Glen continues Labor Day weekend, September the 3rd. And then, of course, we wrap the season up September 17th at Sonoma. Dave, before it just seems like, it takes a while for it to get here. Then once the season starts, we're plenty busy. But, boy, after we clear the Indianapolis 500, it seems the rest of the season just flies by.
Yeah, you blink, and all of a sudden you're in Sonoma wrapping things up in 2017. We talked about Gateway and that return and the repaving that they're going to do there because of some issues that they had during that test session a couple of weeks ago now down there in suburban St. Louis. They're also going to add another test session for one car for each team to go back and test that newly repaved layout at Gateway before that happens again on August 26th. So add another test session for these guys. It's always busy in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
I do want to remind you, he visited with us when we were at Barber Motorsports Park, essentially his home racetrack, our good friend Scott Martin. I follow him. You should, too, on Twitter, @RaceWX4U. And Scott has posted a forecast for the rest of the weekend here at Road America. Not real optimistic when we were Monday of last week. But right now, what Scott is calling for is partly cloudy with a small chance of a shower and storm, moving through after 7 p.m. tomorrow with a high of 69. And then Sunday, partly sunny, small chance of a passing shower. Otherwise, he says, a great day for racing with a high of 67. That's almost picture perfect.
Wow, that is picture perfect. Now, I'll tell you what, if you are a purist at heart, I don't think you mind maybe a little shower that come through here and just to even things out and shake things up a little bit. That'd be fun on Sunday.
Well, I'm in the booth, so I'm all for it. So
wait, I'm on pit
road.
Actually,
I will be outside for the lights race on Sunday. I'm going to be high atop that turn 8 we talked about earlier. So anyway, we appreciate it. And I follow Scott, and like I said, you should too. And he does weather forecast, updated forecast every race weekend throughout the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Good for you. That's fun.
Yeah, good stuff. So Simon Pagenaud is P1. His teammate Joseph Newgarden right behind him. Alexander Rossi, despite the trip to the tire barrier across the gravel trap in turn 14. The 98 car is third quick after he was P1 in the first session. Graham Rahal putting his 15 car through the paces. He's fourth quick. Chilton, Castro, Neves, they're all there in the top 10, along with Tony Kanaan, Will Power, and James Hinchcliffe as practice continues here at Road America.
The finish line, the victory lap, the trophy. I'm Mario Andretti, and I know there's nothing sweeter than winning an IndyCar race. And that feeling doesn't stop at the finish line. Because when you drive on Firestone tires, the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series, you'll realize that you don't need a track to drive like a champion.
Whatever you drive a Firestone. IndyCarRadio.com, your source for info on the radio network and the Verizon IndyCar Series. Weekend schedules, podcasts.
This is Rob Howden. Visit IndyCarRadio.com and catch my Mazda Road to Indy report. Updates on USF 2000, Pro Mazda, and Indy Lights. Search for it under the Fans tab.
Plus, listen live to every practice, qualifying session, and race for Indy Lights and IndyCar. IndyCarRadio.com. Log on and get up to speed.
Firestone broadcast booth. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. I'm Mark James, happy to be joined at the broadcast booth by Dave First. With us this weekend, Jake Query, Ryan Marine, patrolling pit road. 26 minutes now remaining in this session. Simon Pagenaud, Joseph Newgarden, Rossi, Power, Jones, the top five. And Dave, we talked about him earlier today. Ed Jones continues to impress, and he's having a good day for that Dale Coyne stable. And Dave, we'll get your thoughts on him in just a moment. But first, we need to head to pit road, check in with Ryan Marine.
And down in the Ed Jones pit, as a matter of fact, with an interested spectator, James Davison, who filled in admirably for Sebastian Bourdais at Indianapolis. Here spectating with the Dale Coyne Racing team this afternoon. I know it's not where you'd like to be, but you're at the racetrack. You got a smile on your face. Happy to be here with the IndyCar Series at Road America.
Yeah, I'm up here with the Pirelli World Challenge, not racing this weekend, but just helping someone out. I've been racing full-time in that series the last 2 years with Nissan's program, which ended, but did St. Petersburg in the Aston. So that brought me up here, and I'm also using it to have a couple of meetings to try and square away an Indy 500 deal nice and early for next year. I've always gone into May not knowing if I was driving or not, and the 3 out of 4 times that I have pulled it off, I would say that it was about May 10 that I found out that I was in the 500, and the run that we had a month ago certainly has helped me be in a better position to get a deal done early. And yeah, like you said, I'm here in the Ed Jones pit. Ed and I are good friends. We live in the same building in Miami, coincidentally, and yeah. Just hope he has a good weekend.
What has the reaction been like when you're going to team owners? Do they seem a bit more receptive now after the run that you had back in May?
Yeah, look, to be honest, I haven't really spoken to any other teams. It's been more just on the sponsor side. I can tell you that straight after the race, I had 3 sponsors that, I haven't had a partnership with before, but I've got a relationship with, approach me and say, we want to be on board with you next year. And obviously that was nice. And ultimately what puts you in a car these days. Obviously it's unfortunate that it works that way, but it is what it is. You've got to play by the way it works. And yeah, here I am nice and early trying to get something put together, just penciled in for May next year.
Well, we certainly hope you can get something put together for next year. Nice and early, a little bit more lead time, hopefully, than you had this time around. Appreciate the time and enjoy the weekend here at Road America.
Thank you. You too.
James Davison down here on pit lane.
Dave, it's not a matter of a lack of quality and a lack of talent, certainly in this series. You heard James Davison talk about it. A lot of times it boils down to finances, but boy, certainly you don't have to look very far to find a very talented driver hoping, waiting, praying to get an opportunity here in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Yeah, there's a lot of those guys when you walk through the paddock you see and chat with, and they're all trying to work on sponsorship deals or other contractual deals with other teams. Ed Jones, we talked about Ed Jones earlier, one of those guys that is given an opportunity thanks to his win and championship in the Indy Lights Series last year. He has taken the most of that opportunity, has he not? 3, I believe, top 10s right now, and he hasn't overdriven the car. I think wherever we've gone, you could argue that he should have been the Indy 500 Rookie of the Year over Fernando Alonso. He's done a spectacular job for Michael Cannon and Dale Coyne Racing, and he shows up in Packer land with a Chicago Bears helmet. That might be the only mistake I've seen him make throughout the course of the season.
Well, now there you go. I mean, Dale Coyne Racing has explained that, and the connection that they have to Walter
This was
Payton,
his idea,
the fact that this was close. This is close to Chicago, and it's a tribute to Walter and his involvement with that race team and running here at Road America and whatnot.
If
but
you're Ed,
talking about the NBA Hall of Famer.
It's all well-intentioned.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he understands the gravitas of wearing a Bears helmet in Packers.
I'll admit more than anything else, it looks it catches your eye for sure because I mean it looks just like he's wearing a football helmet that you see on Sunday. So anyway, but yeah, that explains all of that. If he goes by you, and again, if you're here on the course and you wondered, yes, it
Are
was.
you serious?
Well,
what?
Yeah, most assuredly it was. So if somebody chucks a cheesehead at him during the course of this weekend, he'll know why. But anyway, we were talking about opportunities with James Davison. Opportunities existed for a couple of drivers, Spencer Pigot and Sebastian Saavedra, at the Indianapolis 500, courtesy of Ricardo Juncos. And earlier today, our Dave First caught up with Ricardo on pit lane to talk about the reflections upon the month of May and this race team moving forward while they're battling for an Indy Lights championship with an eye toward being full-time in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
An opportunity to catch up with Ricardo Juncos, who, of course, not only has the points leader in Kyle Kaiser, but Nick DePero as well in his first full season here in the Indy Lights program. It's been too long. It was like a month we've seen you guys out on a race course.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
back to normal now, right after the 500 experience, which was great. And now we focus on this championship. We're leading the Promazda and Indy Lights, as you said, with Kyle Kaiser and Victor Franzoni. So it's just back to normal for us on the team. And now here in Road America, see what we can do, right?
Kyle Kaiser coming back, points leader coming into this weekend. How confident is he now going into the rest of the season?
His confidence, I mean, he's doing a good job, and it's a long championship. It's always difficult. We know that. So we just keep the heads down, and it's just execution of plan. And I think there is obviously some room to improve always the car a little bit and himself as a driver. So that's why we focus on race by race.
These natural terrain road courses, it seems to really take to Kyle a couple of seconds at Alabama, and then, of course, the win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's all about confidence. As 31, the Nick DePero goes off course here. We might take a look at the video here with the car owner, of course, Ricardo Juncos. Tell me about Nick and his development this year.
He's been doing a good job. It's a big step for him. He coming from go-kart to Promazda last year was a big jump, and the plan was to do 2 years of Promazda, but, you know, situation, they say, okay, let's do for the sponsor situation more than anything, let's do Indy Lights a little bit early. It's a big step, but he's doing a good job, improve every race, weekend. Obviously now he just made a mistake, but ended up the championship really strong last year in Promazda. He's doing a good job so far on the Indy Lights as well, which is, you know, everybody knows how difficult and high level it is, so I'm very happy with him.
You talk about comfort with Kyle. There's a big comfort factor with Nico, is there not?
Sorry, say again?
The comfort factor with Nico coming into this first full season in Indy Lights, how difficult can that be for a young man?
His management really good. He's very professional, very serious. He's willing to do the extra effort, and he knows it's difficult, so he's taking his time. The plan is to do 2 seasons or maybe 3, so we take our step by step, and I think he has a good future ahead of him, you know.
Last thing, we haven't seen you since the Indianapolis 500. Did you guys enjoy that?
Yeah, that was a great experience, obviously the experience of my life, and I learned a lot. Now, slow down a little bit back to normal, but definitely we're working really hard now to how we can continue in IndyCar. We're working with few sponsored opportunity for next year, so we're going to push really hard from now on and be full-time in IndyCar. That's my desire, so hopefully we can make it happen.
That was going to be my next question. Full-time next year, do you think?
That's what I want. You know, it's always difficult, and always we need to wait for the right opportunities, as I always said. And if not, we maybe do some races, and if not, we can go back in the 500 next year. But definitely my desire is to be full-time in IndyCar.
You know, Dave, as a resident of Speedway, Indiana, obviously I was thrilled when the announcement came that when they had broken ground on their new facility in Speedway, Indiana, just, you know, in the shadows of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They've been in that shop for a while now, and it is impressive what's going on in terms of race teams focusing on Speedway. Connor Daly, his A.J. Foyt operation being operated out of the facility that's adjacent to the wine vault on Main Street. Sarah Fisher's karting center, of course, Sarah here this weekend driving the pace car. Ed Carpenter Racing, the folks from Delara. And what's great about places like Delara, I mean, it's almost a multi-use facility, Dave. I mean, you think it's just used for manufacturing the chassis and whatnot, but you drive by there and you know, there's something going on on a pretty regular basis there.
People have birthday parties and anniversaries and gatherings, and it's fun to drive up and down Main Street there in Speedway and see this hub of activity that frankly wasn't there 3, 4, 5 years ago or so. But Ricardo Juncos and that facility, they had the thing that impresses me about Ricardo, many things, but everything he does is first class. It's either he's going to do it to perfection, or he's not going to do it at all. He's done that in karting. He's done that now in the Mazda Road to Indy throughout the many levels that they participate in, and you can tell he has that desire and that want to do it at the top level as well. He's either going to do it well, or he's not going to do it at all.
Session rolls along. 15 minutes to go. Castroneves, Pagano, Newgarden. So all of a sudden, Chevy flexing its muscle here. Jake Corey, most notably Penske Racing, as they own 3 of the top 5 spots.
One of those in the top 5 that is not a Chevrolet is the car that I'm overlooking right now. That is the fact that Esteban Gutierrez is in that number 18 machine for Dale Coyne Racing. Now, you had talked about Ed Jones in his Bears helmet, but let's talk about this 18 machine. Right now they're taking a look. He went out on the Firestone softer compound, those red ring softer compound tires, and he finds himself right now 5th fastest. Now think about the fact that this car was last piloted, obviously not the road and street course aerodynamic variation of it, but the 18 machine was last piloted in Texas by Tristan Vautier, who was very, very fast. As a matter of fact, these engineers were able to set up for him a comfort level in that middle lane, if you will, in Texas, faster than really any other driver. Vautier was able to get that 18 car where he wanted to go at a earlier stage in the race than really any other driver in this field. But Gutierrez is back in the machine now and obviously very comfortable, running 5th right now. He sits while they take a look. I think they're probably going to send him back out in just a few minutes on perhaps scuffed sets of reds. We'll see which tire they elect to go to, but they're doing just simply the once over, making a couple of wing adjustments on the rear, and then we'll see Esteban Gutierrez, who is in the car for Dale Coyne Racing here this weekend at Road America, go back out on the track.
Recent comments from Sebastian Bourdais. Very matter-of-fact, Dave, first. Safer barrier. He says he's walking around today because of that safer barrier at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. His recovery continues to be rapid, bordering on miraculous, and his intention is to be back in the race car at Sonoma. And I just continue to marvel at at how quickly he's recuperated. I mean, he was released from the hospital just a few days after that incident. So.
I remember in the hospital, the initial word is he would spend maybe up to 10 days or so at Methodist Hospital. I believe he was out in approximately 4 days or so. I'd say his recovery is going so well that he not only wants to return to the series in Sonoma for the season finale, but now he's thinking about maybe as early as Watkins Glen, September 3rd. And Dale Coyne's gone on record saying, hey, whenever Sebastian Bourdais comes back, he definitely has a seat with Dale Coyne Racing.
To pit road and Jake Query.
Dale Coyne, as a matter of fact, right here. Gutierrez has that 18 machine in. Let's begin with this. I want to talk about both your drivers, but in terms of the 18 car, I thought Tristan Vautier and your team were very impressive at Texas. But take me through the decision now for Gutierrez to get back in the machine. He finds himself 5th fastest right now.
We ran him at Detroit. We threw him in at the deep end there because he hadn't been in one of these cars or on a track that bumpy, and he did a good job there. He had some Formula E commitments he needed to get cleared up, and once he got those cleared up, he really enjoyed Detroit, wanted to do the rest of the season, so it was a good fit.
Obviously, you had to have been pleased, I would assume, with Tristan as well, because he got collected in something that really probably was not at his doing, and I thought he was very impressive, and so too did I think your team was impressive in getting that car ready.
Yeah, no, Texas went very good until it didn't. Ed had problems in qualifying with his engine, but he moved up from last up to 5th, and Tristan was poised to win the race. We were going to take some downforce on him in the last 2 stints. Never got that chance, so I think he could have got himself to the front, very front. Would have done that. So, but it showed well for the team that whoever sits in the car, we can get him up to the front. So that's a pretty good thing.
Have you talked to Tony Kanaan, by the way?
Not since that night on pit road.
Okay, let me ask you also, Sebastian Bourdais. Originally, you had said that you were just going to tell him to get better, and obviously that was the priority, and not to see him in the car in Sonoma. His recovery has been remarkable, perhaps ahead of schedule. Is there now a readjusted timeline that Sebastian Bourdais could return for Dale Coyne in the 2017 season?
If he's ready to come back and the doctors say it's okay, we'll take him back whenever he's ready. But we'll see what happens. Esteban's in for now, and Sebastian wants to come back, he gets back in.
Okay, lastly, I need to ask you that we're in the middle of Cheesehead country, and it's a really, really cool-looking helmet for Ed Jones, the Bears paint scheme with the Walter Payton tribute to it. Take me through that and what that's all about.
That was all Ed. I knew nothing about it until this morning. He surprised me with it this morning, so it was awful nice of him to do that for Walter. And Walter liked this racetrack. This was his home track, and he came up here for all the IndyCar races, so that's a nice little tribute he's done.
I guess it's only fair to say it looks sweet, right?
Sweetness is the right word.
That's right. Dale Coyne, appreciate it. Esteban Gutierrez is back out now, and that machine, and we'll continue to watch over not only Gutierrez but his teammate Ed Jones in that very cool-looking Walter Payton Sweetness helmet.
Well, put Jake Query in the record books, Dave. First, that might be the longest conversation we've ever had with Dale Coyne on pit road.
You got him talking about sweetness. It's all good
absolutely.
after that.
And you know what? What a great move, and applaud them. A lot of drivers well-deserving and wanting that chance, but I think it speaks well for Dale Coyne in that operation by committing to Gutierrez essentially until Sebastian Bourdais is ready to come back, because continuity is so very, very important for sure.
It sounds like it's going to be sooner rather than later, especially if you ask Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah, Gutierrez at one time was flirting with the top 5, at 5th, I think. He has slipped down to 9th. Alexander Rossi, as we mentioned, brought out the red flag early in the session after being P1 in the first session. Rossi is now listed as 10th, and Joseph Newgarden, Elio Castro Neves now day first, but keeping Chevy at the top in 3 Hondas. Ed Jones is P3, then Ryan Hunter-Reay, Charlie Kimball, then a couple of Chevys in 6th and 7th, Pagenaud and Power, then Kanan, Rossi, and Gutierrez, the top 10. Chilton is 11th, Rahal is 12th, Wickens 13th, Dixon 14th, Sato 15th, Munoz 16th, Piggott 17th quick, 18th quick is Hinchcliffe, 19th Andretti, 20th Hildebrand, 21st is Connor Daly, and quite a disparity there from top to bottom, Dave. Marco had a pretty good first round session, but you look at the 20th and 21st cars, they're at 145, 7604, and 8110. Meanwhile, you go to the top, and Newgarden has just laid down a lap at 42, 8229.
Yeah, Marco Andretti was 9th quick, in fact, in this morning's practice session. So now trying to find some speed. It's not only just Honda versus Chevy this weekend, and certainly today, but it's more Honda versus Team Penske right now, as Team Penske has got 4 of the top 7. Again, Joseph Newgarden leading the way. Most of the field have gone to the alternate reds, so they're cranking things up a little bit here. That includes Newgarden and Power and Elio Castroneves. Simon Pagenaud, by the way, still on the primary blacks, as is Graham Rahal, who's 12th quick. Further back, Spencer Piggott is 18th. Marco's still on the primary blacks. He's 20th quick. And Connor Daly, he is 21st quick, again on the primary blacks.
J.R. Hildebrand of that 21 machine, sponsored by Direct Supply this weekend. The good folks we used to see quite a bit at Milwaukee. Matter of fact, their hospitality area is set up right next to our broadcast booth, and we know that they're here this weekend. Obviously, sponsorship on that 21 machine, continuing that relationship with Ed Carpenter, and it goes back to when Sarah Fisher was involved in that race team as well. But he gave the rumble strips a pretty good test moments ago, Dave, first, for sure. And it's kind of like when you drift off to the side of the road on the interstate. Something gets your attention quickly, and I'm sure that was the case with J.R. Hildebrand. But other than that, the thing that I think continues to amaze me is, they know, Dave, exactly what they can test, when, and where when it comes to the rumble strips and the curbing at the racetrack.
Giving a good test of the suspension there. That's exactly what they did. You talked about some of the local sponsors that are on board this weekend, and tip of the hat to the folks at ABC Supply. They're based out of southern Wisconsin. They're going to have some 900 employees come Sunday. So it's a big weekend for ABC Supply and AJ Foyt Racing as well.
6.5 minutes remaining in this session. Joseph Newgarden now has teammate Will Power nipping at his heels. Chevy, the top 4, they're all Penske's. Newgarden, Power, Pagenaud, Castroneves, Ed Jones, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Kimball, Chilton, Sato, and Kanan, the top 10 here at Road America.
You can't take a 700-horsepower IndyCar out on the road, but you can take the tires. The new Firehawk high-performance tires from Firestone are built with racing-inspired technology and have better wet and dry handling than ever before. Now, the only thing missing is a pit crew.
Hi, Dad.
Well, that's a start. Find your perfect Firehawk performance tire at your local Firestone retailer. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
IndyCarRadio.com, your source for info on the radio network and the Verizon IndyCar Series.
This is Jake Query. You want to get
Want to know your favorite IndyCar driver? Now it's easy. Just go to IndyCarRadio.com. I'll ask them 6 fast questions to help you find out what they're like when they're not in the race car. Search for it under the fans tab at IndyCarRadio.com.
Plus, listen live to every practice, qualifying session, and race for Indy Lights and IndyCar. IndyCarRadio.com. Log on and get up to speed.
From the Firestone broadcast booth, Advanced Auto Parts, IndyCar Radio Network, Mark James, Dave First, Ryan Marine, Jake Query, taking you through the final few minutes here at Road America. And, Dave, a couple of single-car incidents, all that mars the practice sessions, and I think all in all, pretty uneventful couple of sessions. Interesting to see Chevy flexing their muscle, most notably Team Penske here in this session.
Again, I'm not so sure it's Team Chevy as much as it is Team Penske flexing their muscle in a big, big way here today. They were quickest, they had 3 of the top 4 in this morning's practice session with Simon Pagenaud, Will Power, Joseph Newgarden. And what are they doing this afternoon's practice session? They're doubling down, led by Joseph Newgarden this time with Will Power, Simon Pagenaud, and Elio Castroneves. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 sweep right now with just over 4 minutes remaining in this practice session. Most of these guys now are on the alternate reds, although Simon Pagenaud remains in the primary black. So Pagenaud, the reigning Verizon IndyCar Series champion, giving those primary blacks a good long stint here this afternoon.
Driver 6th in points, currently finds himself 15th, but had a pretty good session this morning, did Graham Rahal, who we're talking about, just outside of the top 10. And Dave, honestly, going back to, finishing 21st at Phoenix, the season got off to a rough start for Graham Rahal. But at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis, he finished 6th. 12th place at the 500, felt like he should have done better than that. And then swept the weekend at Belle Isle, followed that up with a 4th place finish at Texas Motor Speedway. I think Graham Rahal, who, as we said, finds himself 43 points back in the battle for the championship. This is a point in the season where I think he's ready to make a move.
And keep in mind, unlike a lot of these other teams, this is a one-car team doing this right now. And so hats off to Rico Nault and Bobby Rahal and the Rahal Letterman Lanigan guys. They are on a roll right now. I was talking to Graham earlier. He played golf at Whistling Straits yesterday, which is going to host the Ryder Cup in a couple of years. He shot a 79 out there. He's putting up numbers wherever he goes right now. So Graham Rahal.
That's not bad for sure. We see cars start to head onto pit road, and Dave, I think we can probably assume with about 2 minutes left in the session that some of the cars that we see headed that way, most notably the car of Marco Andretti, the car of James Hinchcliffe, I got to think they have what they have at this point, and maybe they're going to put the wraps on the session because it's tough to get much more than one lap in when this place is some 4 miles in length.
It is a 4-mile track. We were just talking about Graham Rahal, who was 15th quick. That last time by, he jumped up. So Graham Rahal now 8th quick. So trying to get a top 10 in practice this afternoon as practice rolls on. Take a look at the number 4 of Connor Daly as he's got a minute 45. Connor Daly, who was on his way to a remarkable finish last year here at Road America before he was involved in that incident in Turn 1. He would have had a much better day than he did. But Connor Daly, he was slowest yesterday, or checked it, slowest this morning in practice, slowest again. So the ABC Supply guys and AJ Foyt Racing trying to pick things up here as they head into qualifying tomorrow afternoon.
Brian Marine, we thought Joseph Newgarden, who's currently P1 at 42.8229, you saw him come onto pit road, thought his session might be done, but that's not the case?
Evidently, they want to go try for a little bit more. They did a quick change of tires, refueled the car, and sent it right back out to look for a little bit more of that elusive time. So Joseph Newgarden not content to rest on his laurels at this point, guys, going back out for another crack at improving his fast time.
Round and round and round she goes. The number 8 Gallagher machine of Max Chilton, Dave First, in turn 5. He was able to get it going in the right direction after looping it around a couple of times. Max Chilton, 12th quick, with a time of 43.8871.
Max did a nice job at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis, and certainly the Indy 500 when he led a race-high 50 laps at Indy, and then bounced back with a couple of rough races in the streets of Belle Isle, but bounced back with the top 10 at the Texas Motor Speedway a couple of weeks ago. So it's been an up-and-down season for Max Chilton, but I would argue that it's still much improved from his rookie campaign with Chip Ganassi Racing. Max Chilton doing what he can to find a little speed out there here today.
Yeah, he's competitive and starting to be so with a bit more consistency, which is what you would expect the second time through. And certainly the resources are there. As the checkered flies on this session now, no question with Chip Ganassi Racing. So as the checkered flag comes out, we see Joseph Newgarden, P1. A couple of drivers of the 42s, Newgarden, Power. Pagano is third quick, then Elio. So Penske sweeps the top four after this session. Hitch with a late surge gets into the top five. Ed Jones. Then Scott Dixon, Graham Rahal bumps up a couple of spots. He's eighth quick. Ryan Hunter, Ray Charlie Kimball, the top 10. Rossi, 11th quick. Then Pickett, Chilton, Marco, Sato, the top 15. Canan, Gutierrez, Munoz, Hildebrand, Wickens, and Daly. And then some pit stop practice coming up for these teams and drivers, limiting our ability to get their thoughts and impressions post-session. So we're going to put the wraps on our day and be ready to go to work tomorrow morning bright and early. It all gets underway with Indy Lights qualifying at 8:50 Eastern. That's for race number 2. And don't forget the third and final practice session in preparation for Sunday's race for the Verizon IndyCar Series at noon Eastern. I'll be in the booth with Nick Yeoman. We'll have Dave First and Ryan Marine out on pit road, and then, of course, a lights race tomorrow, wrapping the day up with IndyCar qualifying. Joseph Newgarden, P1 after the session. Our thanks to Ryan Marine and Jake Query for their work on pit road. The director of the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network is Wally Levitt. Our on-site engineer and producer is Rick Evans. For Dave First, I'm Mark James. So long for now from Road America.
Verizon IndyCar Series coming up on pit stop practice, so many of these drivers and teams will have a chance to get a good lap around and then come in and practice a flying pit stop. Always important. Timing is everything, as they say here on Pit Lane. And coming up, of course, on our USF 2000 second qualifying session sets the grid for race number 2. It's a 20-minute qualifying session coming up at 4:35 this afternoon. Right now, though, is the Indy Lights autograph session in the IndyCar Fan Village. Just started at 4 o'clock. Plenty of time for you to go and then get some of your favorite future Verizon IndyCar Series stars in the Indy Lights autograph session in the IndyCar Fan Village. It's a 30-minute autograph session, so head on out. Get some autographs, come on back, and then watch USF 2000 qualifying, as well as GT, GTA, GT Cup final practice for the Pirelli World Challenge coming up at 5:10 this afternoon. Greg Creamer will join us in the booth again for that, I'm sure, for this afternoon's final practice for GT, GTA, GT Cup at 5:10 this afternoon. What a beautiful Fast Friday here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Lots of things to still do this afternoon. Of course, the Twin Zip Line is still open. You've got the disc golf course. Discs available for rental at the Paddock Shop. If you forgot to bring your discs or didn't know you needed to bring them, you can rent a set at the Paddock Shop. Of course, Paddock Shop open daily, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then as well as the IndyCar Fan Village. Lots of souvenir stands sprouting up on the main paddock road. Concession stands open for you this afternoon as well. So you do have some cars on track right now. And when these cars that are on track for the Verizon IndyCar Series will come back down pit lane, and these teams will practice a flying pit stop. So you got a couple of minutes here. If you're not quite there yet in the paddock area, hustle on over to the fence and take a look at some of these pit crews and their efforts to practice their timing. And usually the grandstand across from pit lane usually is a busy place during this pit stop practice as well, just so you can see some flying pit stops as well from the grandstand side of things. So this is just a brief on-track period, and then the teams will lay out their tires and practice 4 on, 4 off here in the pit area at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Welcome on this Friday afternoon to the Kohler Company Kohler Grand Prix, and they welcome you to Road America as the title sponsor of the 2017 Kohler Grand Prix and a longtime supporter of motorsports. They salute your passion and enthusiasm. Enjoy the races this weekend. You're invited to nearby destination Kohler, where shopping, golfing, dining, and relaxation await. Or visit us online at Kohler.com to explore kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, premier cabinetry, tile, and more. The bold look of Kohler. Visit the Team Chevy display located near the Midway Tunnel. Learn more about the latest vehicles Chevrolet has to offer, including the 2018 Chevy Equinox, which, by the way, Dean's going to buy one. Take the Chevy Challenge, receive a Team Chevy gift. To learn about the entire lineup of Chevrolet vehicles, visit your local Chevy dealer. You didn't even know you were going to buy one.
With your charge card.
Yeah, you wish.
Yeah. Hey, let's spend a minute, Eric, to...
I was going to buy one for me with your charge card. That's why you were going to buy it.
Let's spend a minute while the track is relatively quiet and talk about the upcoming events that we have here at Road America. Of course, it's been a busy month of June, and the Kohler Grand Prix for the Verizon IndyCar Series brings down the curtain on this weekend, Sunday afternoon. But let's see, end of July, WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redman, presented by Hawk, July 20th through the 23rd.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun weekend. WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redman, of course. Dorsey Schrader is usually our guest podium presenter, who's, of course, here this weekend with the Pirelli World Challenge as the race director. Of course, you then got Brian Redman, which is always a pleasure to have here at Road America, and it's the largest vintage event here at Road America. It's what we call an unmuffled weekend. Because of all the vintage cars, those cars are not required to run mufflers, so it is the true just echoing sound through the cavern or the cavity of trees in both turn 4 to 5 as well as back in Kettle Bottoms. You just get the true echoing sense as the sound reverberates through the trees, and it's a throwback weekend and one of the largest vintage events in the nation.
Over 400 cars.
400 cars. I think one year we had 600 cars one season. So it's a great time. It's 4 days of nothing but vintage cars. We've got a couple of vintage champ cars that have shown up once or twice. A couple of older 97 Lola, the old Toyota Atlantic cars come. They've got some older prototypes, and now with some of the configuration changes in sports car realm, some of the newer prototype cars, we're anticipating maybe seeing a Daytona prototype, perhaps, or certainly some PC category cars from IMSA. With those cars being kind of phased out, those cars are going to start creeping in on vintage events soon. They're not really all that vintage, but because they're not active classes anymore, it does make for a couple of new car opportunities. And some cars are coming in right now. Joseph Newgarden's DeVille Bis, number 2 in. 4 tires and away. Pulling out with Charlie Kimball coming in the Terceba entry. A.J. Foyt's team has both of their cars laid out. Sato right now on pit lane getting a 4-tire change. Connor Daly anticipated in. His crew's got his 4 Firestones laid out. But pit stop practice is always kind of a unique thing here, Dean. Just everybody kind of just setting up where they want to come in. Of course, many of these pit stalls have some trailing dots in and out, kind of give drivers and teams an indication of where they need to come in to their pit stall. But back to the Road America schedule. Coming up, we talked about sports car racing, August 3rd through the 8th. Then that weekend, our IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Challenge and the Continental Tire Series, the Continental Road Race Showcase will be here August 3rd through the 8th. And I know an event that you're excited for again, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, always a fun time with when NASCAR comes to town for August 25th through the 27th. And, of course, then we wind up with the
That's a little bit different date this year.
It is a different date this year, absolutely.
The Xfinity race is on Sunday.
Because we've added ARCA back. ARCA 2 years ago ran here and had a fantastic race that Chris Buescher ended up winning in the number 60 car for Roush Fenway, their little satellite program that they had for Cunningham Motorsports at the time. And but that was a great run for Buescher in that 60 car that weekend at ARCA. It's great to have them back. ARCA Radio will be here that weekend for the Saturday race, but NASCAR Xfinity Series on Sunday. It's a different date, which hopefully will get some more fans to come out as well.
Yep, Johnsonville 180. Again, that's August 25, 26, and 27. And then the middle of September, September 15th through the 17th, it looks Art on Wheels weekend featuring VSCDA Elkhart Lake Vintage Festival. That is the final big race weekend here for 2017. You want to learn more about that, go to roadamerica.com. That's roadamerica.com, or give them a call, 800-365-7223. We'd love to see you back out here sometime in 2017 to America's National Park of Speed.
You talk about the upcoming schedule here at Road America. You can find more details on other events that are here as well, not just our big major events. We're basically halfway through our 8 major race weekends for the year. This is event number 4, so this is kind of the halfway mark. We've got 4 more to go. But there are over 400 races or events that take place either here on the big track or over at the SeaTac Motorplex with all of the go-kart races. If you count in each and every race event in a vintage race where you can have 24 to 25 races a weekend, it adds up pretty quickly. You have Chump Car that comes here twice a year, and certainly all the track days, all the clubs, bike days, all of them. This is a very active facility, autocross, winter autocross. It's busy year-round. It's really a 365 calendar destination. Our off-road driving experience, where you can take some track tours, sunset cruises. There's a good look at Helio.
Yeah, and I drew your attention to the monitor because he almost missed his pit. He started to pull in one pit before, and at the last second he realized, oh, that's not my pit, and he ducked back out. So practice, even the Verizon IndyCar Series drivers need some practice when it comes to pit stops. Each pit lane is different, obviously, throughout the 2017 calendar, and the team's getting a good look at their pit stall and pit road here. And Elio, he needed that little bit of extra practice.
Well, even the professional race car drivers need a little bit of practice occasionally, and we certainly see it here. It's more for drivers to get comfortable with navigating a very busy pit lane. This is a rather large pit lane here at Road America. It's nice and wide, but as wide as it is, just like the racing surface, it tends to get narrowed up quite a bit sometimes with a lot of traffic. There's a good look on board at Hinch. Again, that camera that's just in front of the onboard, that's the team's camera. Now, some teams will use that just as a driver aid where they'll put the camera and aim it right at their hands. Some of them will actually put a thermal camera there so they can actually track the tire temperatures and see where the temperature progresses across the top of the tire, because you've got too much caster camber in the car, you've got too much heat built up on the inner shoulder, outer shoulder, air pressure adjustments. So a lot of teams will use that during the practice sessions and during testing, that they can do that. Of course, that's not allowable during the actual race event itself, but most of the teams will use that second camera, so to speak, to collect some data on the car.
Great look there of Hinch going through Canada corner.
And Thunder Valley now.
He will be to turn 14 and then front straightaway and hard right-hand turn down pit lane. It is a long pit lane.
The front straightaway today.
The front straightaway is almost a mile long, about 3/4 of a mile, and pit road is almost the entire distance of front stretch.
Yeah, and it's excruciatingly long when you're on pit lane. Of course, Hinch right at finish there as he comes to the attention of his pit crew. And that's exactly what the driver sees. Quick 4 on, 4 off. It's amazing how fast these pit crews have gotten over the years, especially with the advent of the single wheel lugs.
I think it's amazing. You see the X's there on the big screen, the blue X's. It amazes me that the drivers can hit their mark. The tire changers are on their knees waiting for them, and they don't have to move. The driver stops on a dime, hits his mark right where he's supposed to be. That's really what amazes me as we see Elio up there and out of the car.
Even on a bad day, I don't think I've really ever seen Elio not have a good time at the racetrack. Even on a bad day, he'll still find a reason to smile. I think that's why so many fans are drawn to Elio Castroneves in the Verizon IndyCar Series, why he's a great representative of the sport and certainly a fan favorite, because you can see he truly enjoys what he does.
He does. Absolutely. Very passionate about it and loves his job.
And have another car to move here, Dean, if you heard the phone in the background. That was not our pizza delivery coming, so we missed out on another pizza here, Dean. But I do have a Honda Accord parked in the 400 camping area, Wisconsin plate T16PEH, black Honda Accord. In the 400 camping area, you are parked in a campsite for another individual. You need to move your vehicle immediately, or you may lose your vehicle to the tow truck. So please move your vehicle immediately. If you own a black Honda Accord and are parked in the 400 camping area, license plate T16PEH. Are you interested in some free go-karting passes to the SeaTech Manufacturing Motorplex?
Yes.
Make sure you go to the SeaTech shelter tomorrow at sometime before 2 p.m. Dean, come back here. It's after 2 o'clock. You don't qualify till tomorrow. But sometime during the day tomorrow, make sure you go to the SeaTech Manufacturing shelter located in the main paddock area. Sign up before 2 o'clock, and then we'll draw a couple of names out and make that announcement after 2 o'clock tomorrow for the SeaTech Manufacturing Motorplex and spectator karting throughout the day. If you're in the market for equipment that provides you with the ultimate in performance, reliability, efficiency, and operator comfort, Gale is what you need to get the job done. From a full line of telescopic handlers, articulated wheel loaders, compact excavators, compact track loaders, and skid loaders, Gale is the product of choice. Gale dealers available worldwide. Log on to Gale.com to find a Gale dealer near you. Test drive a Gale today. And Road America would like to recognize our 2017 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our food and beverage partners, Johnsonville, Sargento Cheese, Pepsi, Lakeside Bottling, Anheuser-Busch, Larry's Distributing, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, and the Blind Horse Winery, Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America, Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier, West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. The Gale Company, official heavy equipment supplier to Road America. Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner of Road America. The SS Badger Car Ferry, the official transportation partner, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Lake Forest Hearing Professionals, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, TNT Rescue Tools, C-Tech, Race America, Wheel and Engineering, Safety Clean, and Collins Classic Auto Speed Zone in Turn 5. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Sunoco, the official race fuel of Road America. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, Johnsonville, Hawk Performance, Kohler Company, Aaron's, Torquay Coffee, Muscle Car Restoration, and Continental Tire. These companies all sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. And race fans, you can enjoy the conveniences of home with a Briggs & Stratton Power Smart Series inverter generator. The P2200 and P3000 feature parallel capabilities. Working together, they're powerful enough to fuel any AC unit in your RV while keeping the entertainment going. They're even safe for sensitive electronics like smartphones and tablets. Trust Briggs & Stratton to power your tailgating activities during this year's Road America season. Pick up your Briggs & Stratton inverter generator at any Menards today. Sunoco would like to welcome you to Road America for today's events. From the racetrack to the road home, fill up with Sunoco, the essence of racing. Sunoco makes high-quality performance fuels for the greatest drivers in the world, both on and off the track. Whether you're pulling up to the pump or into the pits, you can trust Sunoco to be the fuel that keeps you going. Fill up with Sunoco, the essence of racing. You can't come to the races until chores like mowing the grass are done, which is why Dean won't be here tomorrow. But Skag Power Equipment offers ultra-high-quality lawnmowers that make mowing faster and more enjoyable. Cut your grass in record time and leave it looking professionally manicured with a Skag mower. Check out skagracing.com for more information or visit them online at skag.com. Manitou Equipment handles your world by offering the most innovative and widest range of telescopic handlers on the market. These units include specially designed 360-degree rotating telescopic handlers, heavy-capacity telescopic handlers, agricultural telescopic loaders, and industry-exclusive vertical mast rough terrain forklifts. Choose Manitou products to handle your solutions when it comes to road building, construction, rental, industrial, energy applications, and more. Go to Manitou.com and let Manitou handle your world. Race fans, there's race day, and then there's race day made the Johnsonville way. You're probably thinking that means brats. You're right. But race day made the Johnsonville way also means Italian, breakfast and smoked sausage, plus delicious grillers, burgers and flavors like bacon cheddar and steakhouse onion, and new chicken kebabs, all natural chicken breasts, marinated to deliver serious Johnsonville flavor. If you've got questions, ask around. Chances are there's a Johnsonville member hanging out trackside today who can help steer you towards your own race day. Made the Johnsonville way. Lakeside Pepsi is proud to be the official soft drink sponsor of Road America. Quench your thirst with assorted Pepsi products available at all concession stands. Pepsi. Say it with Pepsi. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is the real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. And again, approaching our USF 2000, powered by Mazda, coming up in just a little bit, about 4:35, so about 15 minutes or so away from right now. And I hope you race fans are just as excited about Sunday's Kohler Grand Prix as we are here in the VIP Media Tower. And, of course, before we can go racing on Sunday, we need to practice and qualify a little bit more for the Verizon IndyCar Series. And free practice 3, as well as qualifying, happens throughout the morning and afternoon. 11 o'clock is free practice 3, a 45-minute session for third practice session at 11 a.m. And then the Verizon IndyCar Series will qualify with a Firestone Fast 6, in total about 75-minute session starting at 3 o'clock for qualifying. And then they'll take the top 6 and put them into the Firestone Fast 6. And, of course, that is tomorrow afternoon. We start our day with Q2 for Indy Lights tomorrow morning, as well as qualifying for GT, GTA, GT Cup, and GTS and TC qualifying. Round 2 of the Battery Tender Global MX-5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich is at 10:05. And then, of course, our free practice 3, race 1 for Indy Lights at noon. And then USF race number 2, USF 2000 race number 2 at 1:10 tomorrow afternoon. Pro Mazda at 2:05, followed by IndyCar Series qualifying. And then race 1 for both GT, GTA, GT Cup for Pro World Challenge, and the race number 1 for GTS and TC. So after qualifying is over tomorrow, we've got 2 hours of racing yet after that qualifying session for your Saturday afternoon tomorrow. We've got lots of action yet on tap for today. GT, GTA, GT Cup, and Dean, we are just about set for USF 2000 qualifying session number 2, setting the grid for race number 2.
Setting the grid for race number 2, USF 2000, which goes off tomorrow afternoon, as you said, at about 1:10. So this qualifying session will set the grid for tomorrow afternoon. Doubleheader race weekend here. Not only Pro Mazda, Indy Lights, but USF 2000 as well. So that is on tap, coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Again, the qualifying session for USF 2000.
For over 65 years, Lester has impressed generations of building owners with pre-engineered buildings backed by a lifetime warranty. In fact, over 150,000 have been put up since 1947. Lester builds all types of buildings, from farm and ranch buildings to hobby shops to horse barns to many types of commercial structures. To learn more and to find your local dealer, go to lesterbuildings.com. Do you love live music? The Blind Horse is your destination. Jazz every Thursday, rock every Friday, country every Saturday, and an afternoon patio jam every Sunday featuring $5 Bloody Marys. Check it out at theblindhorse.com. 7 beautifully sculpted acres in the village of Kohler, where the Blind Horse Winery is. They have a fantastic dinner. Rob, that might be a good place for you guys to go tonight.
That sounds pretty good to me.
It's a fantastic restaurant. Blind Horse, right off of County Highway O in Kohler, Wisconsin. Safety Clean at Clean Harbors Company is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at Road America. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do their part to properly dispose of their used automotive fluids. Safety Clean at Clean Harbors Company help make green work. Approaching the start of our USF 2000 qualifying 2 to set the grid for race number 2. We saw a whale of a battle in that race. The bigger story, though, is the point lead shakeup a little bit. It's still the same leader, but it's a whole lot closer.
Oliver Askew from Cape Motorsports came into this weekend, Eric, with a massive lead, about 60 points. And you're thinking, wow, 2 full races worth of points essentially coming in to what is the halfway point of the season. Just maybe a decent couple of events here. He goes out with a bigger lead as they head, of course, to the next event for the series in Iowa. No, it's a DNF, an issue with the front of the car. I'm hearing something happen with the suspension, potentially a piece popping out, one of the shims. He comes into pit lane, instead ends up finishing near the very tail of the field, officially classified down the order in 17th. It changes the points from a 60-point lead, I believe, down to about a 34-point lead now. So, Eric Dean, big change here for USF 2000. What I love about going into this session now is everybody has kind of a feel for the racetrack, for the facility, for their cars themselves. This should be an interesting qualifying session because we saw a lot of the quality in that last race.
So they raced this morning, race number 1. Now they're qualifying for race number 2. So those are they able to make repairs? Do they pull out a second car? How does that work?
Yeah, you start fresh again. It's a fully fresh start. Of course, you said they qualified and they've raced. Now they got to qualify for tomorrow morning's race, and a little different than we've done it in the past. Last year, what we did was we did one qualifying session, and your fastest lap in qualifying was your qualifying lap for race number 1. Your second fastest lap in qualifying could be used for race number 2 unless you went faster in the first race. You were able to use your quicker of the two, either your second fastest qualifying lap or your fastest race lap. We've changed it this year. We're using the sessions, going straight in for qualifying to give these guys an opportunity to do a little bit more qualifying. They've lost a practice session as a result, but they're gaining more opportunity to learn how to qualify, which is, I think, something that they want these kids to learn, because qualifying is, it's a skill set in and of itself. To be able to extract as much out of the car as you can, manage your tires, and as we talked to the Indy Lights drivers, we talked to Neil Alberico late in the session. He had just got to what he believed was the peak of the tires. He could have cranked out more laps if he wanted to and maybe gotten a bit closer, but the experience he has coming through USF 2000 as a race winner, Pro Mazda as a race winner, he was able to understand what it's like to qualify and to know that those tires were already done. That's what these kids need to learn now. Get ready to roll. Again, the field sitting down here on pit lane. As Eric had mentioned, we had a fantastic opening race. Just probably the best wheel-to-wheel battle that we've had throughout the season thus far in a campaign that's been dominated by Oliver Askew. Renus VK getting his first series win here in the USF 2000 program. A big victory for Pabst Racing as well, which is located in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, just nearby here. They were quite thrilled, finishing actually first, third, and fourth. A major day for Augie Pabst and his crew. David Malukas, the young driver out of Chicago in the BN racing operation, a bunch of veteran kart racing drivers and mechanics and engineers and data guys, all part of the program there. They've bonded together and had a really good weekend. Of course, the input from Coach Victor Franzoni cannot be understated. He actually drove that car in testing as well and was able to help work on the setup. So they've got some luck there. They've got a little bit of help from some good drivers, and away we go. The field now getting the green to get things underway. And Dean, qualifying set to go here for race number 2. Remember this morning, it was a wild one. It was like 11-second difference in times. They get out there and do 3 laps and end up doing 2:22s. They get down to the 2:12 was a fast lap by the driver who eventually finished a second, as we said, David Maluka. So this will be a drastically different session.
This is a 20-minute session. That session that we had this morning was the first on-track activity that we had today, and there were some areas of the course that were a little bit damp or a little bit wet.
Yeah.
Obviously, that isn't the case now. But they will race, tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So how does what they're seeing now on track how are they going to be able to use that come race time a little bit earlier in the afternoon tomorrow?
Well, at least I think there's rubber down compared to what there was earlier today. There is rubber down. The grip level is there. The temperatures could be similar. We're not seeing major temperature changes from 1 to 4:30. You got 2 degrees at most, I think, throughout the day today. It got pretty warm by the noon hour. Personally, I just think this track's going to continue to change, as it does, Dean, everywhere we go to, especially when we're with the Verizon IndyCar Series. So much different rubber goes down on this track, and it gets pounded down, and there's always more rubber. And if it gets hot, it can get a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery. But, again, these drivers are used to that. They're used to, every time they come onto the track, having to adapt to a track that's significantly different in terms of grip level or racing line. Because we talked about the fact that the IndyCars have a much different line than the drivers here in the USF 2000 program.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up as we watched them go through the carousel and now head back down through the kink, Kettle Bottoms, heading towards Canada Corner. There they are. Yes, a little bit different line with these smaller cars, a little less horsepower.
A little less aero.
A little less aero.
Yeah. Working their way now down through the final corners of the track. I think one of the first drivers out was Kalen Frederick in the number 81 for Team Pelfrey. Remember, Kalen Frederick had a rough one. He ended up going 4 wheels off track, but fought his way back to 6th position in the race earlier today. So qualifying now underway. As Dean had said, it's a shorter 20-minute session. When we do a 30-minute session, those tracks and those events that we get 30 minutes, drivers are able to come into pit lane midway through and potentially make a tire change. But, again, we talk about the fact that this racetrack and it's the extended G-loads as they come through turn 1 and rolling all that corner speed through 1. and rolling it through the carousel, the downhill off-camber corner that leads into the kettle bottoms. It's a lot of sustained G's and side load on the tires. And this place is tough on rubber, and tire degradation definitely happens in the USF 2000 program, just like it does in the Verizon IndyCar Series, to a much lesser level, of course. But these drivers maybe not wanting to go to new rubber midway through the session as they would do occasionally. Under the Sargento Bridge. Great shot there coming through 6 and down through 7. Another deceptively downhill corner. Got to stay on the throttle, use a little bit of the exit curbing on the way out, the rumbles, the gator strips. Big run down in here to hurry downs. We'll start looking at lap times when they get rolling across here. Again, a big hello to everyone listening live on the Mazda Road to Indy app.
As we watch them go through there on the big screens, through the carousel, lower through the carousel than the Verizon IndyCar Series. The Verizon IndyCar Series runs up higher to really arc that carousel. And these guys, we talked about the different lines, running a lot lower through that carousel.
We got such less downforce that the drivers are able to work their way down to the bottom part of the track. And you'll find that the turn-in points are a lot later. The IndyCar drivers can turn in a little bit earlier and carry a lot more corner speed than we can. So sometimes it'll be a little bit later on the turn-in to make sure you can get back on the throttle and extend that straightaway by getting back on the throttle earlier as opposed to trying to go deeper into the corner. We're going to get some times finally coming across. The drivers, of course, will trip over the timing stripe. Of course, that's over in turn number 13, so they can make a run right up into turn 14, and if they need to go to pit lane, they can do so. Parker Thompson with the quickest lap thus far, 2:13.0572 or 5:27. Kalen Frederick in second spot, Colin Kaminsky in third, Corey Enders in fourth, Robert McGinnis out of the box in the fifth position. Moises De La Vera in sixth. Seventh is Jacob Loomis. Eighth is Dev Gore. Ninth is Devin Wojcik. And rounding up the top 10 right now early on is Jason Clooney. Again, drivers just settling in, opening couple of laps here. 5 minutes down, so a quarter of the way through the run. This will be your last Mazda Road to Indy session of the day. As Dean had mentioned, we go racing tomorrow. We'll have qualifying for Indy Lights first thing in the morning. And then back to back to back, we have 3 Mazda Road to Indy races tomorrow. And we'll have one more, of course, before the Verizon IndyCar Series race on Sunday. Indy Lights will run the second event of their doubleheader on Sunday morning.
And, Rob, we have seen now, you mentioned, we were 5 minutes, now almost 6 minutes into this session. We have 6 cars that have yet to record a time here in this qualifying session for race number 2.
Yeah, not surprising. First, second, third, fourth?
Yeah.
They're going to wait. And again, we saw this happen, and it's, you can wait, you can go out and drop your time down, or you can have the issue like Victor Franzoni did in qualifying for Pro Mazda when he waited, got out here. The laps are very long here. We're not talking about 1 minute and 20. We're talking about 2:15, 2:10. It's a long lap, so it takes you a long time to get the out lap. It's, you're talking about almost 4.5, 5 minutes to get that first official lap in the books, and you got to be cognizant of that. And that's what happened with Victor Franzoni. He waited, came out, there was a red flag, had to come back in, went back out, and actually laid a fast lap down at the very end, but the red flag had already been displayed, so that lap didn't count. He starts dead last. So, again, you're always rolling the dice when you're not on the racetrack. The other driver's just starting to get out there now.
Kalen Frederick sits atop the board at 2:11.81. We have had 15 cars record a qualifying lap.
Kalen Frederick, P1, about 0.2 of a second quicker than Parker Thompson. So Frederick in the yellow, number 81. Parker Thompson in the black and red, number 90. Oliver Askew now out on track. His opening lap, a quick one, 2:12.4, just about 0.6 of a second behind Frederick and Thompson. Askew in the third position. Corey Enders in fourth. Moises De La Vera rounding out your Fast Five. So the 2 drivers from DE Force Racing running in fourth and fifth.
Enders had problems in that first race. He had a front nose piece problem. He had to come into the pits, spend some time on pit road, so that cost him a good finish. But clearly, He has a good car here, fourth quick so far in this qualifying session for race 2.
Early in the run, 8 minutes down, just about 12 minutes remaining. Still waiting for Ming, Cole, VK, and Malukas to turn their first lap. So all three Pabst Racing entries have yet to log their first lap on track. Otherwise, Oliver Askew's on track now, as is Ricky Donison. So the two Cape Motorsports drivers were able to get themselves out there into clean racetrack. And again, as we look at the results from earlier today, Ricky Donison had a good run going in the top 10, but fell down to the 15th position. Askew in 17th, so a tough day for Cape Motorsports. They'll try to bounce back again tomorrow at 1 o'clock for race number 2.
Rob, will teammates want to go out together like we see the Pabst guys holding back?
Most definitely. I think you'll see guys go out and try to run together, especially if you have one driver with a lot of speed. Oliver Askew has shown great speed, and, of course, Ricky Donison tried to get some more pace. And, indeed, there goes Askew right across the line here at this point. Oliver Askew now, P1, new fast time, 111.512, not for long. Parker Thompson steals him back. And I did mention those two drivers going out. They actually did not. So Askew and Thorson go out separately, but a lot of the times you'll see, especially the Team Pelfrey cars, they'll go up together, and you can see them on track right now out together. Parker Thompson, the young Canadian driver, P1, 211.3550, counters the pace laid down by Oliver Askew. Oliver in the number 3, the Soul Red Mazda, 5 wins already this year. And now a 34-point lead after the DNF in race number 1. And now let's not say DNF. He did end up coming back out on the racetrack, but nonetheless finishing in the 17th position. Got one more position at the very end of that run in race 1 when Bruno Tomaselli went out. But again, waiting for everyone to stream back by because we know we're going to be resetting fast time here. We're only halfway through. Everyone's now onto the racetrack. Calvin Ming's opening lap, 13th. David Malukas in 10th. VK and Cole, 16th and 17th on their opening laps, 2 14s. One of the key points when you do wait on pit lane to come out by yourself later in the run to kind of save a little bit on those tires, you've got to find clean racetrack. Now, only 19 drivers in the field, so it's, especially when you're talking about a 4-mile track, it's probably an easier time to find that open track. But, again, your team has got to send you out exactly when you need to so you can get out there and get that run. Especially when you consider there are drivers out there that are going to be 2 to 3 to 4 seconds off the pace on a big track like this.
And we just saw some side-by-side action there going into Canada Corner. To your point, Rob, a few cars bunched together there. I wouldn't think that would be ideal when you try to lay down a fast qualifying lap, but nonetheless, you do encounter that.
You know, and the crazy thing is if it happens in Canada Corner or like 12, 13, or 14, not only does it hurt that lap, it's going to hurt the next lap as well because you're not getting that really good run out of 14 that brings you back up the hill. And we just saw that. One of the drivers had to dive to the inside of 14 to make the pass happen. And essentially, even though you've got by that driver, you're just giving up 2 laps because you've lost. You'd be better off to catch up, slow off a little bit, coming through Canada, get a better run out of Canada Corner, and make that slingshot down the straightaway where it actually may help you as opposed to hinder you.
Yeah, we talk about the momentum.
Yeah.
And 14 coming out of the front straightaway, long front straightaway.
Uphill.
You want all that momentum that you can possibly get.
Oh, so true, so true.
VK goes to the top of the board. 2:10.64.
I was talking about he and Cole being down in 15th and 16th. That didn't happen very long. He goes from being 4 seconds off to taking the top time. So VK was just kind of hanging out there on the opening lap, getting those tires up to temperature. And with the Cooper tires where he wants them, he goes P1, as Dean had said, 2:10.640, 3/10 quicker than David Malukas. Let's have a quick look at your top 10. Is it shaking up a little bit here as we're into the second half of this 20-minute run? Renus VK in the Pabst Racing 21 first, of course, off that race win. And wins breed wins. Confidence and momentum and comfort. Wins breed wins. And here they come. VK P1 in the number 21. David Malukas second in the number 79. Oliver Askew third in the 3. Parker Thompson in the number 90 in that 4th spot. Kalen Frederick for Team Pelfrey in the 5th position. just looking there. Wow. Unbelievable. 7 different teams in the top 7. VK, Malukas, Askew, Thompson, Frederick, Enders, and Kaminsky. The teams, Pabst Racing, BN Racing, Cape Motorsports, Exclusive Autosport, Team Pelfrey, DE Force, and John Comiskey Racing. 7 different teams represented in the top 7 in USF 2000. That's what I like to see.
Parity.
I love it.
Yep.
Quality, parity, spec program working well here. Robert McGinnis now jumping up into the 7th spot. Calvin Ming follows suit. He'll go to 8th. Parker Thompson able to get by Oliver Askew as well. Thompson goes back to 3rd, 211.039. Parker Thompson back to 3rd spot.
I was watching David Malukas, and he was the last driver to go out on track in this session. His first lap was good enough for 10th quick. His second lap was good enough for P2. So in 2 laps, he has gone from the bottom up to 2nd.
Again, we talk about the fact that David Malukas has been working with Victor Franzoni, your point leader in the Pro Mazda category as a coach. He's helped the team a little bit with some setup, got behind the wheel of that car to help get a baseline laid down there for David, and David taking that steed and running with it, back by just 0.3 of a second. 6 minutes to go, so maybe 3 laps. VK, Malukas, Thompson, Askew, and Frederick, your fast 5. Again, Pabst, BN Racing, Exclusive Autosport, Cape Motorsports, and Team Pelfrey, and then DE Force in 6th. Corey Enders, P6, back by just 0.9 of a second. A second separating your top 7, 13 for 2 seconds. Of course, 2 minutes, a couple guys 2 seconds back, 2.3, 2.4.
You know, you look at a guy like VK in the number 21 machine, he didn't have much time to celebrate that first win. First career win comes this morning, and he can't sit back and soak it up.
Yeah, get back at it. Get to work. Get back in the engineering room. Go over the data. What can we change to make this car better for qualifying? You can celebrate on Monday. You can celebrate on Sunday. Come back. Well, they're done on Saturday afternoon, so you can come back for the Verizon IndyCar Series race and enjoy yourself, and we'll get you on the microphone in the IndyCar radio broadcast potentially. We like to have the race winners on the IndyCar radio and get a chance to chat with them a little bit and in front of the big IndyCar audience. But otherwise, get back to work. There's no time to party right now. You got to focus, and that's what we like about this program. And he's getting right back at it. Renus VK looking to kind of springboard off the confidence he got from the race win. They'll work their way up the hill here again. Here we go. Not much movement in the top 10 last time by. 4 minutes remaining, 4.25 remaining. VK still quickest. Askew goes back to 2nd. David Malukas 3rd, so a good jump there for Oliver Askew. He goes back to P2. David Malukas in 3rd. Parker Thompson 4th. Calvin Ming 5th. 6th is Robert McGinnis. 7th is Kalen Fredericks. 8th, Corey Enders. 9th, Lucas Cole. And 10th, Jacob Loomis, the rookie driver, making his USF 2000 debut, and he's looked good in the Team Pelfrey entry, the number 81. Loomis in that 10th position. 1.2 seconds back. And, in fact, Dean, look at that. Cole, Loomis, and Darren Keene with Newman Walks Racing all within 1.2 seconds back, separated by 0.03 of a second.
That is some tight bunchings indeed.
Kaminsky not that far back either, a 1.3. De Oliveira, a 1.4. Donison, a 1.7 back. Again, time winding down here. VK's quick lap, a 210.640. 210.8181 for Oliver Askew. VK from the Netherlands, Askew from Jupiter, Florida, Malukas from Chicago, Parker Thompson from Red Deal, Alberta, and Calvin Ming from Guyana in South America. Calvin Ming coming off a championship in the FIA Mexican F4 Series. He and Moises De Oliveira and Corey Enders all ran in the event in Mexico City just last weekend, get a little more track time. Big bunching of drivers, Dean, as we talked about, coming out of Canada Corner up through 12, 13, and 14 now. Not the best way to qualify unless you're so evenly matched that you can use that draft. If you're in there with somebody who's maybe a couple tenths of a second off of you, you're going to slow down. You want to get out there and maybe leverage a draft of a car quite a ways in front of you as opposed to being in the middle of a draft pack.
Really noticeable there in that shot. Hope you had a chance to catch it on the big screen. Exiting turn 12, the shade has set in, and on much of the back half of the course, we'll see some shady areas of the track. Obviously, that's going to be a little cooler.
No movement whatsoever here on the timesheet as we now go to within 2 minutes to go. Second qualifying run, race number 2 for the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda. The opening run of this Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires, and the drivers all chasing that scholarship the champion will receive to run in Pro Mazda next year in the brand new Titus PM18 chassis. It'll be a new car. We kick off the 2018 season. There'll be new race cars all up and down the Mazda Road to Indy. Of course, the new Dallara Indy Lights car coming out in 2015. This year, the USF 2000 from Titus. And next year, the Pro Mazda. It'll be all brand new equipment for the drivers in the Mazda Road to Indy in 2018. And interesting that the car, the USF 2000 car, essentially becomes the PM18 Pro Mazda car. More aerodynamics, bigger wheels, more horsepower. Same engine, though. It is the MZR 2-liter power plant, but Elite Engines will do a full rebuild. They essentially pull it apart, use the block, and put a bunch of heavy-duty stuff in it because it's a 280 horsepower engine. Sounds great, but it will be a great opportunity for people to transition up to the ranks. In fact, the test car they used for the PM18 was the initial USF 2000 show car, the USF 17. They just actually did the upgrade themselves to prove that it could be done. And it's been testing already both on road course and oval configuration. 20 seconds to go. Looking out at the flag stand to see if Tom Hansing's ready to throw that checkered flag, as it'll be thrown down as well in turn number 14 as well. Nothing yet as drivers working their way up the hill here again. Number 81 of Frederick dropping a wheel on the exit. He's been pushing the boundaries of turn 14. Goes 4 wheels off in the race. Little too wide coming out of 14 this last time. Still no checkered flag. Time looks like it's done. Tom Hansing's got it in his hands. There it is. So a couple drivers were able to sneak underneath it. That's important. They'll get one more at it here. VK, Askew, Malukas, Thompson and Ming, your fast five. Frederick, Cole, McGinnis, Enders, and Loomis, top 10. And again, we'll wait for the drivers to come around. They'll get that one more run around the track here before they hit the timing stripe in turn 13 and are able then to head up into the pit lane after they come through turn 14.
Rob, we talked about the fact that the USF 2000 qualifying for the first race was first thing this morning. They're 2 seconds faster than they were this morning.
Not surprising, right? The fact that the track finally gripping up. We got better temperatures. So and again, they, in their session, were just getting the track warmed up. That one racing line was starting to come in that they could put lap times down. But you're right, 2 seconds faster, a 2:10.6. And in fact, I think that may be a new track record. It is. 2:10.762 was the existing track record for Spencer Pigot. We had talked about it. Indeed, a 2:10.6402, a new track record for Rinus VeeKay. Dean picking up on that we went that much quicker. So again, Rinus VeeKay is going to add a little honor to the win he already had and the one bonus point he's got here for qualifying on the pole. Dean, I like that. New track record for Rinus VeeKay. And in fact, Spencer Pigot, who will race here this weekend in the Verizon IndyCar Series, his track record of 2:10.762. I was going to say, did anybody else beat it? No, just VeeKay. That's solid.
That's a way to back up your win.
No kidding, right? No doubt. New track record for Rinus VeeKay at 2:10.6402. About a tenth quicker than the mark laid down by Spencer Pigot. Oliver Askew, second quick. He'll start on the front row again. He started in the front row alongside David Malukas for race one. This time it'll be Rinus VeeKay. So Malukas and Parker Thompson on row number 2. Calvin Ming and Kalen Frederick on row 3. Lucas Cole alongside Robert McGinnis on row number 4. It'll be Corey Enders and Jacob Loomis on row 5. Row 6 will be Darren Keene and Colin Kaminsky. Row 7 will be Della Vera and Donison. Row 8, Dev Gore and Bruno Tomaselli. Row 9, Devin Wojcik and Jason Clooney. And row 10 will be Chandler Horton, who had another issue on track. Not sure what's going on with Chandler, but they'll try to get that dialed in. But, Dean, thank you so much for helping out with the broadcast here to roll out the qualifying for USF 2000. That was interesting. We had a bunch of drivers up top at one point.
We did have a bunch of drivers, and as we mentioned, set a new track record, went a bunch faster than we did this morning. So it was good, Rob. It was fun. We'll see you back here first thing tomorrow.
Again, back early tomorrow morning for Indy Lights, but this USF 2000 series will be back on track right around 1 o'clock for round number 2 here at Road America. The championship definitely up for grabs. The points, of course, coming down after the DNF for Askew and the win for VK. 36 points, I believe, 34 or 36 points. Now between first and second, VK looking to eat into that gap a little more. He'll start on pole position tomorrow for race number 2 here at Road America.
Kohler Company, a longtime supporter of motorsports, welcomes you to Road America. Visit Kohler.com to explore kitchen and bath products, engines and power systems, award-winning resorts, destinations, premier cabinetry and tile, and more. Enjoy the races at the 2017 Kohler Grand Prix.